Holy heroes, baby. We got Doorman, a brand new character, dropping into Night Shift for shift number 3, and he's not the only one. He's disorienting map control. He plays mind games, and Jake got bamboozled in his latest attempt. Jake, we're going to talk about that in just a moment. We also have a special guest joining the show. She goes by the name of Paige, and what should we know about this book reader?
I mean, Paige offers a lot of utility. We're seeing people build her in different ways right now. I think for me, it looks like support maybe is the stronger version of the build with all the control and buffs that she can put on the enemy team and offer to her teammates. But I've seen people be building her like pure gun damage. So we'll have to see what the pros think here as we get into Deadlock Night Shift.
Were you getting Velma, Miss Frizzle, or Hermione vibes most when you were playing her, ZP?
I mean, look, all the above. I had a conversation with Hex the other day. It was just like, yeah, he said Velma, I said Miss Frizzle. It's like, really, it's all the above that's going on here. Just, every book archetype, throw it into one character. And actually, she's also really powerful right now.
Well, pros from your host, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Chris Puckett. We got Jake over there hanging out with Z Pizzle. They'll be casting your European games. And tonight, we've got some great games with some serious money, and you guys can keep your wallets in your pockets for now. Why? Because this episode is on behalf of our friends at Intel. Jake, Intel coming on is a huge thing for us here at Night Shift. What do the people need to know?
I mean, it's just huge that they came on to support, that we can keep running. I mean, longtime fans of us and maybe some other events we've been involved in will remember that Intel has been a part of the Deadlock scene here for quite a while, and we're just happy to bring them back on board, continue to operate things here at Night Shift, and bring some prize pool, bring some stakes so that we can continue to come back week after week after week. However, we still need your support for the community. This is kind of something coming from many different fronts in terms of having community support, having sponsors. We're trying to do everything we can to make this all sustainable, but it's huge that Intel has come in and really assisted in that team effort. However, this is the moment to make an upset, right? If you can come out with a well-prepared strat pretty quick off the bat with the new hero releases, you could easily make your way into that challenger match.
ZP, I know you were working a lot on builds. What were you cooking up? What did you witness last week that was working? Is there anything that you think has been spiced up since then for Mina, or maybe some of the other more popular picks from week 1 or week 2, I should say?
Yeah, so one of the side projects we've been doing here, and we'll have a lot more this week, is that we're taking some of the best builds that we see every week and just putting them straight into in-game. So, for example, if you were to go in-game right now and play Mina, you could search Deadlock Night Shift, and you would have Listic's build up there. And what you'd see for Listic's build is that Mina, not really great on gun scaling overall, besides just trigger and love bites, but Listic's build, the way he built it, just went pretty much hard spirit from the very beginning and made it work. The one thing I'll know about Mina, though, is that I feel like Mina's a character that is going to command a lot of farm if you pick her, and also doesn't do really well from behind. So I don't know if we're going to see Mina as a high prio pick, but something that instead gets picked a little bit later in the draft.
It's something that you use to kind of flex on your opponent right now? Is that how you're seeing it?
I think the character has a ton of skill expression, right? Yep. There's a lot of outplay potential, but I think ZP's right. It is like a very harass things, and Viscous has come up with its new nuking build recently with a max punch melee heavy style with express shot. You have a lot of burst power on this hero, and I actually like taking it first.
It was smart to turn to Paradox for help.
Paradox. This is a go-to. We see from the Abrahams in the past. Didn't work in the finals. Mina was pretty good.
I'm looking at this.
Go ahead, Z. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm looking at this and I'm a little bit surprised. I thought they would have went Holiday here, but Paradox has gone up in prio. Now the question is, who do they go with? I feel like they still kind of feel the need to go. I was going to say frontline, but no, they're just going for the tried and true. So this is super interesting to me. Both Paige and Doorman still available. So, the comp scene, they're having a little bit of a different read.
We saw Vindicta last week. Abraham's locking her in. Viscous on the other side was MVP worthy. What does Lotos pair him with? Is it a him? They? We got Holiday in.
I think Viscous is, well, no one knows, right? Viscous is ill-defined. They are the good creature. whatever you want that to mean. Holiday, though, I think makes sense, especially against Vindicta and Paradox, where you've got really great initiation right now from Abrahams, which seems to be their priority. So they've got Vindicta is more of like a team fight initiator, Paradox great for like the individual pickoffs, and Lotos saying, okay, look, we need something that can kind of challenge for those individual pickoffs. Holiday and Viscous maybe also can assist in that, and Abrams as well is one of those few frontliners that maybe could survive getting swapped in by Paradox and try to play his way out of it.
I feel like this is a winning comp so far from Lotos. What do you ban to slow it down? Kelvin going with his go-to, not playing around with Paige.
Yeah, and I mean, look, for Saint, lots of hours on Kelvin, probably not as many hours on Paige. I was thinking maybe there's a world where you go for it, because I think Paige's ability to dictate mid-fights is actually ridiculous. But also it's a world where it is still a brand new character, that you don't have as many scrims on it, and you know for a fact that you're going to go have a good plan with the Kelvin. But in Motto Gang banned by Abrahams when they were usually a team that pick it, and they're still lacking frontline. To me, if I'm looking at this, it signals that maybe they're looking towards Billy, because I would just think that there's still extra in the frontline that they'd be looking for otherwise.
Yeah, they're a little low on frontliners. You know, and the Shib ban, I think, is actually smart from Lotos, targeting that same idea, right? Where, you know, something that ABL could come out on and be that, you know, aggressive frontliner making space. However, with the Kelvin, I feel like you have a little bit more latitude maybe on the frontliner, since the Kelvin's going to pump so many heals. You could be somebody who's not necessarily the most conventional, strongest frontliner, but yeah, with the Kelvin supporting you, you can kind of be that tag team if you want to play that way at all. And yeah, Mo Krill could be that.
I was going to ask when the Mo's coming out and if Lotos was going to get to it.
I would say a lot of stuns on Lotos, so, you know, Mo isn't going to have the easiest time just getting full combos off, but you catch somebody alone on Mo Krill and you got a little bit of assistance with you, they're just done for 9 times out of 10. So, you know, you can really see the vision here. There's like swap into Mo combo. Vindicta could be staking people down, letting Mo catch up. And it's Lotos who are going to take the Billy
Billy's
here.
in! ZP, you got him.
Yeah,
Will we see a Doorman, or is ZP double correct on the night? Start with why you thought Billy deserved a spot in competition after looking so bad in Shift 2.
I just think the builds that people have come out with him, they've realized, like, not only the items that work well with Billy in terms of, you know, giving him a little bit extra survivability, but also the fact that just the ability combos, right? I don't think people had enough playtime on him in NA to actually, you know, combo things like the Ram Rush into the bat, like, as well as they probably should have, or just how to time the ult. The extra playtime has worked out. But with Infernus being snapped up by Lotos, I don't know what the last 2 picks are going to be for Abrahams. Maybe a Doorman fits in, but 7 is the notable hero that hasn't been picked yet that you would think would round things out. Is they go for Calico to round out some of their front line, and we have not seen that at all really in the last 2 weeks.
We have not seen any Calico on my show so far, Jake. Here we go. Final pick from each team. What do they need? What are you expecting?
I think the Calico makes sense here as one of the few heroes, I mean, even though it's not the strongest right now, that can potentially walk into like Lotos controlled territory and actually live to tell the tale with that ulti, you know, playing her way out of some of those fights. And the 7 makes sense, is like you needed some proper late game carry. Abrahams really didn't have that up to now. I still think this draft from Abrahams is very snowball dependent. Like Vindicta, Mo Krill, even Kelvin, these heroes want to like get ahead, play ahead. And continue to snowball. Calico could be part of that too. And then 7 brings this final backup late game. And Lotos, they're going to go with the Lash as well. I'm a little surprised to see
The
Lash
Lash
played here, because Kelvin is somewhat of a counter to Lash. If you know, Lash goes up for his ulti, you pop the Kelvin Dome, you just block the ulti no matter where you are. You can still get secure in the urn or securing a team fight with Lash, basically just waiting helplessly outside the shelter. So I like the vision for Abrahams. For Lotos, I think there's a lot of playmaking. They're very playmaking heavy. I think a lot of this is going to come down to how well like Billy and Holiday and Viscous and Abrams can catch and start these engagements. But both teams going kind of with that main solo carry, Infernus versus 7 for the ultra late here, which I think very much can go either way.
Draft is confused by this draft. Listen, we got one of our 4 new characters in. We could see more as the night continues. Billy rocking out for Lotos. If you were going to call the game ahead of time, what does Lotos have that Abrahams doesn't, Jake? You said it might be early game advantage?
Honestly, I think Abraham's maybe a little bit better in the early game, a little bit better snowball potential off the lanes. However, I think Infernus, if Infernus is like even farm with 7 and Infernus hits like the ultra late, I think that the team fighting starts to get better for Lotos once they start getting, really tanky. The big question mark is how well can Lash find connections? This is going to be potentially a scary game for Lash. With like the 7 stun and Mo combo, but if he can, if they can force the shelter early and Lash gets a big ulti, they have a monster follow up from the Abrams, from the Billy. They're going to control people for a very long time with Viscus as well.
Here we go, ZP. It's time to party. Abraham's taking on Lotos. This is our EU Challenger match. Who will move on to play the former VP squad, now known as the Buff Enjoyers? Only time will tell. Let's get into the game.
Let yourself down.
Yeah, we're getting into it. And, Jake, as I think about this in the early to mid game, I actually do think like Abrahams needs to set the tone here early, just because the one situation I think would be absolutely awful for them when you look at the comps is that Lotos in the late game, if both Abrams and Millie get really ahead, I think they would just hit the point of just being able to run at Abrahams, and they don't really have the front line necessarily to deal with it. Kelvin helps a bit, but yeah, I mean, there's the way this will pan out, I think a lot is going to be decided by early to mid.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair to say here. I'm curious to see how this lane goes. The Viscus Billy, in theory, if Billy can get connections here, Viscus generally does a lot of poke. However, I think Vindicta, in my experience, is one of the hardest matchups for Viscus, since she plays at such a naturally long range and she has the flight, and it's just so much harder to land splatter on her than feels like most other characters in the lane. So that Paradox Vindicta lane could maybe take some of the smoke out of Lotos there, where Viscus Billy, they want to get close range, and I don't know if they're going to get that opportunity.
Yeah, not only that, Vindicta is one of the characters that can also safely kind of nibble away at the Viscus too with crows over time. Just the consistency of landing crows just kind of catches up on you. But, taking a look at mid lane here, this is interesting. Going with the Paradox Mo, where normally we've been seeing a lot of people from mid lane do things like run, say, Yamato Mirage and go for like ultra high poke. This is an interesting lane to me because you still have the consistency of poke from the Paradox, with Mo just being a huge in-your-face threat while, keeping things pushed up.
Yeah, I mean, Mo's just going to perma shove this lane from the Foggy. I don't know that Lotos really has anything to do about that. This is, I think, not the strongest lane, frankly, in the mid from Lotos, but they don't necessarily need to put much pressure on. I think it's mostly just farm trade.
Jake, is this accurate? Are names accurate right now? Is it Saint on Mo and Jamside on the Kelvin?
That would be pretty surprising. We'll see. Maybe we'll get confirmation on that one. But you never know. Maybe it's a gun Kelvin carry.
It's accurate. We just got word from production so this is super interesting. We haven't seen a lot of Jamside on Kelvin. I think it actually has happened like once.
Wait. He has heal shot. I think he's going gun carry, honestly, on Kelvin.
What?
Because I don't think you buy that heal shot on support Kelvin. I just don't think you do that. I think that is a common core starting item when you're going to go for a gun carry build. I've seen gun Kelvin before, actually, and I think
have we seen it on a night shift yet? He's always seemed to be support Kelvin when I watch.
I don't know if we've seen it on night shift, but I kind of see the vision, because gun Kelvin inside the Thunderdome with his ulti is a monster, because he does so much damage. He's healing constantly from that. And then you think about some of these Lotus heroes that have no choice but to come into close range. What are they going to be able to do? I mean, that's saying it's not confirmed yet. You could just build the casual heal shot here and be using it to hold the lane, but I'm a little expecting it to be gun Kelvin.
I thought it was top tier pause conversation. Sorry, ZP, back to you.
Yeah, the interesting thing to me, Jake, is that you'd have to go back to like some of the ancient Kelvin play to go back to the last time we saw gun Kelvin, and there was a ton of gun nerfs that came in, both to like Kelvin and orange items back in the day that kind of stopped it. But blast from the past, if that's going to be the case. But the fact that Jamside is playing it does kind of lend to the idea that it would be the case with how Jamside usually plays.
I like the way Billy's using those boxes on the side lane. Big trades coming here against the Kelvin, who, I mean, if this is gun Kelvin, it's a very weak lane, frankly, right? 7 Kelvin. It seems like especially if they're both building for carry and farm potential, it doesn't seem like there's much harass, since that gun Kelvin doesn't really get online until you get a few items on the board.
Yeah, I mean, the lane that seems most interesting to me is the lane that also is getting a bit of a beating when you're doing Viscus Billy, but Pyro gonna be first to fall in together, dropping it in, parry on tower, down goes Viscus, and kind of rare to see a Viscous lane have trouble early on too.
Yeah, it's this Vin matchup. It's a pretty hard one, you know. And Vin is just this hero that is never going to come into close range, especially being able to play under tower here. I don't think, you know, it's interesting for me because I feel like Viscous is best when he's paired with a strong combo harasser, and I just don't think Billy is like a harassment hero in the lane. I think Billy needs to like all in commit super hard, or you know, be hard to jump on, like be sort of defensive. But to poke around people who are just playing under tower, I don't see it.
Cool slam coming in from Billy, bring Vindicta to the ground. But yeah, I mean, for Billy, that's where like some people are theorizing maybe you run Billy with something like a Paige, just because like rather than doing an HP trade, you walk in with a barrier and you know effectively it's no trade at all. But yeah, the laning is probably gonna be one of the rougher elements for Billy here. Is, you know, it's been out for a week now, but a week is not long enough to necessarily master all the ins and outs.
Still relatively even laning stage. I mean, I don't think he was kills, a 1k lead. It just doesn't matter that much. Saint taking a lot of pressure on Mo in the mid lane. And Mo's hero, when you get low, you start to have a real bad time in the lane. However, Paradox profiting from the space created. Mo seems to have slipped away for the moment. Problem with Mo is like once you're this low, you can't really come into range to pop your first go and get the heal. I wonder if he's going to take a base trip here.
Yeah, Mo has a kind of element of health momentum where if you're down a third HP, you have no problem just rushing the other hero to get your scoring off and get healed back up. But you get that low, it just, well, you go in for the score and you actually just might die. So you definitely don't want to fall that far behind. And meanwhile, that Vindicta lane still being brutal against the Viscous Billy lane off to the left. I mean, for Abraham's, it has been their best lane here so far.
Yeah, Taz is also, you know, using that HP advantage. Despite being alone in that lane and Mo having to go back to heal, Taz is like solo pressuring under Guardian, which is a big statement about how strong he is in this game in that moment. Seems like Infernus is peeled off to go grab a quick buff. Should be an uncontested pickup there. As, yeah, Paradox just a little bit too late for that. Maybe putting some harassment in, but yeah, just back to the mid lane for Taz. Nothing to do.
Zaf going back for the full heal, and you know, on the aggregate, Abraham's a bit ahead right now, but you actually look at where things are at Guardian-wise. They're getting very close to getting left Guardian down. So things getting a little bit rough here for Lotos, but
oh, nice grab.
Coming on down. Yeah, quick low grab, and Tass very late to fall here, but still gets his piece on the way.
I love that move from Saint. Immediately assisting, diving the tower, pulling some of the Guardian aggro as well to ensure that they're not getting that follow-up damage on Taz. And I mean, it looked like a good catch from Holiday, but they just don't have the HP to back it up. Lash's 1 HP can't really come in and assist that. And so honestly, I think just biting off more than they can chew. Lash barely holding on to this, needs to just back and get a heal. I mean, it's just irrelevant in that lane at that low HP. Can't even really come in to use the ultimate, use any skills. And yeah, that's Gun Kelvin right there, for sure. He's got a battle vest. That is Gun Kelvin.
Gun Kelvin, welcome back. It's been a while, but here we go. Chain Gang coming on out. Baseball bat right on after. Reasonable opening. Isn't enough damage here so far. Mo just kind of shrugs it off there, Jake. It's like you've hit your full combo and Mo just kind of shrugs.
Yeah, and Calico, a hero who, okay, you get the pull off, but then she's just instantly going to ult, dodge a lot of the follow-up. Maybe you can perfect time it and prevent that. I'm not sure, because of course the Billy ult is going to prevent those movement skills, but it feels like Calico is just a hard hero to initiate first on when she has the ulti on such a low cooldown.
Abraham's right now trying to turn their early advantage into an even bigger one. Taking a look at Saint right now, over the top, forcing Lash back. Back over here onto the left-hand side. Hasn't fallen here. Quick parry, though, coming out here from Calico. Into Billy back and forth, and for now, Calico just buying a little bit of time in the left-hand side. It's just Calico taking the farm, Vindicta coming back in, and now forcing movement back.
It's a nice rebuttal game, I think, as well for Calico, who he just makes it a lot more complicated to play against these melee builds. And now Taz getting active, right? Using the assistance. Mo played a very self-sacrificial lane here, and Taz profited that here in the early game. 7 ult over the top. Does get cut down, though, by Holiday, and means this trade is relatively even, which you're pretty happy with as Lotos, who are a little bit behind in this game.
Yeah, looking at the left, left Guardian now under more significant pressure, and you got third coming out, and straight off the zip line here, you got Sai in over the top. 3-on-2 opportunity here for Lotos to try and get either Calico or Vindicta. Seismic slam, up and looking. Down it goes. This is going to be enough. Heavy pressure here on the Calico, but the parry comes in. It still might get away.
Maybe, though. Abrams catches again, and yeah, just too much follow-up there. Calico staying a little bit too deep there without ulti, ready for the escape, and catches across the map for Lotos now, evening up pretty much this score line. they are still a little bit low HP. Taz wants to capitalize that and get a counter kill. Gonna have to settle for just a soul deny instead.
Yeah, they're sending even more to the left-hand side. Lotos trying to even things out there, not give up the Guardian, get left first if possible. But while this is going on, Abraham's more than willing to just throw more to the right, get right side Guardian. Left the only Guardian left to be gotten.
This Calvin going for a pretty early cult sack here, on tempo with those large creeps spawning, getting a couple boxes out of the side lane. And I mean, the side lane quietly turned into a pretty winning one, and Kelvin has been the one reaping the rewards.
Have to turn the 3-on-3 here on the left. Guardian all in play. Chain Gang out. One chain gonna break. Blair now going for the melee again. Absolutely stuffed by Paradox here off the carbine. Thrown back a bit. Meanwhile, together, able to chase down onto the Viscous. So far, the Billy ults have seen so far, Jake, not necessarily the most impactful.
Yeah, even catching Vindicta, I think, is like the dream scenario. You're able to pull her back in and maybe get some assistance on the follow-up. But, you know, once you're low HP and you don't really able to do much damage here, Calico could dive this tower, definitely with the threat of the ultimate. Low players on the other side here. They've got to be careful. Guardian seems like it's going to be going down for sure.
Yeah, you just have too many people for Abraham's rotated over. It's going to give him the extra item slot and the swap on the Billy and the quick dispatch. Abraham's now 6K lead, but the true lead here, Jake, is just what they've done in terms of map control with all Guardians down.
Yeah, and this is, you know, trapped in the Thunderdome with Kelvin healing up, trying to dive him under the tower, but Mo was ready for the assist, and feeding kills to the gun Kelvin is a really bad spot to be. You know, I don't think Kelvin's nearly at critical mass yet, but you accelerate him here to the cult sack. He's able to eat some large creeps, able to snowball and really get into those some of those next items. I think Kelvin, when he's at like 15, 20K with a couple of these key gun items, is going to become a huge, huge threat, especially with people like so much setup for him to get these catches.
Well, I think the cool thing about the gun Kelvin into the late game is that oftentimes for Kelvin, if you're going to dome for a kill, you need someone coordinated with you. But in the late game, if you go gun Kelvin and it is effective, you can just go to a lane where someone for Lotos may have just been trying to get some solo farm like the Infernus, drop the dome, and just kill him in the dome, in theory. So your ability to kind of freelance and make dome effective is way more powerful if you can actually be your own follow-through.
Yeah, definitely is something to watch out for. But I mean, across the board, Abraham's just eking out those moderate advantages on all lanes. They still have all three Guardians up, and I don't think that's necessarily a huge problem just yet for Lotos, but it feels like flex slots tend to become an issue in the next, let's say, 10 minutes. If you're still not able to clear those three Guardians, it ends up becoming a big, big problem. And, you know, I don't see the team fights getting much easier for Lotos. They've got to get active on the map. They have a window here, I'd say, where with all the ultimates, or most of them down for Abraham's, maybe you can get something done as they look to pressure a Guardian here. Maybe they could grab an urn or something like that. But the game's looking pretty scary right now for Lotos, on the edge of a knife. A kill here, though, starts to bring things back.
Abraham's overloading left-hand side. Anyone left for Lotos here gonna have to rotate out as urn control. Gonna go the way of Abraham's. And one thing I have to say is that it's been such a tough game for Pyro that I think Billy is the type of frontliner where they need to at least be even with the game, if not ahead, to have good performance. And I don't think you're gonna fear Pyro going on you, but meanwhile, Death Slam looking for jam side. This is gonna be enough to take down the famous gun Kelvin. It absolutely is, with Abrams coming in from the side.
I think that's just the biggest kill on the map, actually, you can get right now, since he's building so greedy on Gun Kelvin. The farm potential is really, really scary. That being said, you do need to keep control of this side of the map. Vin is here with the urn. An urn drop-off would only compound the lead that Abraham has already started to build, but they're not feeling confident enough that they can force it just yet. I think they will get the urn drop, though, and Lotos maybe is just going to take a trade on this side Guardian, bringing 3 to the opposite side of the map. Decent decision, but soul-wise, I think this is good for Abrahams.
Yeah, I mean, Abrahams is going to have a healthy lead off this and feed the Calico a little bit more support. Looking at Abrams, though. Quick charge here on the task. Under pressure all the way. Main prize here, though, is the Guardian. Get the extra slot. Go from there. And, in fact, they still need the Guardian middle, so that's still not going to be extra slot. But gets him along the way. Lash on the chase down. Doesn't let Task get away.
It's a big kill, not just getting Guardians, but also following up with kills is massive. If they're able to catch Kelvin here, would be huge, but Kelvin slides away with that ice path, can be a pretty hard hero to catch. And now the trades are coming in. The counter rotate came through. ABL just gonna rip the 7 ult to secure that exit kill. Sonya should be able to dance his way out of there on the Lash, especially with creeps crashing on the walker like this. And Lotus have done well there to play the map both sides and grab 2 of the side Guardians. I think the tougher challenge, though, especially since they have no ultimates to speak of here, is going to be taking that mid Guardian, which arguably is the most important one since it keeps that very accessible mid shop up, allowing some of these greedier characters to keep their farm on the map more consistent.
Yeah, and beyond that too, having mid Guardian still up just limits your mobility into the enemy side of the map. Also, there's a brief moment, but Abraham's is about the most evenly balanced economy I've ever seen. There was a moment where they were all 10K. Now they're all 11K, Jake. I mean, this is just full share and share alike when it comes to the soul economy for Abraham's right now.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this a lot in Deadlock compared to a lot of other games in similar genres. There's just much less of a division between quote-unquote supports and frontliners and carries. It's just, for me at least, it's not exactly how the game works. There's a little bit of farm prio, especially as you get later into the game and you choose, hey, who wants to catch that, you know, stack of 3 or 4 enemy creep waves. It's like 1 or 2K souls just straight up. That's going to go to your most heavy late game heroes. But in the early game, the mid game, it's much more about just how your individual game is going. And, you know, like you said, across the board for Abrams, everyone's looking pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I would kind of expect ABL to be a little bit further ahead in the end, but he's actually been a more active member in some of these fights, not sitting back. Whereas, you know, I think if Jamside's playing, it'd be kind of reverse. But up here, into the double Gamba. Quick little fight going down as you see Calco running away. Death Slam off on the other side of the map, down and in. But here comes Mo out of nowhere, preventing some of the follow through. It's all getting into it down here in the middle. See Sanya right now, trying to back off, reposition as the rest of Abraham's rotates in.
That's a massive catch there from Saint. Denying the slam, it looks like that makes the difference to save Vindicta and keep her alive, allow the turnaround to come in. And so not only do you get the Viscous kill, but you also crucially win a fight around this mid lane Guardian and keep control of the area. Gun Kelvin fighting with Billy, maybe one of the few heroes who can tango, though, inside that Kelvin dome.
Well, normally I would say yes, but the problem is Billy, not quite the farm needed to do that. And now, take a look here. You have the other frontliner come on in. Both front lines for Lotos just getting the hands from Kelvin over near the left-hand side. So, yeah, I mean, normally support Kelvin, a little bit less farm, may have worked out for Billy, but not quite the way this game has turned out.
Swap goes a little wide for Taz. I think Sonya should be able to dance his way out of that. They're still trying to chase him down, but in the meantime, I mean, the space was created, Lotos, right? Like, it was expensive. They lost a few players, but they did grab that mid lane Guardian, which I think is worth the cost. You really need to open up that first flex slot. A lot of item builds really rely on, especially the first one, coming up relatively early. So I think it is, in the end, worth. However, Abrahams expand the lead to 10K, and we are reaching the point in the game where one big team fight, mid-boss, starts to become an option, especially if Saf is close to that Alk Fire. I don't know if he's prioritizing that. I don't know if that's necessarily, I mean, with all the mobility on Lotos, I don't think I would either, but it's one of those items that really does escalate an early mid-boss attempt.
Yeah, it's also usually core on Vindicta, depending where it is. Also, speaking of core items, you were talking about Express Shot Viscous, you know, coming into priority and Coffin, grabbing that just a bit ago. But first urn control here. Got to come in here from Lotos on the 15-minute urn. And you just see Sai grabbing it, running away.
If they can get out with no deaths, but I don't think they're going to be able to. I mean, the thing is, though, it is an easy urn turn in. That's why Lotos went for that super high prior one. Honestly, they should be able to get the urn turn in for free. I'd be surprised if Abrahams even want to contest at that position on the map. However, elsewhere on the map, you know, you've got a player running the urn, and Abrahams are just taking that opportunity to shove the opposite side walker. I think this is the perfect move in this spot. I don't think you can really contest the urn, but maybe you can get something elsewhere on the map. That being said, 3 players from Lotos coming in together and wanting to hold this walker.
Yeah, they're trying to make it so at the very least that all they lose is a bit of walker HP, but they're just getting hit from all sides. They don't really have the personnel for a full defense the way that they would like here. But 7 with the Storm Cloud for Abrahams, trying to buy enough to get it. Hey, Sanya in with the Death Slam, able to take him out, and in the end, it's enough to actually save the walker with a bit of HP remaining. So all they pay for the urn there, Jake, in the trade is about 50% HP on the walker. It's actually a pretty good trade.
Both of the initiators there missing their casualties, or Taz just missed the lockdown shot there. Didn't even go for the swap without it. It seems like without Holiday's last, so relatively long cooldown there, and Taz went greedy here, grabbing the Cult Sack, so he is going to scale pretty well on the Paradox, which makes a lot of sense given his good early game.
Yeah, and also, I mean, Paradox just having more and more increased value in priority as it goes on. See Viscous rolling around, no swap could be used. It says, you know what, Coffin, you can have that one. Just,
has to just
continue rolling away.
Pure defense roll, he's going to just rotate towards the mid lane on that. A lot of players here for Lotos, and Kelvin's maybe coming into the wrong neighborhood. However, this Kelvin quite farmed, has the ultimate online.
Let's see if Jamside's going to be able to get away if he gets jumped on here. A whole lot of blue here in the left middle, but taking a look at Jamside's position, getting backed up by Taz should be okay. If you remember last week, Jamside getting picked off was actually kind of the bane of Abraham's into the money match, but not quite the case this time around.
This fight's starting to get pretty scary here for Lotos. They don't have the HP to really stay into this one. Abrams up with the ulti, but looks like he's surrounded. And the Kelvin Dome, good luck fighting with the +1 as well. Taz inside Warp Stone just a second early, but I mean, he has to take risks here on Abrams right now. And lives a little bit longer, but the kills are coming in, and Siphon Bullets up for Kelvin. This Kelvin is a monster now. This is really the item I think that activates him here with the build. He's going to be so tanky, so hard to 1v1. When you think about Lotos, I mean, I feel like Infernus is the only one who has a real hope of actually DPSing down the Kelvin, but I don't know that Infernus can stand toe-to-toe, especially not in a frozen shelter.
We got a little bit of a thematic carry versus carry going here. You got the ice carry and the fire carry facing off, and for what we've seen so far, the gun carry from Jamside actually pretty effective on the Kelvin here so far, where I can see people in chat probably groaning, it's like, no, not my ranked games. Like, maybe Jamside can pull off the gun Kelvin, but can the person in your ranked games, maybe a different story.
Chat's just obsessed with Shiv. Is Shiv good or does Shiv suck, Jake?
I mean, Shiv is, I think, actually okay right now. It got nerfed pretty hard. You know, I think in coordinated games, the value of the execute is so high if you're really playing for it. But as I say that, hold on. The catch here onto Taz, a great hero to catch, but hold on. They have there's much more support here for the side of Abrahams coming in to assist that. Swap in, denies Abrams himself here from getting onto that zip, and it should be 2 quick kills for Abrams. I think this is a potential mid-boss. Mid lane, though, pressured against them makes that a little bit more of a risky choice.
Yeah, where they're at on the map, given when Lotos is going to be back up, I think the mid-boss may not have the right timing for it. Just the laning not quite matching up. But you take a look at the game state right now. Abrahams is nursing a pretty healthy lead here so far. And one thing that's actually interesting, though, for the rough early game he had, Pyro's actually caught up, Jake. Like, Pyro was significantly far behind in the first 10 minutes, and now is caught up to be average with the game, arguably a little bit ahead. So kind of interesting on the Billy note.
Yeah, Billy, I think, does have a deceptively fast farm speed, despite not having. I mean, I guess that bat is actually kind of a monster farm skill, just like low cooldown nuking, keep being able to burst down camps, especially the melee builds, and some AOE are pretty good for taking out, especially those medium camps that are so relevant at this stage of the game. However, both buffs coming up. Seems like it's a trade. I would think Lotos are going to grab the right side buff, but you're seeing Abraham start to invade and steal some camps from the opponent's side of the map and slowly bleed out Lotos.
All right, into a fight. Off here on the left, swap coming in. Taz just gonna use the swap to get out some of the danger right now. Back over to the Walker. But looking to left, Urn dropping here in just a moment, and see how the Urn is played. Together already grabbing it as Abraham goes in. Walker pressure though still maintained off here on the right side.
Instant catch here onto Taz, and I mean, this is going from bad to worse. Abraham's throwing good money after bad, too desperate to hang on to that Walker, but without the 7, I just don't think it was realistic for them. And Lotos going to come back and grab the buff very late. Didn't prioritize it getting it earlier. Instead, they brought their players to the fight and got rewarded for that call. Meanwhile, Infernus cooked up a pretty nice game. I'd love if we could maybe take a peek at Infernus and see what he's building towards right now. I think he's going to be that key element. He's been mostly farming for most of this game, as is, I think, really the nature of his role. Urn run coming in, I think that's pretty unrealistic at this phase of the game. And pretty standard across the board build here. A lot of tankiness for Infernus, but he looks like going for a bit of gun prio here with the Toxic, with that extra reload, and Boundless up next. So there's a real power spike coming with this Boundless up in just a couple hundred souls here for Infernus. You can start to get active in terms of the gun carry.
I'm actually kind of worried right now for Abrahams. I think, we talked about win conditions. I think Abrahams with their comp probably needed more of a lead than they have right now. I mean, this Urn is going to get them a little bit back up to where they want, but as the game goes later, I don't know if Gun Kelvin actually stacks up as well versus a well-farmed Infernus carry, nor on the frontline note, like, Mo tends to fall off a bit relative to heroes, well, like Abrams and Billy. I think that's the case. We don't have quite enough data. I think there's a world where, like, the actual team fighting here may start to go the way of Lotos, especially if they can open up and, get a good spirit lasso out of Ray.
Yeah, definitely good catches are nice. You know, I think it's too soon to tell for me at least how relevant Billy is in these late game team fights, how effective he can be, especially can he navigate playing around the Kelvin or getting locked down by the Mo or even somebody like Vindicta. 7 is probably the most vulnerable hero on the team though for Abraham's. The best catch ideally for Lotos, and they do have a lot of catch to get on top of 7, so I think something like an Unstoppable is also going to be a key item for ABL, but it's kind of one of those items you don't want to go too early. You don't want to be too defensive. You still want to have a massive damage threat and farm speed on the set.
10. How many there are?
Look at the positioning right now. Abraham's largely clustered around the middle, a little bit into Lotos territory. And take a look at Taz. Taz right now is just hunting for swap opportunities. Just thinking about maybe going for Sanya. Doesn't quite line it up. But now, over here, onto the right-hand side. 2 ships crossing night. Playmaker, the playmaker. Taz looking for the holiday. Meanwhile, Rayek just got back out. Combo, though, is in, and Rayek cannot get away. So quick pick coming on in for Abrahams. See what they do for it after.
Yeah, I think this is probably just going to be a kill that just lets you steal more camps, lets you like incrementally get ahead. We are reaching that phase of the game though where everyone's farm speed is so high, and catch. He has debuff remover available for Lash. Crucial item I think in this game against Vindicta. One of those cooldowns that you really want to be aware of as far as playing against the opposing team, and they're just escalating, snowballing into another kill. Unfortunately, Kelvin blocks out Taz, though I think a little bit of anti-synergy, and that's allowing Billy to maybe play his way out of this one. Slowing Hex, catching him, some cheeky wall jumping, backstabber as well, procced on him, and they are hunting down this Billy to the ends of the earth. I think he may have just played his way out of it, though.
Yeah, I think Billy had way too much HP remaining as he was able to hit the jump pads. Like, if you have that much HP left, actually finishing it off without some form of extra CC like a carbine or otherwise, pretty difficult, especially against Billy, who's generally going to be a little bit more tanky anyways. But taking a look at the bottom right-hand side, things may get a little bit rough here for Sai. See if Sai gets caught out. See Abraham's coming on in turn, but is able to just take the jump pads, get away.
And the Spellbreaker on 7 is kind of an interesting choice. I guess this deals with a lot of the nuking threat from your Lash, from your Holiday, and even Viscous can spam those nukes in. So I think the Spellbreaker is going to be a lot of that tankiness that maybe ABL wants to be a hero who says, okay, come jump on me, try it first. Taz, meanwhile, caught shopping. Classic place to be caught by the TP. Abrams on top of him trying to follow up, but there's more assist here, and I think this should be a defensive ult. No, Abrams wants to get back in, diving in, and assistance is there. Lotos grab a nice kill, and they've been able to turn a lot of these pickoffs despite being at that 10-15k lead. Disadvantage, I mean.
Also, taking down the Paradox just is mental relief a little bit, Jake. When you think about how you can move around the map, you don't have to worry about tasks coming out of the shadows, popping a carbine and a swap on you. You have a little bit more freedom to roam around, get into enemy camps, and not have it be quite as likely to be punished. And, if you're Lotos right now, you'd love to chain this in here, get into another fight in the next 20 seconds or so, while you have this window of opportunity. Yeah,
this will be a moment. I wonder if there is going to be, maybe an attempt on mid-boss. No, I think he's just passing through, moving quick. Potential catch here on the earn pickup. This is going to be a fight. Stun already coming in, and look at that follow-up, man. 7 is fast. He's online and just fearless with the Boundless, with the Spellbreaker as well. Not scared to dive into enemy territory. Holiday trying to slip away from the 7. I don't know if you can take that fight. Infernus is probably the one massive gun threat that you have to respect, but the Holiday chase down is good from Calico, and 7 slips away.
Not the easiest chase down either, where even though Rayek got caught a little bit lacking at the beginning, chasing down a Holiday is just one of the most frustrating things in the game. But in this case, it happens. Abraham's in control of the urn and looking to just roll it on over. And for Lotos, I mean, they have to make the call. Do you fight this 5v6? You have the Lash in the area. You have the Death Slam good to go. You have options here should you try to contest it, but for now, it's looking like they're going to concede this urn and look to fight another day.
Yeah, Kelvin's not here, but you don't necessarily know that as Lotos. Kelvin would be off map for you, so maybe you're thinking, look, we can test this and we get our Lash all domed and we're down 1. You could honestly lose the game right there. That would probably be a free mid boss for Abraham. So Lotos, they have to pick their spots carefully. One pick off here and there, not going to be the end of the world. But if you lose a big team fight here and the rejuve goes the way of Abraham's, the game is going to get blown wide open. You're probably going to be losing both your remaining walkers, and the map control is really going to go to hell. So Lotos, they've got to be cautious. They've got to be patient. Pick their spot wisely here to come back from a deficit.
They might be looking to fight here on the left. Billy's looking keen to go in onto the 7. Over and in. Get the Ram Rush in. Combo, though, comes out. Combo met with Cube. And things getting hot and heavy here on the left. coming in off the top rope. It's going to Sanya Sniper here on Lash. Death Slam, good to go. As Billy's chasing down the ground. Lash coming in over the top. Still has the option. Mo getting beaten up on all sides here. And this is going to be enough to take down Sanya. Sanya just barely...
Saint lives.
Barely able to get away.
Oh my God, Mo. That's like just Mo Krill thing. Surviving, getting absolutely torched. A lot of damage. Nice parry though onto the Billy. Just bit off more than he could chew, and that's the risk of these melee builds, right? ABL just comes in with a sneaky parry, completely shuts you down. Stun onto Sanya here on the Lash. Okay, he has the debuff remover. He's able to trick his way out of that one. And Vin died elsewhere. So once again, they've kept the player deficit to 1. Hold on, it's growing. Infernus, if he gets caught here, this is mid-boss, potentially the game going against him, and they're surrounding him, they're catching him. Counterspell used, popping the ulti, just full desperation here, but I don't see him playing his way out of this yet. Just way too many players all around him, and they're right next to mid. Mo is holding the side lane. This is a great spot for Abrahams, and could be what they need to really break the game open.
They're going to get mid-boss here. There's not going to be a contest coming in from it, so all rejuves going their way. And think about how that last fight started, Jake. It basically started out where Pyro says, hey, let's go in, we can get this Mo. And Saint just leads them on a very long chase. It takes them way longer to actually secure the pickoff, and they don't even secure it in the end. And they end up overextended. Abrahams eventually counter-rotates in, and it just leads to this chain reaction that means Lotos has 4 players dead and mid-boss gone when it's all said and done.
Yeah, it's kind of 2 options here for Abrahams, and I like that they're really splitting on the map because this rejuve, it lasts a few minutes, right? If you just run it down and take a fight right away with the rejuve, you're almost missing some of the value from this mid-boss, whereas you clear the jungle right now. I mean, you look at the minimap, there's not much jungle on Lotos' side of the map. If Abrahams can play this one slow, split up, and clear a lot of the jungle, and the only way Lotos punish that is by invading and pushing in really aggressively, which, I mean, let's face it, against the rejuve is insanely risky, and it might not be what they want to go for. Like, yeah, you get a catch on this Calico a little bit, but are you really going to hard commit into the triple rejuve? And yeah, they just don't have the players there to do that.
No, and also, if you're Abrahams, your conditions right now, you want both blockers for this rejuve, ideally. Take a look at Coffin.
Oh, full defensive goo ball. He's gonna live, but you know, having the ulti, that's a long CD ulti for the team fight. It's one that you would have loved to have. Lasso as well burn for no real value, right? Like a little harassment, but there's no follow-up there. Infernus is out pushing a side lane, which I wouldn't say is wrong, but in the end, I mean, I think this is just gonna be walkers down and not even a trade in terms of the ultis, the skills used. Abrahams is gonna be able to just go back and farm more, get their gold onto the map, and just continue to expand this lead. Lotos, the game is slipping out of their fingers right now.
Yeah, and I think for Lotos, they were nearly to what could have been a really good window for them given their team comp, if they could have gotten a late game team fight, even around like 180k, 180k. But now that the lead is ballooned to 32k ahead, the stat difference really starts to become a big problem for them in some of these fights where their win conditions have narrowed, Jake. I think to the point of needing to catch Abrahams in a bad spot. Like if you were to play it in the way that, say, Buff Enjoyers did last week, you would be looking to go, can we catch Jamside out, get a pick, and then go from there. But I think catching Jamside out, especially on a gun Kelvin, not as likely as that's some jump pad difficulties there, Jake.
Yeah, no, believe me, man. You don't want to see me in the games trying to get on the jump pad. I can't flame Taz, you know, glass houses and all. Calico just warp speeding around the map. It's good to see the Calico back in play, man. This hero's insane. 7 picks up that Transcendent cooldown. It's going to have 100% uptime there on the Power Surge. So powerful. And yeah, there's not really even an attempt to contest Earn, and the lead is reaching that point where you start to get super scared. Toxic, Spirit Shred, both online for this 7. And I mean, he's gone for a pretty tanky build as well, recognizing that Lotos want to initiate on him, want to catch him. And they really do have these 2 very strong stand-up carries in the team fight. Kelvin plus 7 together is pretty scary to try and come into these heroes. They both have massive team fighting skills. If you want to catch them first, then you might be biting off more than you can chew.
Shrines going down, and Lotos, I mean, respecting the Rejuvenator, but maybe too much. About another 20 seconds so left on the Rejuvenator, and Lotos has just avoided any hard commits here, Jake. They give up all their base Guardians, they give up Shrines and first stage Patron, and I don't know, I kind of look as a full commit might have been the end of the game, so maybe it was the right play, but it's difficult to watch as Rejuvenator still has time left, and they catch Rayeg.
They're trying to wait out the end of the rejuve. They get a lash ult. I don't think that's getting people into the fountain, though, and this Kelvin ult's great. It's going to protect the 7, and even Viscous just doesn't have the tankiness to survive that. Stuns come in, and game over here, ZP. Abraham's going to be advancing into that money match. Players dropping like flies, 7. 3 players, all rejuves gone right away, but they've done enough damage, I think, and the Patron is down. Players trying to get into this fight, they have to on Lotos. They cannot afford to let that Patron get pressured, but yeah, 7 still so tanky with that Spellbreaker. Lash, the debuff remover does keep him alive, and Furnace is still up to fight, but yeah, they're just pumping damage now into the Patron, and game over here.
Patron gonna go down, and Abraham's getting their rematch against Buff Enjoyers in the money match, which of course back up to $1,000 per region, courtesy of Intel. And I gotta say, it was an interesting game. I was not expecting the gun, Kelvin Jake, but what more can you say? It worked.
Look, anything can work. We talked about innovative builds on the new heroes, but, I think one of the things I've seen, and like I played a lot of Dota in the past, and like, there's always something new. There's always something unexplored, even sometimes years after heroes are released and people thought they've explored everything, because, some of these top players with an innovative style can find the perfect answer. And having options like this, having like a gun Kelvin in your pocket, makes it so much harder to draft against you when a hero can truly slot into multiple styles, multiple roles. Like, when you draft that Kelvin, you don't necessarily know if he's going to be going to jam side playing gun carry or support.
Gentlemen, great cast. Wasn't as long of a game as I was hoping for. ZP, was their first mistake not picking Doorman?
It's hard to say the competitive level. I would have liked to have seen it, if nothing else, for the community appeal going in. I think that hero is still has untapped potential, but maybe it just, the emphasis, the word untapped. They're not quite ready to use it on a competitive level. I mean, look, in terms of draft, I think that what Lotos drafted with was a perfectly viable comp, and I mean, had win conditions all the way into the late game. Just some things didn't quite work out, and I think part of that is just, you look back at the engage they went into on the Saints, where they just essentially got baited by Mo and Krill, don't finish off the pick, and it leads to like this devastating team fight where they give up 4 for nothing, and at that point they just couldn't recover.
Let's take a look at some of the best highlights from this game. Paradox picked with the first pick, put to use in the early game. Who was kind of the star, though? If you're looking for an MVP, was there a top performer from the Abrahams tonight?
I was pretty impressed with the gun Kelvin. I mean, it's not something we see that much of, but I felt like a lot of these fights were, almost over before they began with some of these catches. I think also got to give a lot of credit to Saint on the Mo. Had this big interrupt here in the mid lane fight, kept Vindicta alive, got her out of the scenario. And a lot of key catches baiting some of these engagements with just his incredible tankiness. So I think this is really an across-the-board win. If you're looking for an MVP, maybe it's the Kelvin, maybe the 7 also. Once he got into some of these key tanky items in the late game, he was just a massive problem. I don't think they killed him once after he had the Spellbreaker, except maybe with the Reju.
ZP, Billy is now 0-3 on stream. You're still putting faith in this guy.
He's the GOAT. But it may not be the GOAT that everyone's thinking about in regards to that. I think Billy, on face value, his kit still feels to be like it could be strong, but I'm not sure people are there yet. I think
7 days in, they haven't figured it out yet.
Yeah, and I mean, when you look at some of Pyro's play here, Pyro was missing on some combos that I feel like you give another 3 or 4 weeks at comp scene would be more automatic. And I'm not blaming Pyro as much there. It's still a new hero, but has Billy been played to his potential in these losses? I kind of doubt it.
Poor Billy. Poor Lotos. That is the end of the road for them once again, but the Abrahams are moving forward. Jake, if you are going to describe their play style, are they the best team in Europe? Are they the second best team? What makes them a consistent force? I know they're missing Hoot, but they didn't look too shabby in this qualifier matchup.
Yeah, Abraham, something that they've shown a lot over the weeks and months in competitive Deadlock is that they're really good at, slowly incrementally expanding those leads, at taking the trades on the map. And that's going to be a mark of all the top teams really in the game, is that they don't overplay their hand with a given lead. They know how to get just that little bit more out of the map, just to grow the lead little by little and make sure they never give up the one decisive fight that lets the comeback get going. They always, I think, are really wise to bring numbers to the right engagements and, not throw good money after bad. So just the cleanliness, the execution, and the awareness of the macro play. At this level, you need it to compete.
All right, we're going to take a look at the stats and, of course, our player of the match before we get into our money matchup. Buff Enjoyers, a.k.a. former Virtus Pro, waiting for our $1,000 matchup for Europe that is guaranteed by our new partner, Intel. Intel, welcome to the night shift. Episode 3, a.k.a. the third shift, is up and running, and already we have one result in the book. ZP, if they just woke up, they're tuning in. What'd they miss in our first game?
You missed Gun Kelvin. That's what you missed. He's back. Where you go, oh, Kelvin, the support guy, right? Saint with like top healing the game, right? No. What if we give it to Jamside instead and you have a relentless chase down gun Kelvin? And take a look at the damage though, still falling behind ABL, though not too surprised. Just you pop one Storm Cloud and it'll do a little bit of damage padding, I'll say.
It's a cool build from ABL, the early Spellbreaker there, just being so tanky and hard to kill, recognizing that they keep trying to catch him and initiate on it.
If you're going to look at Lotos's build, is there anything that kind of stood out as a mistake? Or was this just a plan that never really got its chance to unfold?
It's interesting to me that the Billy doesn't go for like the heavy melee. They just go for the life strike and the spirit strike. So they're more relying on the bat to get initiations and, you know, the extra charge there. So, you know, playing that really cooldown heavy style, I think it makes sense for Billy in a way. Maybe something, if I was going to point to one thing, maybe the Ricochet on Infernus maybe needed to be all in on the single target this game with the risk of getting, you know, domed in with Kelvin to or trying to burn down somebody off of that initial holiday catch. There's an argument for that, for maybe skipping Ricochet this game, but across the board, I think this is just Abraham earning the win. I don't know if I would call this really like mistakes or errors for Lotos.
Who's trying to drown you, Jake? Someone is over on your side of the internet. A little goblin's pulling you under. We're going to throw you a life preserver. In the meantime, ZP, you're looking at 10 players worth of stats. What is your favorite number on this screen? What are you staring down? Who's your MVP?
You know, MVP, it's not necessarily by the numbers, but I think it has to be for bringing back into the fray and maybe ruining a bunch of pub games with people trying to copy the build unsuccessfully. For me, it's got to be Jamside, bringing out the gun Kelvin and old friend, welcome back. It still worked here for Abrahams. Do I think they'll pull it out against VP? Buff Enjoyers. Unsure, but it's always cool to see things like this come out of nowhere. No one went into the day expecting this particular Kelvin build to come back, but it's one of the cool things about watching competitive Deadlock is that you can go into any given week and people will have a different take on the meta, you know, powered either by recent changes, item builds, or just fresh inspiration. And it definitely felt like something that Lotos was not entirely expecting going into the game.
Yeah, you gotta love aggressive play, and the aggressive Kelvin is not something we have seen in my first two shifts here at the night shift. I'm loving Deadlock. I am loving what the Abrahams are bringing to the stage, but looking at the numbers, Kelvin, Vindicta, Calico, all banned in week 1. That was the week that Abrahams won. If those characters disappear, what else could we expect Jamside to be rocking moving forward, ZP?
I think for Jamside, his hero pool has been relatively well-defined. The Kelvin, sort of a newer, or at least a throwback that we've seen every now and then, but Jamside is going to be within the sphere of Infernus, Seven, probably Kelvin from what we saw here, or if you go deep enough into the lore, there was an era where Jamside was playing a lot of Gun McGinnis, but you know, that aspect of Jamside hasn't really been seen since one of the last one-win bombshell tournaments, so
it's
don't
been
know
a
if we're
minute.
going to see that.
It's time to bring it back. It's football season here in America. Let's celebrate with our European friends as Buff Enjoyers Abrahams are going ding, 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 round 3 in our EU Finals matchup. That is coming up in just a moment while we give our players a second to get some water. Jake, we've got to give some love to Intel because Intel Gamer Days are right now. And if you get discounts, not only on just the gear, but they're also going to give you a game, right? Black Ops 6 is out and they want you to have it. Big shout out to our friends at Intel making this happen.
Am I still underwater? Let's find out. What do you guys
You're
think?
good.
Okay,
You're clean
okay. Maybe my internet still has a couple kinks to get out. We'll see. Hopefully you guys don't have to suffer through my drowning experience again. But yeah, you gotta check out these Intel Gamer Days. Thanks for Intel to sponsor this and bring this tournament back to life. Get it, you know, off the ground once again. It's always great seeing them support here in the Deadlock community.
ZP, I found the script. Get discounts on a wide variety of Intel powered desktops, laptops, and qualifying purchases. Can you earn you that Black Ops Battlefield 6? Jesus, we need a break. When we come back, I'm going to try that again. Intel, close your eyes. We just blacked out for a second. The gameplay was too good. It gets better, but we're going to do the promo before that kicks off when we come back. It's night shift.
Gonna give him the extra item slot and the swap on the Billy. Abraham's now 6K lead, but the true lead here, Jake, is just what they've done in terms of map control with all Guardians down.
Yeah, and this is where, with all the ultimates, most of them down for Abraham's, maybe you can get something done as they look to pressure a Guardian here. Maybe they could grab an urn or something like that, but the game's looking pretty scary.
Liner where they need to at least be even with the game, if not ahead, to have good performance. And I don't think you're gonna fear pyro going on you, but meanwhile, Death Slam
Huge catch.
looking for jam side. He's gonna go. Main prize here though is the Guardian. Get the extra slot. Go from there. And, main prize here though is the Guardian. Get the extra slot. Go from there, and in fact, they still lead the goal.
Also, following up with kills is massive. They're able to catch Kelvin here would be huge, but Kelvin slides away with that ice path. Can be a pretty hard hero to catch.
Quick little fight going down as Calco running away. Death Slam off on the other side of the map, down and in. But here comes Mo out of nowhere, preventing some of the follow through. It's all getting into it down here in the middle.
Billy, maybe one of the few heroes who can tango though inside that Kelvin dome.
Well, normally I would say yes, but the problem is Billy, not quite the farm needed to do that. Lotos on the 15-minute earn. Just see Sai grabbing it and running away. All they lose is a bit of block range speed, but good staying hit from all sides. They don't really have the personnel for full defense the way that they would like. Sai's gonna be able to get away if he gets jumped on here. A whole lot of blue here in the left middle. But take a look.
Abrams up with the ulti, but looks like he's surrounded. And the Kelvin dome, good luck fighting with the +1 as well. Taz inside Warpstone just a second early, but I mean, he has to take risks here on Abrams right now. Pretty hard. You know, I think in coordinated games, the value of the execute is so high if you're really playing for it. But as I say that, hold on. The catch here onto Taz, a great hero to catch, but hold on. They have this much more support here for the side of Abrams coming in to assist that. Swap in, denies Abrams himself here from getting onto that zip. And
Rushing as Abrahams goes in. Walker pressure though still maintained off here on the right side.
Instinct looks like going for a bit of gun prio here with the Toxic, with that extra reload, and Boundless up next. So I think the Spellbreaker is going to be a lot of that tankiness that maybe ABL wants to be a hero who says, okay, come jump on me, try it first. Taz, meanwhile, caught shopping. Classic place to be caught by the TP. Abrams on top of him trying to follow up, but there's more assist here, and I think this should be a defensive ult as well. Not scared to dive into enemy territory. Holiday trying to slip away from the 7. I don't know if you can take that fight. Infernus is probably the one.
Give up all their base Guardians, they give up Shrines and first stage Patron, and I don't know, I kind of look at it as a full commit might have been the end of the game, so maybe it was the right play, but it's difficult to watch. The Rejuvenator still has time left, and they catch Ray.
They're trying to wait out the end of the Rejuve. They get a lash ult. I don't think that's getting...
Patron gonna go down, and Abraham's getting their rematch. Yeah, I mean, the lane that seems most interesting to me is the lane that also is getting a bit of a beating when you're doing Viscous Billy, but Pyro, Guardian-wise, they're getting very close to hitting left Guardian down. So things getting a little bit rough here for Lotos, but...
Oh, nice grab.
Coming on down, yeah, quick low grab, and left-hand side, just Calico taking the farm, Vindicta coming back in, and now forcing the movement back.
It's a nice rebuttal game, I think, as well for Calico, who he just makes it a lot more complicated to play against.
Line here, you got the side in over the top, 3-on-2 opportunity here for Lotos. Try and get either Calico or Vindicta. Seismic Slam, up and looking. Down it goes. This is going to be enough. Heavy pressure here on the Calico, but the parry comes in and still might get away.
Maybe, though. Abrams catches it, getting the rewards.
Let's turn to 3-on-3 here on the left. Guardian all in play. Chain Gang out. One chain going to break. Now go for the melee again.
Low players on the other side here. They've got to be careful. Guardian seems like it's going to be going down for sure.
Yeah, just had 2 minutes before Abraham rotated over. It's going to be the extra item slot and the swap on the Billy. Abraham's now 6K lead, but the true lead here, Jake, is just what they've done in terms of map control with all Guardians down.
Yeah, and this is where, with all the ultimates, or most of them down for Abraham's, maybe you can get something done. So they look to pressure a Guardian here. Maybe they could grab an urn or something like that, but the game's looking pretty scary.
Liner where they need to at least be even with the game, if not ahead, to have good performance. And I don't think you're going to fear Pyro going on you, but meanwhile, Death Slam,
Huge catch.
looking for jam side. Is going to go. Main prize here, though, is the Guardian. Get the extra slot. Go from there and back yourself.
Night Shift has a new champion, a hero to bring over the damage from the dark side, a stalker, bloodthirsty, cruel drifter. The Shady Folks decided this should be the 5th hero to join us here out of the 6. What should we know about Drifter, Jake and ZP? I want to start with you, Jake.
All right, so I've just been checking him out here in the training range, seeing what his skills do. I don't have the stream right now, so let me know when you're on my cam. We start talking about it. But he seems like okay, so he's like a heavy damage melee hero that really focuses on, rather than melee hero, but a close range sort of shotgun hero. Your primary weapon is this like claw shotgun. Seems pretty good, pretty sweet in the mid range. Probably pretty good at last hitting. And then crucially, this passive is really what you want to think about. Is that on isolated enemy heroes, you're going to do massive damage. You're going to have like buffed movement speed, and you're going to have this permanent 5% weapon damage per isolated hero kill, which I don't know how often people are going to be isolated, but that is wild to be stacking permanent weapon damage. I mean, you could easily be at like plus 50% weapon damage at some point in the game if you get off to like a hot start. And so there's a crazy snowballing mechanic on this hero. Then we go over the skills. So I would say one of the key skills is this melee. You like charge it up and then hit somebody with a powerful melee, close range. You're going to do extra spirit damage. You're also going to get, if you max it, huge bullet lifesteal. This mark is like a skill shot, and if you land it on somebody, later on you could teleport to right behind them. And of course, you have massive follow-up. And then the ulti, I don't know if we're really going to show it that well on the range, but enemy heroes hit in this AoE are going to be, I have their vision limited. I guess they just like can't see maybe out of the dark, so you could be like hitting them and attacking them from out of their vision. Assuming they're like almost flashbang smoked into that small AoE. So this hero feels pretty strong to me, actually. This looks like a pretty sick like gun carry hero. My only question is, how often are people really going to be isolated in high level play especially? But this is one I think fans are going to really be excited to hop on and play.
Chat's saying this is going to be kind of the solo queue superhero. ZP, you agree?
Yeah, I think Pub Stomp actually should be in one of the 3 boxes describing the character. Just like, everything there. Also add Pub Stomp to it. Particularly where this hero is going to thrive is when people are off, you have that one guy on your team that's like never coming to team fights is in the jungle. Well, maybe they're going to want to come to some team fights because Drifter is just going to be on them the entire game. I mean, invading the jungle seems to be a Drifter specialty. We'll see how it works out in terms of the laning phase, but Drifter, if nothing else, has tools to seemingly get way ahead of the game under the right circumstances. So I'm excited to see it in competitive play, where, by the way, while it won't be available for EU money match, it is going to be available in all of North America today.
And North America was not afraid to bring out anything last week. They tried it all. So put a little pressure on them in the chat. They are always down to perform for you. But this next matchup is going to have $1,000 on the line for EU. They're going to be taking it very serious. It's also going to be the decider fight between the former Virtus Pro squad, now playing as Buff Enjoyers, taking on, of course, the Abrahams. Before we get to that, though, we got to give a shout out to our friends on Intel. And in fact, Intel is going to be ponying up the $1,000 for tonight's fight. That means you get to keep your money in your pocket as we cheer on Sherrick, D-Mov, Listic, Obi Kim, Hoot, and Zergy, the Buff Enjoyers, with a fresh logo tonight. Jake, who came in last week on Pocket and was a menace? Who else do you like to watch on this squad?
I think Hoot's definitely a hot player to watch. I think Zergy is a player that I personally watched a lot since I try to play a lot of late game carries in my pub, especially the sevens. I like to watch Zergy. Learn from me. He streams a lot. It's a great one to watch and check out with YouTube content as well. So definitely those are the players I'll keep my eye on. But Obi Kim on the support could be one of those players bringing out things like Paige or Doorman and, like playing these unconventional support styles. So I'm really excited to see what his take maybe is on some of these new characters.
Listic was the one playing Mina, and of course, D-Mov won our MVP with the Viscous play. The Buff Enjoyers getting the better hand of the fight against the Abrahams, Hoot's old squad. So let's take a look at the team that just won our Challenger matchup. ZP, what should we know about the Challengers from week 1?
Yeah, I mean, what you have to know about Abrahams is that while obviously a little bit of a roster change with ABL getting added from the old one-win team and Hoot going over to Buff Enjoyers, this team is just stacked with mechanical skill. They can make things work that arguably you wouldn't expect to work. And look, I mean, they've adapted and showed us a new look against Lotos in the best of 1, but something tells me is that they may have been saving some of their better looks here for the Buff Enjoyers match. Like, there is a world where, given how adaptive drafts are, if they were to use something like Doorman or were to use something like Paige, they held it in reserve specifically for this match that's coming up against Buff Enjoyers. And I'm excited to see what happens because historically these two teams have played each other incredibly close.
It's been good games, close games. Will we have another long game, or is it going to be a raffle stomp like we saw in the opener? Jake's trying to figure out how to get above water. Bro, you just got to close out of Deadlock, sadly. You can't run Discord, the stream, Twitch. He's got YouTube. He's got his kick field open. I've seen it there in the window. Jake, we're going into this next game, though, and this is two teams that are very familiar with each other. Do you play around with game number one at this point? It's a best of three.
I think you got to just lay your mark on the match, especially with these two teams. They're always trading championships. Yes, okay, it's Buff Enjoyers in the defending slot today, but it could have just as easily been Abraham. So with all the new characters, I feel like this is always going to be that exciting clash where both teams bring out everything they've got. I think you might be right, ZP. There's a real chance Abrahams have some more in the tank that they didn't show in that challenger match, but here in the money match against Buff Enjoyers, I think you want to come out swinging. You want to come out strong and win game one, set the tempo of the series.
I got better things to do than get
Abrahams banning their namesake to kick things off here, saying no Listic, maybe you got, or Hoot, you won't be using the Abrams this time around. It was Hoot playing it last time, but does open things up here to see what Buff Enjoyers is going to ban first. Do they respect the Doorman, or do they just get rid of Abrahams as bread and butter? To me, I think they may keep the bans a little bit more traditional, get rid of something like the Vindicta first, but instead they get rid of the Paradox.
Been there in back-to-back matches for the Abraham, so it makes sense to get rid of that because there's also first pick. If you remember last game, Vindicta and Calico, they were in that top list of characters banned in week one when Abrahams won. Where were they in week two? Will they make it into the games here for week three, Jake?
I think Vindicta tends to be pretty high prio, with her ability to escape some dangerous situations, just like the flight ability on top of having some strong catch and some range nuking, great status effects. Feels like a hero that you kind of want in any draft. You're never mad that you have, Vindicta can follow up on a lot of these openers and stake people down, and it's great for setting up more fallout from the rest of your teammates and maybe snowballing in the early game. Abrahams are going to prio, the holiday, given that they've, already put a ban onto Paradox. Taz says, all right, give me one of my best heroes. And I think there's good reason to give Taz a hero that he's super strong and comfortable on. This guy just has so many big games on these pick initiators.
All right, so Viscus, our MVP, is probably going to Demov, right? So that's the expectation for Buff Enjoyers. What's your second pick, ZP?
I think that with Moan Krill going out here, it's kind of interesting. I would expect Abrahams to secure their front line now, get Warden. Warden, I think will go no matter what in the next two picks, unless they have something ridiculous planned. I would love to see Abrahams go Warden Yamato, but maybe they will feel a little bit less pressured with Moan Krill picked. I don't know. I still actually think you go Warden Yamato here, get your front line, and Abrahams plays really, really well with both heroes. But instead, they decide, let's go Gun Kelvin again another time. Maybe. It could be for Saint, it could be for Jam side. We don't know.
It's a nice thing about this pick, right? You can respond to how the draft goes, and if you could pick another carry, or you could end up leaving this in the support role as it's conventionally played and just use it to defend against some key heroes. I do think the Mo Krill is a great pick against Holiday. I mean, she's so mobile, she loves to dance around, and to just hard lock her down is usually a great option. Shiv, though, classic combo with the Kelvin, very strong in the lane, very strong later in the game. You dome somebody in with Shiv, they can't run away, they're in real trouble.
So, Shiv, strong or shit? That was the question from chat.
So, I mean, I think the thing with Shiv is he's just always on the edge of a knife because of his execute skill. It's so powerful to be able to nuke people down from whatever the threshold is, 20, 25%.
So chat
HP.
should not play Shiv, but the pros can play Shiv.
I haven't seen it look very good in my rank games. I will say it has looked pretty weak in the uncoordinated environment of a rank game. But I think if the team is behind you, they're pumping heals into you, they're catching people for you, then Shiv is an absolutely amazing hero at capitalizing on that amount of resources. It's just not that realistic maybe to get those resources in your average game of Deadlock where if Shiv falls behind and he just feels kind of useless, right? He really needs to be where he wants the game, in his control, I think, to be effective.
ZP, not only did we see Hoot get a pocket, Warden gets banned by Buff Enjoyers. What happens the rest of the way? Walk me through this draft.
Yeah, I mean, I think for Buff Enjoyers, this kind of signals that for their front line, they're looking for maybe something along the lines of running the Billy. For Abrahams, it's a little bit surprising to me. I feel like we went back in time. There was a period meta-wise where you would run Shiv Kelvin lanes all the time. Shiv was a really high-prio pick, especially for Abrahams because it is probably Together's best hero historically. But, based on testimony of the players, they're thinking, okay, maybe Shiv isn't that worth picking over other options in that particular slot, especially early in the draft. But they've kind of gone back to their old ways. Meanwhile, Buff and Joyce are able to pick up the Vindicta at the number 4 spot. That is wild. We have not seen that in many weeks of Deadlock competitive play.
Yeah, getting Vin so late in the draft feels amazing. And, you know, I think for Shiv, the Pocket has always been sort of the classic counter since Pocket's ulti does massive damage, takes you down. However, it's for most heroes non-lethal. It can't actually finish you off. You run back to base, you're on 1 HP. The Pocket ult isn't killing you. But Shiv, because of his bloodletting skill, actually does die to the Pocket ult because it's like his own passive deferred damage that in fact kills him. So in some situations, the early game especially, you get afflicted, and where any other heroes would go back to base and be all right, Shiv can end up dying because of that passive skill. So technically, usually a good matchup.
Lash back in it, back-to-back games. Let's close this out. Buff Enjoyers get the final 2, and then we'll be going over to Abrams. Paige, making it in, ZP. True or false? I say false.
Honestly, I would love for it to be true, but we'll see. It hasn't shone out in the first game. What's interesting to me, okay, we got the Billies, so you got to think that's going to be Listic playing it from what we've seen so far from Buff Enjoyers. But also, Abrahams was trying to take away Zergy heroes here, where they pick the Infernus, which signals that it'll be Gemside Infernus, Saint on Kelvin, and then they take down the 7. So Zergy's going to have to go back to the well and play something along the lines of like maybe a Wraith, which has been sort of like lower in the priority list for carry heroes or something else. And okay, it is going to be the Wraith. Yeah.
So
it's not a bad Wraith game though.
Is it a popular jungle character? Why are we going Wraith? Explain that, because Zergy, every time he went to his screen, was hitting headshots on the 7 last week.
So Wraith, I think the real problem with Wraith at the highest level is just the laning phase being one of the weakest of these like late game carry heroes. And also compared to 7, compared to Infernus, you're really not a team fighter, right? You're very much all about those single target catches and pickoffs until you get like ultra late and get super farm. So it's like a split pushing carry, which makes it a little bit weird and you know, pretty different than things like Infernus and 7. However, I think it's a good game for the Wraith, mostly because of the Lash matchup. You could like, you know, if you can catch that Lash with a Wraith ulti, you can break the ult, like Lash's ulti and deny him some of those setups. You know, even Shiv likes to get in there, get super aggro, but could be in trouble if he gets Wraith lifted as well. So, you know, I think Wraith not the best option for Buff Enjoyers. I think it's their last option. I think they were sort of forced to by good bans and picks from Abrahams to force them into this spot in the draft.
Grey Talon, what do I need to know about this character? Have not seen it on Night Shift yet, ZP.
Enough about Grey Talon is that Grey Talon can be paired in some like pretty explosive burst lanes where if you fall behind HP wise, it can actually be really hard to stay in lane. But where Talon really shines when he's done well in competitive play over the last few months, it's when you put Talon in the mid lane, and then once he gets ult, you can use Owl to pressure the entire map effectively. You can send an Owl to left or right with impunity and set up kills while not actually leaving mid. So like Grey Talon's ability to apply map pressure in the early part of the game with Owl is probably his absolute best attribute, you know, from about 10 minutes to about 15.
All right, here we go. It is your European final, $1,000 up for grabs thanks to our friends at Intel. Buff Enjoyers versus Abrahams. First to 2 wins walks away money. On the mic for this one, we've got the great ZP Cast and Jake OW. Follow them on Twitter and listen to their voices in game. Crank up these headphones.
And we're heading into it, Jake. And honestly, I think if Abrahams takes map 1, you got to look at the draft here, where I think going out of their way, the ban 7 taking Furnace, you know, it puts a lot on the Wraith. And we'll see if Wraith is able to perform up to, you know, the same levels we've seen Zergy on the Infernus or 7. But you think about it, we just haven't really seen Zergy play much than 7 or Infernus in the last month or so.
Yeah, I mean, I think those are probably generally the top sort of like late game carry heroes right now. They have great individual single target damage, but they also have big follow-ups, big team fight skills where maybe they can get active a little bit earlier. They have a different way to contribute than just raw gun carry, where Wraith kind of a one-trick pony in that sense. I'm also thinking I like the GT as a final pick here because I think in the environment of like mid-late game where Wraith can be split pushing and like looking to take down walkers, then being able to throw the bird from across the map, then you get like a +1 on top of Wraith, and the bird can catch Wraith after the blink or before the blink, even more deadly. Then you actually could have that follow-up damage to get on top and finish off the Wraith in these split push environments. However, it can kind of go the other way. I think GT also typically builds absolute glass cannon, like all damage, no tankiness, and if Wraith gets on top of you, you are not going to live long.
Well, speaking of lanes, they did go for just what is a very bursty mid lane with the GT Holiday mid. So, you know, it's kind of, you know, tale of two sides here. You got big burst on one side, and then you got survivability on the other with Sherrick on the Mo and Krill. But Mo and Krill gets too low from the poke. As we kind of mentioned in the last game, Mo can kind of get sentenced to purgatory.
Yeah, especially on these very early levels. You know, typically I think Mo's, if they can, they hard rush Quicksilver Reload as their very, very first item. But you get low early, and it's not going to matter. You're not going to be able to hit that on heroes and get that massive on-hero lifesteal from your first skill. So Sharik has to be cautious in these next couple waves and, you know, really play his HP effectively.
Really like the idea of the Billy Viscous lane on the left, by the way. I think Viscous may cover for some of Billy's issues, also has the ability to set up Billy for kills. I'm curious to see if that lane matchup works, but D-Mov and Listic holding up the left, already pushing Abrahams pretty deep into their Guardian.
Yeah, this is a scary lane to play against. I mean, if you don't have the ability to play range, right? We saw Vindicta against this lane, and she just was totally fine, right? She was backing off all the time, just playing under the tower, playing super long range, getting all the last hits, not sweating the threat from Billy. But, you know, if you're not able to do that, if you're not able to play a range, you can be in trouble. And speaking of trouble, mid lane, it's just the raw poke, man. Sharik getting absolutely melted in these first couple waves, and that's going to be a lot of tower damage. Just a healthy wave crashing here.
It's also really problematic, I think, going forward for buff enjoyers, where if Abrahams is able to get middle Guardian down early, you can leave GT in middle. He's going to be sending owls to the left and right. And at the same note, while he's sending owls left and right, Tass is going to be the one doing roaming on the holiday, looking to set up lasso picks. I mean, the early to mid-game pressure that Abrahams is going to be able to apply here, if this lane is successful, is kind of wild.
Zergy getting some nice and eyes, but that's a big parting headshot. Zergy's really low now, isn't really going to be able to peek up much, and GT going in deep past the tower, grabs the parry, and then that finish off damage. And I mean, mid lane's going from bad to worse. Wraith, we talked about the weakness in the lane, and it's only amplified against Holiday. We talked about burst lanes, right? Holiday GT, it doesn't get much burstier than this. Sharik finally gets that Quicksilver reload online, but he's so low. Is he even going to be able to get into hero range?
I think the scary part here, too, is that they're not even denting the lane of Abrahams here. But the GT super healthy, but Billy here on the dive. Listic going in, gets parried. The one downside about Billy when you're going for the melee is you can have your day ruined by the parry. Lash got super low. Billy not quite able to finish off. Instead, getting burned on down here. The parry at the very end is Jam's side able to finish it off.
And D-Mob just slips away with a kill as well. So, I mean, that would have been incredibly dominant for buff enjoyers. The parries did enough to take Listic down, turn it into a 1-for-1, but Furnace still pretty low there.
Of course, checking in on the right-hand side. The Shiv Kelvin lane, still reasonable. I don't think it's quite as scary as it was in the past, but oh man, Sherrick going down again in middle. The middle lane needs help, Jake, but the way Deadlock is, it's pretty hard to do a lane change at this point or send someone over the gank. You kind of have to handle your own business.
No, you just can't. You just need to lose your Guardian here. I think it's basically a foregone conclusion at this point. Shiv in a bit of potential trouble. Been over the top. Shiv's just too low to stick around in that fight. Kelvin's trying to go in solo, but I mean, you can have strong lanes, but I feel like Vindicta is one of the best in the game at just defusing a strong lane, a threatening poke lane that normally would be a problem. It's just hard to land that damage on Vindicta, and she's so good at trading it. I mean, the Rush Suppressor, Healbane queued up next. That's a monster opener combo against particularly the Shiv Kelvin lane that relies on those heals that Healbane's going to disrupt.
I think one thing of note, yeah, the lasso not quite connecting, and I mean, for Vindicta, actually, hold the phone here. GT under tons of pressure, now rolling away. Wraith on the chase down, 2 HP down. Zergy taking the initiative off the missed lasso. Not sure if Sherrick is going to be able to survive 100 HP. Not the easiest thing for Tass to dive in on here, though. Probably just going to hang out.
Maybe else coming with Bird, though. I don't think he can stay in this lane for long. I mean, Sharik is one Bird. I don't know how he's ever going to evade that if he stays in this lane. So he's going to have to pick his battles wisely here. But I don't know what other option you have. There's not really a way to heal at this point in the game. You can go back to base, but you're almost certainly losing Guardian for that.
Yeah, it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah, he's taking a base trip. He's taking the base trip. That's going to be mid Guardian, or it very likely should be that mid Guardian once they're able to crash a wave. And I think Zergy is just going to do the same. They're just going to give up this mid Guardian, survive for now. And this is the nature of Wraith, right? You do give up a lot in the early game. You're hoping to be able to make that up later. You're hoping that the early game maybe isn't this bad. But now you've freed up. We talked about the threat of GT farming in that mid lane, roaming with Owl, and I mean, there's few better heroes than the Holiday to get active in the early game in terms of once you've cleared that opening Guardian to go to side lanes.
And you can actually track when the rotation is going to happen. Look at Tess on the ult stats right now. Spirit Lasso is off cooldown, but once it's up, it's going to be going in. Meanwhile, Billy coming on in, Chang Gang, and Saf just gets pulled in and dead. Listic's mastery so far of Billy looking better than other Billies we've seen so far.
I mean, it's a good matchup against Lash, right? You catch Lash with that ultimate, and he relies so much on these movement skills. It's almost like a built-in slowing hex with that additional pull follow-up. And, you know, there's not many better heroes than Viscous to actually follow up with that damage. Point-blank bird from ABL hits 2, Taz with a follow-up, and it's 2 more kills in the mid lane. Zergy and Shriek were trying to get active, trying to turn their fates around. Hard to blame them for it. But instead, it's just more feeding, and, I mean, very efficient play here for ABL. It can just boost back to the base.
Look, Lasso is off cooldown, and where's Tass going? Tass is heading off to the right. Lasso on cooldown? Need to change that by getting a kill. The motto of any Holiday player to ever exist. We'll see who's in Tass's sights now as the right lane turned to a bit of a brawl. Deep dive in with the Affliction. Goes the pocket as who tries to create a little bit of room.
Going to be a lot of damage on Shiv, but I don't know if it's enough, right? With Kelvin just pumping heals. You can see that Shiv ticking a little bit, but oh, who is here but the Holiday to ruin Obakim's day? I mean, arguably one of the better games so far is on this Vindicta. Now I think it's a lot going to be on Viscous and Billy to snowball the game. A catch, though, under the Guardian. That's the cost of the rotation. The good punish from Buff Enjoyers. These kills are really valuable for players like Shriek and Zergy who are far behind.
Yeah, they're getting huge damage onto the Guardian, but still comes at a cost. Barrel into the crack shot, and Zergy goes down. Just a quick rotation back in, and again, it's going to be the same thing where I expect Taz to kind of hang out in middle until Spirit Lasso is nearly off cooldown, and then we'll rotate over. But you know, as I say that, we'll see. May just decide the freelance here and now. Went to the right last time, Jake. Now maybe doing a little bit of maintenance on the left.
I think, you know, GT is not really under threat in the mid lane when you don't have ultimates on these Buff Enjoyers mid laners to respond. Zergy is just going to head to the jungle already. I mean, and strangely, Zergy had a rough game in terms of deaths, but he's gotten the net worth at 6k net worth, and I wonder if he has, like, maybe if he rushed something like the Tesla to just up the farm speed in the early game, because Wraith has the potential to make a comeback in this game. I think, like, despite the it would be deceptive if you just thought about how bad the mid lane went, that Wraith somehow got her farm here, and actually she's going to be potentially a real threat in this game.
I think the threat for Buff Enjoyers in the next minute or so is that Owl is ready to go. Tass is now good to go on Spirit Lasso in just a moment, so pressure is going to come in on all ends. Let's say that, though. Take a look at Hoot. Hoot getting chased down a little bit by Saint.
Nice moves. He's gonna slip
bit
away. Yeah, head back to base. It's the threat of the pocket, right? With just like very clean movement, clean outplay. Probably the highest skill hero, I would say, highest skill ceiling hero in Deadlock right now, which is the insane movement potential that pocket does bring.
Tass ready to go, just hanging out right now, Jake, looking for the opportunity. Maybe goes mid, maybe goes over to left. Just in the jungle at the shop right now. We'll see where he goes on this next lasso. Abrahams, for now, off here on the left-hand side. Shift over here, the jam side. Still good HP on the Furnace, taken up to the high ground. Right now, it's all about defending the Guardian. Pretty good damage, though, on both Sherrick and Listic. Maybe picking up more than they can chew here off in the corner. See jam side coming around, and it just burned the Mo, and Sherrick nearly just down. Too much damage.
Yeah, the follow-up's there. Defending the tower, starting to pay dividends for the moment. Parry is good, and the big follow-up here from Abrahams. They picked their moment well, and the roll from Dima, I don't know that this is going to be enough. He's trying to dance his way out of this, but the burn is just a little bit too much. Jamside picks up more kills, and I mean, talk about carrying. This is the one who really needs to have the best game, I would say, from Abrahams. And Furnace, see his build. It looks like, is he going? He's max afterburn too, so he's really going to go for that pure gun carry, not going for the dash build this game.
Yep, Jamside went full ice last game on the gun Kelvin. Now a little bit of fire on the Infernus. Also, speaking of fire, into the middle, Tess rotating over. Spirit Lasso ready to go. And you see Buff Enjoyers just kind of scattering. Although, I take a look, is Tess going in on Listic right now? Look at the minimap, it might be a thing.
Grabbing some farm, picking up some easy boxes here. And early game, it's been pretty back and forth. Abrahams have eked out a 6k lead here, which is not bad. I mean, that's like, maybe it's a little small items for each player, not necessarily game changing. An earn, though, at this phase would be huge, and I think that's something that Buff Enjoyers almost can't allow, but I'm wondering, what do you have to deal with it, right? Like, where's the big team fight ult? Mo just respawned and won't really be in this fight unless he goes straight there off the zip. Could be a scary spot to be here if you give up this urn to Abrahams and their lead expands.
I mean, to an extent, you'd be hoping for Hoot to land a really good affliction. It's one of your better team fight options here, but right now they're just going straight in for the turn-in with the Kelvin. Soul Urn grabbed on in. Frozen Shelter still in reserve. Not even has to be used here, Jake. Oftentimes, at the very least, you'd get the Frozen Shelter out for the urn, but right place, right time for Abrahams.
I think he's just calling the bluff. It's like, what do Buff and Jars really have? I don't think they were even going to attempt that. They were just looking to get whatever soul denies they can with Vindicta spamming down onto that urn, which, you know, I get it. Like, maybe that's the best you can do here. But still, it's painful. The lead expands nearly 10k now for Abrahams. They have a few more ultimates online as well. Taz is continuing his streak of very strong early games, snowballing into the mid game. And, you know, I think Hoot maybe is one who can be a difference maker for Buff and Jars, especially on this pocket, can find some big afflictions. But he had a rough start to the game. He had to do some very defensive opening builds, went for like the Majestic Leap, just fully rushed so he can actually play the game and be effective in these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Buff Enjoyers, you're hoping for really big team fight engages with the Affliction from Hoot, and ideally, Listic setting things up with Chain Gang on Billy. I think, to me, Listic's Billy is the X factor, because Listic historically is very, very good at just finding new ways of making frontliners super effective. It's the first time we're seeing him play Billy. But also, should Billy lose, I can guarantee you, Puckett's going to come in and be like, yeah, so that Billy guy is 0-5 now, right? And, the stats don't lie, if that is the case.
Yeah, I do see the vision, you know, like if you can catch some of these high mobility heroes like, you know, GT or Lash that don't want to be in the close range, you catch them with the ulti, you lock them down, you pull them in, maybe there's follow-ups with Tether or something like that. Like, I do see the strat here for the Billy and how he can be effective. It's just a lot, I think, depends on your ability to not just be an ult bot, right? Like, you need to be able to also be a strong front laner, also take some of the trades. And when it comes to that mid game, how he matches up against Shiv Kelvin is, I think, maybe going to be a bit of a bellwether for this hero. Although it's not exactly a fair fight with Kelvin right behind, buffing up Shiv and healing him up through all your damage.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone can just turn a fight, it would be Saint on the Kelvin. And you look at the map control situation here. Abrahams has generally had a little bit more of the map. Buff Enjoyers, you know, stuck on their side more than they would like. I'm kind of surprised it's been a bit quiet in the last 5 minutes. I would have expected to see Tass, you know, deep diving a little bit more. I actually did go for a lasso attempt off camera a little bit, so maybe did just have something and was a little bit of a miss. But now things getting up close and personal here in the middle. Hoot trying to chase down ABL. ABL super low, but eats the shots from ABL in turn. Super low is Hoot. ABL though caught by Listic towards the end. Hoot gonna have to disengage from the rest of the fight. Mid fight now in progress. Obikim in over the top, assassinate, looking for the shot. Lands one on the Tass. Tass running for his life. Up, away, hits it, does not fully kill. Dimov though will finish what Obikim started.
Yeah, nice couple kills there for the Buff Enjoyers, and the low players escaping with their lives. That's massive in terms of the comeback potential. Able to, you know, leverage those player advantages now to grab just a little bit more farm on the map and getting the game back a lot closer to even. However, Abrahams, I think there's a window for response in terms of the ulti tempo. That was a little bit expensive in terms of ultis, and, you know, Sharik still low HP on the Mo, so won't be the most effective until he heads back to base and resets.
Oh, from the top rope. Saf just comes down and slams the goat. That was a great time.
Yeah. Saf is pretty big too on the Lash. I feel like Lash is one of these heroes, the more you can just build like raw spirit nuking, the more ridiculous this hero gets. The more you're forced into some defensive green items, the sort of, you know, you become more of a utility team fighter, not necessarily a bad thing, but it's those games where Lash is like 90% spirit where it starts to get scary. He starts one-hitting people, especially people like Pocket with such low spirit resist. If you do get caught by Lash, you're in massive trouble.
Especially some of the recent builds where people will grab things like Spirit Bar on Lash, where it's like not only taking a massive damage from a ground strike, but also just lit on fire afterwards. Dude, a little bit of pressure, full-on rooftop fight.
Yeah, buffs coming up.
Ooh. We gotta pause to talk about this, Jake.
Oh,
you look at
brutal.
the setup right now. This is everyone involved, sans Zergy and Jamside. As together has had a pause, but man, oh man.
As expected, the core is jungling, but I kind of would like to see Zergy maybe come into this engagement and create a 6v5. I mean, you are down pretty significantly in terms of souls here. I think you need that +1 player advantage, and there's a wave that you kind of have to catch right now for Jam side. So there's a window here for Buff Enjoyers to bring the +1. Question is that enough? Because fighting out here in the open seems scary to me, honestly. Like Lash, Holiday, they are going to have their way with this fight. I'm not sure you can really match the roof brawl potential that Abraham's brings.
On top of that, you also have the Kelvin, the shake it up, but combo here on the buffs as we get another pause.
So tragic
Smiley
pause
face.
lock. Okay, initiation looks good. Is that a kill? It looks like the follow-up's going to be there in the combo. They don't have an immediate stun to break this Mo ulti, so I think this
shelter.
is opening pick off for Buff and Enjoyers. Zergy, I think if Zergy starts running right now, I mean, even if you shelter him, are you going to be able to save him?
He might be able to live, yeah, because, okay, the question is does Saint use nade? If Saint has nade and is able to drop shelter, I think there's a world where you can save Sapphire. I mean, it depends on how big the burst is going to be from Listic, but in theory, Saint is just, you know what Saint's keyboard is right now? 4 4 4 4 4 4 4 4.
And like, Vin is going to get domed out too, so I think you might be right, but it's going to be close. I think if he gets this ulti off, they're going to team like Buff Enjoyers. If he dies before it, it could go the other way. So a completely absurd pause here. Instant frozen shelter comes off. The assist is there, and he's not even popping the ulti. They're just confident. They had more people inside of the shelter. But a slip away from Buff Enjoyers.
Listic a little bit low towards the end. The save successful from Saint. Certainly had all the time in the road for it. Sherrick gets caught towards the end. Up 1 now. Abraham's looking healthy across the board. Listic still a little bit low. Demov getting beaten up. Goo ball or no. And that's 2 picks for Abraham's in what was a very pause-heavy fight.
Yeah, silly fight with the pauses, man. I mean, the one bright spot is that you do grab the urn here. You could look for a turn-in. However, it is a fair turn-in here in the middle of the map. GT does not want to be caught by Billy, and a mid-boss just immediately forced from Abraham's, calling the bluff, saying, okay, you want to run the urn, have fun with that. If we get a mid-boss rejuve here, it's worth so much more. And 15 minutes into the game, quite early for the mid-boss take.
Mid-boss getting taken on down here, and we'll see if there's any contest. The soul urn is grabbed, and yeah, they're going on, and Hoot dives over and in, looking for the big affliction. Death Slam, though, in response. Most of the rejuve taken up here, or all the rejuve by Abraham's, now chasing down those who dared to contest. Listic is down, and Hoot may be next on the menu. Sherrick right now in all the shots on the Mo, maybe tanky, but you got 4 members of Abraham's right behind you.
It's basically worst case scenario. You tried to contest the mid boss, you failed that contest, and you lost a bunch of kills in the meantime. So all your waves are going to be crashing against walkers right now. Abraham's have some decisions to make. Where do they want to go to press this advantage? Is it just diving straight for walkers? Maybe right now there's a good bit of jungle they could try to clear out on the opponent's side of the map. That looks like the some of these buffs are online, rather the camps are online here on the Buff and Jar side of the map, and Shiv is just going to hoover them up.
Yeah, and you look at how the fights are going to take place now. It's not just about the 10k difference that you have, but you look at the soul allocation. Buff and Joyers have gone out of the way to say, Zergy, get big, get huge. But you're on Wraith, who doesn't have the late game payoff quite as significant as some of the other heroes. But in the double Gamba right now, maybe Saint a little bit deep diving right now. Low HP on the Kelvin. 1 rejuve down. Task getting caught at the same time. So Buff and Joyers picking and choosing point here. Demov, though, may end up paying the price. Killing blow in, cuts him on down.
Let's get this show on the road.
Yeah, and this is a Shiv who's also invested here in the cult sack, so has a lot of like farm snowball potential into the late game. Building very tanky here with that spirit resist. It's going to be a bit of a problem. You have a lot of spirit damage on the Buff Enjoyer side, right? Like pretty much every character, at least at some extent, is going to rely on some of that spirit nuking. So dealing with this Shiv now starting to become a bit of a problem, especially with the rejuves online.
I think part of the problem for Buff and Joy is they're a team that when they do well, Jake, they usually invest in frontline, and they have a very usually ahead of the game frontline. What does Listic do when a 20k Shiv is walking up on him as a 14k Billy? Not much.
Die.
Yeah, exactly.
Dive quickly. I mean, that's the thing. It's like you're going to ult the Shiv. He wants to be on top of you. He wants to get pulled in and dive you. Especially with Kelvin assisting onto that. So yeah, we're talking about that, some of the issues with this, the Billy frontline. On top of that, I think Infernus brings a lot when it comes to the team fighting, right? Diving in with like countering someone like Mo who gets an initiation. They have some good stuns to counter the Mo initiation. Lasso comes to mind first, but also I think that Infernus ulti could come in and counter initiate, save somebody who's caught by Mo. And with Reju's online, you're not even worried about that. They are just full splitting. They're going to get pretty much every jungle camp off the map before they try to push and really make use of the reju. So it feels like a stay of execution, but actually it's kind of going from bad to worse for Buff Enjoyers.
Also, you talk about interrupts for Mo, and you're completely right on that, but Sherik is like pretty broke at the moment. You don't need interrupts when you can just shoot the mole and he's just gonna go down. It is the other problem here. So when I think about win conditions for buff enjoyers, I actually think it's a little bit narrow right now, Jake, where they can't take a straight up fight because of how weak their front line is, but they still have to make enough space for Zergy to capitalize on being somewhat ahead on the Wraith. It's a very tough set of conditions that almost relies on Abraham's getting caught out of position first to give buff enjoyers a man advantage.
Yeah, Wraith just has to find single pickoffs, and you're just not getting those advantages, those opportunities. Mo caught getting absolutely brutalized here, can't even get underground. And yeah, it's a lasso and a lash ult used for 1 kill, but you're totally happy to just secure any kills you can get here without any kind of a trade in the team fight. Because Abraham's, they're just looking to continue to expand that lead. We talked about this last game, right? They play from ahead and they just get further and further ahead. They're split 3-3 on the map here, so there's no easy team fight. There's no individual player that Zergy could catch and pick off, and there's not much for Wraith to do right now, right? Like, I think this is where that point in the game where buff enjoyers are going to start to feel really closed in on the map. There's just not much for them to be accomplishing.
Also, scaling wise, we talked about before, Vindicta's main power spike is early through mid. Once you get to late game, Vindicta, while not useless, it still will usually be applying reasonable utility. It's not the same level of threat. And take a look at this. You're going in on the shift, but he's so tanky. You hit him with the telekinesis, you hit him with a little bit of WM1, and he doesn't care. He absolutely does not care, Jake.
Yeah, combo onto Lash, but follow-up, I just don't think there's enough. They do put a lot of damage onto some of the key heroes for Abraham's, and I think that's going to maybe send Abraham's just to reset and maybe re-engage later. But that is good damage. I think that buys you a little bit of space here for buff enjoyers. It may be expensive, but yeah, I think it's Abraham's are actually smart not to try to force that fight with the threat of maybe some pickoffs that Obicam or Dmop could find with their burst.
Oh,
with the bird.
Down. You just see Listic at half HP and you hear the screech in the distance, and But yeah, Furnace. It's a frozen shelter. Gonna try and make something happen here. Concussive concussion out, jam side. Just going, yeah, lock him in the freezer. I'll blow him on up. And buff enjoyers are just running out of options right now, Jake.
Yeah, brutal stack of ultimates. This Infernus does crazy damage at this point, and an Urn turn in for Shiv on the opponent's side of the map just adds insult to injury here. I don't think you're going to be able to stop it. Put a lot of damage on Shiv. You maybe are going to be able to kill him here. He should be dying. Oh, he got a buff. Oh, the barrier, not enough. Obakim, that Crow does get the finish on Shiv. It's a nice kill to find, especially with Rejuve's already down. Can you get more, though, buff enjoyers? I think they're feeling a little bit desperate here.
I mean, this may be one of their better opportunities, as weird as it says to say, with Zergy still dead. Shiv being out of the fight, kind of huge, but overall, you see Abraham just able to regroup, and buff enjoyers realize, okay, we can't really do a whole lot more from this side, but if Lash is going to stick around, they go, maybe we can get on the Saf.
Yeah, not worth an affliction there. Maybe wouldn't even be able to connect it on somebody as fast moving as the Lash. Task clearing that barrier off of Hoodie's not going to be too upset about that. And I mean, this is something that we've seen a lot from buff enjoyers, this team in the past, is they are really strong at playing from behind, right? They know how to maybe stem the bleeding even in a really scary situation. So as good as Abraham's are at expanding their leads and closing out games, it's kind of that unstoppable force versus the immovable object. Buff enjoyers have made comebacks from these scenarios in the past, and all their walkers are healthy. So the macro game is still very solid for buff enjoyers despite the soul disadvantage mounting against them.
I think the difference, though, between the comebacks that we've seen buff enjoyers do versus right now is I don't know if their team comp supports it. I think this would be one of their more impressive comebacks if they managed it, just because scaling-wise, I feel like they're in a little bit of danger. The one upside, though, of like some of the recent exchanges and farms that Listic at least has been able to catch up to some extent, is going to be a little bit better in the front line. But the 3-man ground strike. Saf
catch,
able
though.
to come on in. No, they go on the Saf. Saf, low HP, goes down. But
it busts up.
It's going to be enough to go. No, Zergy's actually starting to feast. Zergy able to make a little bit of room. However, Frozen Shelter is out. Together, 2 killing blows here so far. Do we have a third? He's just diving on in. This is the danger of a raid boss Shiv into the late game.
Yeah, he's so tanky. Tanked a full affliction there. Still has a bit of health left to work with. Now GT trying to flank and deal with this Vindicta. Obakim wants to slip away. One more bow shots. A nice counterspell, though, from Vindicta. No charges left. And maybe, have you gone a little bit too deep? Counterspell blocks the knockdown, and the catch is there. Really well played by ABL. Snipes that one out. But the 3 for 3, don't think either team is going to be able to press that into a big advantage. And honestly, For Buff Enjoyers, it could have been better, but a 3-for-3 is a winning trade when you're down 20K.
Yeah, you don't hate that as Buff Enjoyers. That's about as even as you're going to get in that sort of situation. It helps, give you some options. I'm actually surprised they're able to make that fight as well as it was, with Saf actually starting off with an incredible amount of damage on the Lash, but the response was immediately there. They don't let Saf get away after engaging, and Zergy had really good target focus fire as that was going on. I mean, you kind of look at people's HP, it's like, wait, what's killing people? It's Zergy, who is still pretty ahead of the game as Wraith at the moment.
Yeah, he has the damage, and they do have the control to lock people down and set him up to actually deal that damage. Billy with 6.4, let's see what he goes. It is going to be Spellbreaker. It's just prioritizing maybe tanking through some of the burst threat, especially from somebody like Lash, who is going to do massive burst this game. Zergy, I mean, he's pretty much all damage, has only gone for, I guess the Fortitude is a defensive item, not really. The Spirit Resist mitigates some of that burst, but this is what you have to do in some of these games when you're behind, right? Like, you can't afford to take the defensive items, the counterspell. It would be great to have a counterspell here, but you just need the damage because your team is relying on you for that as the carry here.
I think conversely, the logic here for Abrahams has to be, if you're Tess, your ideal pick, it's got to be getting in on to Zergy first, if at all possible. So Zergy has to position in such a way here, Jake, where they never go in on Zergy first, but Zergy is able to immediately get in on people as the situation demands.
A little bit of a trade happening here in the right side lane. Earn pickup by Shiv, but I think this is mostly a defensive move from Abrahams. I don't see them going for an aggressive turn in on the other side of the map here. I think they just know that if they give up the Earn to VP, then VP would absolutely dunk it. Yeah, that's nice to prevent, but there's a lot of jungle camps on Buff Enjoyer's side of the map. They're equalizing the soul lead slowly but surely. It's down, I believe it was up to like 20-something K earlier. Now it's 15K. So like little by little, yeah, we talk about the problems with Buff Enjoyer's comp, but I think they also have some significant power spikes, Boundless Spirit being one of them. Zergy is just continuing to up that single target focus damage. If you get comboed by Mo in front of Zergy, you are going down fast.
Yeah, no one is surviving that for Abrahams. And even if Saint is around, that could be a rough combination. Well, also the X factor here still for Buff Enjoyers is, what does a late game Billy look like once you get a full kit online? We haven't really seen a lot of situations where Billy's been competitive into the late game, and while it's been a little bit tough for Buff Enjoyers here so far, I feel like a player of Listic's caliber wouldn't have picked Billy without good reason.
And Shiv is just ticking down, holding the Earn. Like, this is one of those things, like, you can hold Earn for a while, but in the end, it's costly. Like, you're not farming at this moment. And Buff Enjoyers, although they'd love to dunk the Earn, I think they're kind of happy in the status quo of just nothing really going on. When you're behind, that's exactly what you want. Knockdown here, onto the Lash. Is there going to be follow-up? Is there damage, moreover? But the combo is in from Sharik. He did catch the Lash. Billy's in with a catch. Warp Stone away, though. Billy didn't want to commit that ultimate, so being a little bit greedy here. And I think Lash, maybe could get away from that.
Yeah, he gets the airlift courtesy of Saint, and the full engage option here from Buff Enjoyers does not quite pay off. I think you're 100% right. Listic was hoping to get the kill and save the chain gang. In reality, probably should have used it there. But now things may get a little bit scrappy. Lasso, ready to go here for Tass. We'll see if Abrahams takes advantage of some of these key ultimates for Buff Enjoyers being gone, because they also lost Affliction in that setup here too. If you're Abrahams, yeah, you're down the GT, but fighting may not be the worst. Another anvil on top of Saf, though, and Saf again is the target of choice.
Yeah, it's still +1 player advantage. Somebody got that solo kill on GT. Now Lash gets bursted down, caught, not able to deploy their ultimates once again. So the pickoffs from Buff Enjoyers look good. They're starting the fight up 2 players, and you still have players committed here. Shiv's in trouble. I don't know that he's going to be able to play his way out of this. Already, I think, dead on his screen here. Yeah, with that follow-up damage coming in. And remember, mid-boss is online. This fight is for pretty much all the marbles in terms of Abraham's lead.
Let's go.
And also, Zergy found Saint on the back end. That's 3 pickoffs. Everyone's around mid, and you see the calls coming out internally for Buff Enjoyers. Let's go mid. And it does seem to be the call here, Jake. With only 3 up for Abrahams, surely you don't really have much in the tank for a contest.
Yeah, maybe Infernus tries to come in for a sneak, but it's not worth it at this point in the game, right? The game would really get out of control if you gave up kills on top of the reju. But as it stands, Buff Enjoyers might be down a little bit here, and some Walker pressure is coming on to potentially punish this. You need to get this Walker. It's critical with this stuff. Okay, he just barely gets the damage on. For ABL, you could argue this is a little bit worth, like, it is a Walker. It is pretty valuable. But also having ABL down is like, he's probably one of the better heroes at, you know, spamming nukes from range, defending that mid-walker. And I think it's very likely here that Buff and Jars are going to be able to get a lot out of the map.
Yeah, and that's exactly the point I was going to go to, is that if you lose ABL, yes, it's great you got the walker, but one of the ways you stall Rejuvenator is just good, consistent long-range poke, of which GT is best in class. Now Abrahams, there's a world where they get baited into what could be a terrible fight, 5-on-6 with the other side having Rejuvenator, so this defense is real. Oh, Lasso just...
What a read from Zergy. Like, they saw that coming, man. They heard the Holiday maybe jumping toward them, and they just completely dodged the blind lasso attempt from Taz. Midwalker crumbles instantly here. Pocket also causing a wave crash on that other sidewalker, and Abraham's going to bring a lot of players, though they want to maybe def this sidewalker, but who wisely has just backed off this. He's letting the wave crash. He's not risking his life on this one. And meanwhile, they pick up the urn, continuing to expand the lead, and somehow, some way, despite the souls being even, this urn has been juggled for so long by Abrahams. It's still a favorable urn, so a free turn-in for the Buff Enjoyers.
And that will officially be Buff Enjoyers going ahead of Abrahams on the overall soul count. They were in the tank, Jake, closer to 30K than not at one point. I think it was as high as 20, 25K. And they have brought it back, and they've done so with a comp that on paper should have been struggling. I mean, Together had the option to maybe run away at the game as a very scary Shiv, but now you take a look at it, Together, who was once nearly 10K above Listic earlier in the game, now is behind Listic in the overall farm, so you have a completely different dynamic in frontline versus frontline.
D-Mob's nuking threat with this build is actually absurd. Like, if he Phantom Strikes in on you and just pops every single skill with like melees and balls, like, this is crazy. He has the triple ball stun with the warp stun plus Phantom Strike. It's like a guaranteed 3 consecutive ball stuns that you won't be able to press any skills during. I mean, on top of that, massive damage, massive melee threat, even without the ultimate engaged. D-Mob, I mean, this Viscous, this is why this hero has been picked so early now with this new build, and that's 2 urn turn-ins with the rejuve, and I mean, Buff and Jaro starting to build a lead of their own here. Now it's Abraham's turn to try and make a comeback, but this rejuve still has about maybe a minute 30 left. Buff and Jaro could definitely go for a walker push if they want to.
Something of note here, too, is the separation Zergy and Jamside have gotten from a decent portion of the game here. 43K, 42K, well ahead. Doing Listic, actually, adding on with some of these recent walker kills, but, you know, which team is going to be able to support their damage in the back and not let them get dove on is going to be crucial in how some of these fights go down. But with Rejuvenator hitting its last part, you got Buff and Jores right now, Jake, trying to take advantage before it fades.
Yeah, and Zergy found the opportunity to go back for some defensive items here with the Spellbreaker, the Counterspell, so not an easy one to catch. Gonna just rip that lift early, try and CC away some of the players. Counterspell blocks the Lash ult. It looks like nobody got pulled in there, so Lash ult essentially wasted, or hold on, maybe Pocket did get pulled in actually by that. He should be able to play his way out of the fountain, and Jamside's coming in with the counter roll.
ABL able to find Hoot, so 1 down. Rejuve and then killed right on after. ABL off the Owl. Owl on the hunt, doing a little bit of a rotation back over. Looking for anyone here left on the Buff and Jora side. Finds Obikim, gets another Rejuve out. ABL bringing in the poke damage as Abrahams tries to make Buff and Jora's pay for what has been a very successful push here so far. Still on the chase down. 1 arrow right in the bow's back. Gets hit with the stake. And now Obikim desperately trying to get away, but should not be able to do so here. Too many people in and around. 2 down for Buff Enjoyers and the rest of the Rejuvenators, but they got a dear price from it out of Abrahams.
Yeah, able to drop some base guardians, you know, open up a little bit more on the map. Abrahams, I think they're going to be happy that they're able to hold that without dropping shrines, without, you know, losing the first stage patron there is crucial. Actually, wait, shrines did go down there in that trade. And so, but at least you kept the first stage patron, right? That's something. And a guided owl with a lot of skills. Abrahams want more of this. They got player advantage on the map. You cannot be out here, Billy. You think you're tanky, not tanky enough for the amount of burst Abrahams bring to bear, and they're quick to try and strike back here in this fight.
Team up, tries to punish Saf. Saf able to work his way out. Zergy still being a threat in the back. But this is a little bit dangerous for Buff and Jords. If you get another stagger here, not only are you going to lose Walker, but you may lose some Guardians on top of it. Very, very perilous. But however, you take a look at where Abrahams is at. With Saf being so low on HP, I don't think they're that keen on staying in the fight. I think they'd rather go back, get some of the jungle camps that have been, you know, up for a little bit and equalize the soul disadvantage where they can.
Yeah, it's like, are you really going to push in and try and siege a Walker when there's the threat of that, like, combo, the Wraith ulti, you know, getting a big affliction, especially if you group to siege? can be a pretty worrisome thing. They still are +1 with that late Listic kill, so they're trying to set up around this wave. Vindicta's coming to clear it. We'll see if she gets caught. Taz wants to find a catch here on whoever comes for the wave clear, but Vin can be a pretty hard one to grab.
Here comes the Lasso, dodged! Obakim felt it coming, just barely gets away. You saw the Lasso just nipping at Vindicta's feet.
That was extremely close, too close for comfort, I'd say. Vin has invested there in the superior stamina, just continue to assist her ability to escape from these fights. Phantom Strike used, he didn't go for the combo though. Mo just didn't see the kill threat there, and I actually agree without big damage follow behind. It's just too risky to drop that combo with the rest of his teammates around. Just harass Phantom Strike.
Big Boss is back up. The game nearly as even can be. And both sides right now just kind of posturing. Buff Enjoyers a little bit further out on the map than Abrahams. And, you know, if you're Abrahams, you kind of wait a little bit here. Your ideal engage is still TAS being able to open up with a pick. And we'll see if that ends up being the case here, as Spirit Lasso is going to be available in just a moment.
Yeah, buffs up in 15. We'll see if that's something Abrahams want to come out on the map and contest. Maybe it'll just be a 1-for-1 buff trade. Scoot, probably the most mobile hero on the map here, happy to clear the wave. But 6-on-5 for a moment here. Abrahams, see if they want to take that player advantage and run with it. A lot of harassment on the Lash, but he tanks it in stride.
Gun buff gonna be grabbed here. Both teams still fighting over it. Combo goes on down. You hear the fist coming on out. So the fall through is gonna be there. Meanwhile, up over Saf, chasing down Vindicta, going for the death slam. Up over. Do you get it? Over ground strike. Sherrick and Obakim in a little bit of danger. Saf down at half HP. Jam side coming in from the side, finishes off the mole.
Zergy low. If Zergy goes down, this could be really bad, and it seems like Shiv is on top of him. Zergy trying to play his way out of that jam side, putting in that frontline pressure as well. It seems like the backline's starting to slip away, but everyone's low on both sides. This team fight's still on the edge of a knife.
Who was able to find ABL, even as you see Listic running from jam side. Still in pursuit is the Infernus, maybe a little bit out of touch. And Jake, as the smoke clears, both teams down 2. Neither team with a huge advantage here so far, but more chase down, perhaps coming in from the Buff Enjoyers end.
Yeah, who is happier to play more in a team fight like this than the Pocket, though? And with Zergy managing to get out of that one and get re-healed, that's huge. I mean, that was just down to the wire together, just couldn't quite get the finish on that kill. And so Zergy back on the map, Ultimate almost online, and D-Mob is calling the bluff. He's running the urn right now. He says, dare you to fight us, dare you to come out and challenge. And Abrahams, there's too many low players. I don't think they can.
Yeah, I mean, this is on a knife's edge here now, and here comes Hoot looking for Jamside. Jamside just gonna Warpstone Flame Dash away. Did not like any bit of that. Does not want to be the one that gets picked off and causes a snowball, but because he has to leave, there's a little bit less here that contest the urn. Still something that D-Mob's going for. Drops the urn, drops a Puddle Punch. And Buff Enjoyers, they think they can force this one in. Is it actually gonna happen here? Up D-Mob goes. And this is
they're putting
very, very tense around the urn.
Yeah, Saf wants to be able to really threaten the ultimate. I'm not sure he's going to be able to get it off. And yeah, with Buff Enjoyers, more players there just a little bit earlier into the engagement. And they're getting yet another urn drop. Which the urns are starting to get really valuable at this point in the game, ZP. They're starting to be pretty massive and get you some of those key ability points for the late game.
Jake, you know what else is valuable here too is the slot situation. Because Buff Enjoyers had that big push into the base, they got all the walkers down and they got base guardians and shrines down. They're working with full kit ability and extra souls to go with it. Abrahams, they actually cannot do full build the way they would like. They're still down 2 item slots.
Let's go yellow.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they're able to equalize from that position. Frenzy online for Listic. I mean, he's got pretty serious gun damage, pretty massive tankiness. So the Billy has, we talked about some of the early game fights, maybe he was struggling to tank through the damage, but the Spellbreakers coming online are going to really reduce the threat that ABL brings despite this massive investment in the Spirit nuking.
About to hit 40 minutes. This, I believe, Jake, is the longest game we've had in Deadlock Night Shift history.
Confirmed.
Here so far. His pocket just comes in, is like, yep, that's right.
And it's still pretty close. I think Buff Enjoyers have a moderate advantage here, but a couple team fights go against you, man. And honestly, this game can end in one team fight, right? The spawn times are long, bases die incredibly fast. If you lose a team fight close to your own base, it could be lights out even for the Buff Enjoyers.
All right. And again, when you talk about one team fight can decide it all, you gotta look towards those with playmaking ability, where TAS could still be the hero for Abrahams here, who now find themselves a little bit behind, but one good Spirit Lasso is all it takes. But it's been a little bit difficult to find here, Jake. A lot of big dodges at Tass's expense.
ABL now just keeping the waves pushed out with the GT. You know, I think this is kind of like the best you can do here is, right, like force someone to respond on the waves without, you know, giving up your hero position, allowing the team to still contest some of these spots of the map. But in the end, it's a very defensive posture from Abrahams, right? They really are corralled towards one corner of the map where Buffingers are splitting pretty significantly. And a chain for the Billy. You have debuff remover, but it doesn't remove that ultimate. However, the rescue beam is enough.
I see viscous.
Both teams, though, they're hoping to find that opening pick. They're hoping to find that baited initiation that sets up the end of the game. But I think they both realize how much is riding on this team fight, and no one wants to be on the wrong side of that opener.
Yeah, I mean, both teams showing an enormous amount of patience, but if you're Abrahams, having Chain Gang out does feel like a pretty good opening to go for a fight. I don't think Billy is quite as alt-locked as something like a Warden in terms of effectiveness, but you got to be thinking maybe we push the envelope a little bit more right now. But also, you talk about things that have changed with Deadlock over time. You know, back in the old system where you had item slots per category, you didn't see Mo's hitting nearly 5k HP all that often. That's all I know.
Yeah, this Mo is massive with Juggernaut and Spirit Resist. He's so tanky, so hard to kill, especially once he burrows underground. Affliction. I wonder who's caught in that. Ooh, Phantom Strike. Ooh, Mo is absolutely going to ult somebody if they get the chance. Looks like Affliction on maybe Shiv and Calvin, pushing them back. Oh, Phantom Strike there, but just a nice juke away there by the Lash, able to slip away.
And Abrahams, they like what they're seeing right now. Go in, drop the Frozen Shelter. Someone caught in there. Look at the HP for Buff Enjoyers. Appears to be no. But Abrahams being a little bit more frisky in the team fight here. Frozen Shelter down. And Dimov, a little bit of goo ball rolling back and around in the freezer. Lower HP, but for now surviving together, though. Able to find one killing blow. Maybe not opportunity enough for Abrahams. Saf super low. Dimov able to get on the jam side on the back end. Not going to be as much carry damage coming for Abrahams. Meanwhile, Zergy still alive. As this goes down, we'll get together.
Oh, he's
now
cooking.
the subject of focus fire. Won't be any more killing blows now. Buff Enjoyers up one. Zergy on the hunt, making the Wraith work. Nearly just burning down Saint for the fire. Another card up and over. Saint can't get away. And with 3 clean kills, Buff Enjoyers may have just crossed the event horizon.
Yeah, and with this Frenzy online, he looks a little bit low on Wraith, but that is deceptive. This guy is a freak below 50% HP. Not someone you want to fight. Lash takes a challenge, takes a test, but proves a bridge too far. Taz, ABL, no ultimates online, and we are about to see the patron drop very quickly. And last is a discussion right now for Buffingers. Do they want to just go mid-boss before dropping? I think they are just going to maybe play to end the game immediately, or it is going to be a drop and then the mid-boss. Wave is crashing on your shrine. You are just losing shrines for free in your base for Buffingers, so actually a lot of decisions to make despite the winning team fight.
I think this is the lesser of the evils for them. I actually do think where they're at, they could have maybe finished. There's still a lot of people still dead for Abrahams, not a lot of ways to contest, but Buff Enjoyers decide they want to play this one particularly safe.
Honestly, with the dropped Patron and the rejuve, I actually think this is the better call because I think this is just a guaranteed win for Buff Enjoyers. Like, I just, the one hope for Abrahams is that if you overcommit on the Patron itself, okay, the Kelvin Dome is like that one X factor that could maybe delay the team fight enough. But typically with the 4 rejuves, even a Kelvin Dome, even a Lash ult, right, it might make the team fight look really good, but then the Patron just dies in like 2 seconds. If Zergy is allowed to free shoot on the Patron at any point, it's game over for Abrahams, and preventing that with 4 rejuves, pretty tough.
Yeah, especially the modern rejuve where you get back in the middle of the fight. It gives you a lot of options, and the defense has to play against it so particularly carefully. And I don't know, I think at this point for Abrahams, you're running out of time, and you have to take a risk at this point. I feel like you need to go for a fight that maybe on paper isn't your ideal fight, but I don't think you can sit back and wait and let Buff Enjoyers dictate their ideal fight, because we've seen how they handle Rejuvenator here, Jake. They're going to play it safe until the Rejuvenator is near the end, and they're going to push into your base anyways. Their only hope at this point for Abrahams is they need to, I feel like, go on the map and try to get a fight before Buff Enjoyers is fully set up, if that is even possible.
I think you do just go for it, though. At this phase in the game, I think going back to farm might not be worth. Like, you have a good lane situation, which is pretty valuable here, and all right, Pass gets that initial opening lasso. That could be the start of a good fight, but let's see if he can get that big affliction in the early game. Finding a couple, I think that's enough, and Patron's taking so much pressure.
Yeah, you just go all in the Paige at this point. Frozen Shelter comes on down. There'll be a quick little trip to the freezer for the Patron, but are they going to be able to finish off the Buff Enjoyers while it goes down?
No
There's
way.
hardly any Patron HP left to go. It is gone, and Buff Enjoyers complete what may be their most impactful comeback we've seen in a long time. Even with the comp that, we wondered, they still made it happen.
55 minutes later, the game is done. We have passed 2,000 viewers over on twitch.tv. YouTube is up in full force, and I just silenced all the annoying kids in the chat. We're having a great time here on shift number 3. Your night manager, Chris Puckett, is in, which means shit isn't getting done, but we're going to have some fun. I got Jake, I got ZP, who need a drink of water after that extensive cast. Jake, last week I felt like Buff Enjoyers, then known as VP, as soon as they smelled a little blood in the water, they went to finish the game. This week, they took their time. What's going down between these two squads? Why is tryhard mode activated so heavily?
I mean, in this game, it was mostly their blood in the water. Like, right for the first 2/3 of this game, it really just felt like our Abrahams are getting further and further ahead. VP, or rather, Buff Enjoyers are holding on as close as they can, stabilizing, keeping some fights in contest. But it felt like things were tipping against them. And then a couple of these big pickoffs come down, and this has been the Buff Enjoyers calling card, is that even from behind, they are so strong on the defense. They kept their 3 walkers up so incredibly long. And I mean, look at Shriek and Zergy. These guys got brutalized in the opening minutes of the game. The lane was terrible, about as bad as it gets at this level of play. And yet they both become key factors in the late game. Zergy gets the farm up, becomes that key damage dealer, and has a couple massive team fights. And Shriek finds some big openers, some big combos to set up some of those late game team fights. So definitely a story of never giving up here for the Buff Enjoyers.
ZP, last week we had the Graveyard Shift. That's our Patreon only, invite only hangout after the series. And we called out Zergy for his incredible play. Then he blew my mind by pulling out the trackball, which he uses instead of a mouse, like a normal human. How was he able to lead the lobby in damage in that final game? The man was taking 63,000 souls.
I mean, it's just magic, because unlike other methods of aiming where there's all sorts of aim coaching, all sorts of ways to improve if you're using a mouse, yeah, no one's doing that for trackball. Zergy just carved his own path and ended up with just unreal aim as a result of it. And I think the unreal thing about this game, on a wider note, is that this is just another chapter for Buff Enjoyers of they are never out of a game until they're truly out. I mean, you think about some of the differences you had in this game, not only the middle lane that Jake was talking about, but there was a point in frontline difference where Together had nearly double Listic souls and was running around as a nearly impossible to kill Shiv. And somehow, some way, Buff Enjoyers just looked for tiny little advantages here and there, and they chained together a few pickoffs, and it got bigger and bigger until finally they weren't behind anymore.
It feels like Puckett is always sloshed, and I love it. Big shout out to 6 Foot Sam. Sam, hold that thought, and Jake, hold yours. We're going to take a look here at some of the numbers in just a moment. Were you able to call out like a game-losing moment for the Abrahams? Because you both mentioned it was early game in their favor. Was it a team fight? Was it an individual gank that you think turned the tides, or was it simply better items over time?
I think there's that one team fight, like where the game is super even around like 35, 40 minutes, where VP or Buff Enjoyer, sorry, I gotta relearn that one, are just, they're a little bit behind, but they still squeak out some few picks, get a team fight win, and go to the mid boss. And that's what makes them so good, is I think that like this is not a team that's bad at chasing leads. Like Abrahams is one of the best teams at escalating the lead, at finishing things off, finding catches. So many times Taz went in looking for those lassos and couldn't come up with anything. It was just too evasive from the Buff Enjoyer squad. So I think just the impressive reads, mostly what didn't happen, right? What didn't happen was the Holiday getting some of those opening picks that could have turned into a game-winning advantage for Abrahams. The fact that Buff Enjoyers dodged that time after time, for me, was the key.
I like these call-outs. ZP, we're waiting for the match stats to load. While that's happening, we should call out that we have partnered with Intel for a number of broadcasts. This is the first one here on night shift number 3, and they're ponying up $2,000. That's $1,000 for EU, $1,000 for NA. But this is a community-owned and operated show. Break it down. What have we witnessed so far? What's going down here in week 3?
And what's been going down in week 3 from the sponsor end, of course, this is Intel coming on back, which is great for the players and community. But in terms of the actual game, it's been a little bit interesting because we came in the week expecting to see, okay, where's the Doorman? Where's the Paige? And at least in EU, both teams have decided, actually, we're going to go more at the tried and true. And it's been a story here so far. I think the other thing, just in terms of micro gameplay to touch on, is that I think the one aspect the Buff and Joyers was able to do that helped them get back in the game is that they really had the idea in the mid to late game of don't let Lash beat you, where anytime Saf was going in, guess what? You had Sherrick going in, landing a combo, heavy focus fire on the Saf, and Saf would only get like one engage in before either dying or being knocked so low he had to get out of the fight. So, yeah, I mean, just greatness from Buff and Joyers.
Narc the Shark wants to know, when will we be doing a top 5? Whoa, I think it'd have to be top 5 Mo knockouts would be my first clip series that we'd make here. Second one would be all about the glob. We have some big viscous maneuvers. In the meantime, while I'm thinking of other top 5 material categories, we need to show some love to Intel, Night Shift, and Asus, the combo you never expected, but definitely needed in your life. It's going down this weekend as we are dipping our toes into Counter-Strike with a $10,000 invitational. We're talking 5 digits of dollars, all thanks to our friends at Intel and Asus Republic of Gamers. It's going to be fantastic, and we have some very special guests. A former duo that you would listen to on the regular is reuniting to hop on the mic for this one. Jake, I know you are especially excited to watch some CS2 from the Night Shift community.
You know, it's just one of those games that stood the test of time, right? Counter-Strike has just been around for so many years, and I think for anyone who's a fan of like any esport, you just got to put some respect on Counter-Strike. So it's pretty cool to be able to bring this tournament together with the help of Intel and Asus ROG to bring you guys some Counter-Strike 2 action, to get a fan favorite duo back on the mic. We're teasing it out. We'll announce it at some point. You're gonna have to keep your eye though on the Twitter. Follow up with all of our announcements as we get close. Remember, that's this weekend here coming up in North America. So
4 p.m.
watch out.
Eastern
Hope to see you guys
Saturday, there. Ladies and gentlemen, mark your calendars. In the meantime, we got to get back to this matchup. ZP, I think the numbers are still being crunched by Mr. Valve. They're caught in a steam pipe somewhere. They're on their way here. Expectations for MVP candidates. If you could pick a player from each team, who were you loving? Who are we liking? And who do we need to see more of going into game number 2?
I gotta say, I got handed to Zergy. I think one of the big question marks going into this last game was, okay, you're stuck with Wraith, where objectively people are putting Wraith significantly behind Infernus and Seven overall in terms of carry potential, and we just haven't seen as much Wraith. And Zergy said, nope, it's actually fine. Put me on the Wraith. It may take a little while to ramp up, but you cannot deny Zergy's impact in the final team fights that gave the game over the Buff and Joyers. It was a really, really good Wraith performance, and it may not even show entirely on the damage stats because Zergy did have to spend a lot of the game just powering up. But in the fights that really mattered, the fights that Buff and Joyers need the win, we saw a really good target focus fire by Zergy. Zergy was able to stay out of the line of fire, did not get hit by lassos or anything that could have taken him down. And to me, I'm kind of looking at it from the Buff and Joyers point of view. Their comp and their end game does not work unless Zergy takes care of business.
I like these call-outs from ZP, and no chat, we are not moving away from his breath. ZP uses scope. He smells fantastic like flowers, unlike his basement, which has dead bodies. We're going to talk about those in a little bit. For now, we're going to a break. We come back. The Night Shift continues. It's an EU fight in the finals. Familiar faces, Buff and Joyers, Abrahams. Game 2 on the way.
Abraham's here, but the GT super healthy, but Billy here on the dive.
Oh, big parry.
Parried. The one downside about Billy when you're going for the melee is you can have your day ruined by the parry. Lash got super low. Billy not quite able to finish off. Instead, getting burned on down here. The parry at the very end. His jam side able to finish it off.
Oh, this lasso.
Yeah, the one lasso not quite connecting. And I mean, for Vindicta, actually, hold the phone. GT under tons of pressure now, rolling away.
Guardian to go to side lanes.
And you can actually track when the rotation is going to happen. Look at Taz on the Taz right now. Spirit Lasso is off cooldown, but once it's on,
Catch Lash with that ultimate, and he relies so much on these movement skills. It's almost like a built-in slowing hex with that additional pull follow-up. And you know, there's not many better heroes than Viscous to actually follow up with that damage. Point-blank bird from ABL hits 2 Taz. That ship ticking a little bit, but oh, who is here but the Holiday to ruin Obakim's day? I mean, arguably one of the better games so far is on this Vindicta. Now I think the good punish for buff enjoyers. These kills are really valuable for players like Sharik and Zergy who are far behind.
Yeah, they're a bit up to the high ground. Right now, it's all about defending the Guardian. Pretty good damage though on both Sharik and Listic. Maybe picking up more than 2 here off in the corner. See Jamside coming around and it just burned the Mo, and Sharik barely just down. Too much damage.
Yeah, the Fulp's there, defending the tower, starting to pay dividends for the moment. Parry is good, and the big follow-up here from Abrahams. They pick their moment well.
Obakim in over the top, assassinate, looking for the shot lanes. One on the task, running for his life, up, away, hits it, does not fully kill. D-Mob, though, will finish what Obakim...
And, you know, Sharik's still low HP on the Mo, so won't be the most effective until he heads back to base and resets.
Oh, from the top row. You're on Wraith, who doesn't have the late game payoff quite as significant as some of the other heroes, but in the double gamma right now, maybe Saint, a little bit deep diving right now, low HP on the Kelvin, one rejuve down, Taz getting caught at the same time, so buff enjoyers picking and choosing the point here. D-Mob though, may end up paying the price, killing blow in, cuts him on down. First, give buff enjoyers a man.
Yeah, Wraith just has to find single pickoffs, and you're just not getting those advantages, those opportunities. Mo caught, getting absolutely brutalized here, can't even get underground, and if Abraham's are actually smart not to try to force that fight with the threat of maybe some pickoffs that Obakim or D-Mob could find with their burst. Oh, with the bird.
You just see Listic at half HP, and you hear the screech in the
Flying Furnace?
you know. But yeah, it's the frozen shelter. You can try to make something happen here. Concussive caution, ouch. To some extent, it is going to be a little bit better in the front line, but oh, the 3-man ground strike.
Good catch, though.
Come on in. No, they go on to Sap. Low HP goes down. But
it busts up.
It's going to be enough to go. No, Zergy's actually starting to feast. Zergy able to make a little bit of room. However, frozen shelter is out.
So tanky, tanked a full affliction there. Still has a bit of health left to work with. Now GT trying to flank and deal with this Vindicta. Obakim wants to slip away. One more bow shot. A nice counter spell though from Vindicta.
No the GT, but
somebody stole killed the GT.
On top of Sap though, and Sap again is the target of choice.
Yeah, it's deployed their ultimates once again, so the pickoffs from buff enjoyers look good. They're starting to fight up 2 players, and you still have players committed here. Shiv's in trouble. I don't know that he's going to be able to play his way out of this top of the rejuve, but as it stands, buff enjoyers might be down a little bit here, and some walker pressure is coming on to potentially punish this. You need to get this walker. It's critical with this stuff. Okay, actually, wait, Shrines did go down there in that trade. So, but at least you kept the first stage patron, right? That's something, and a guided owl with a lot of stuff down at heavy.
1, potentially 2 drafts remain. Welcome back, everybody. It's the night shift. It's the 3rd shift, and we are getting into more fun with familiar names. Abraham's taking on buff enjoyers, but a lot of people in the chat are like, where's the Virtus Pro logo? Well, EWC's over, Jake, and as a former pro player, you know how the seasons go. When the last big tournament finishes, all contracts seem to just dry up, and then you get a new one in about 2-3 months right before the next round of seasons get announced. Do you think the team Buff Enjoyers is the first to get grabbed by a big org once Deadlock gets invested in by the big orgs?
I think they've absolutely proved their worth over the long haul. They're probably our longest standing team with like pretty much in all the same members. I mean, they had a couple, you know, rotations in and out here or there, 1 or 2 players, but they've really been at the top for so long in Europe. You think a lot of these players are players that are going to stand the test of time. So I think they'd absolutely be a good choice for an org to go for if you want to pick up a European Deadlock team. But in the end, it's so early in Deadlock. It's just the reality in this game right now. A lot of the teams are going to be unsponsored amateur, and then we'll see what the future holds. I mean, remember the game is still in beta, right? We're still getting
and
news
that's
reels,
why we're
big
paying
changes.
them with Intel's money tonight. Shout out to the fans who helped us get them paid the last 2 episodes. But ZP, let's refocus. Buff enjoyers, Abrahams, it's time to go to another round of drafting. And what are your expectations for bans on both sides? Hit me with both of them.
I feel like for buff enjoyers, they're not going to give up that middle lane the same way they did before. I really don't think they want to deal with the holiday in the same way. They have first pick here, so they ban Paradox, and they can go from ban Paradox into pick holiday, which may be the way to go. I mean, it depends on how much they're truly scared of it, but the reality is that you don't want to play from behind the way buff enjoyers did. Yes, they got away with it, but I think you try to mitigate some of the factors that led to you having such a miserable early game experience.
And I think that while the Wraith worked this game, or last game rather, for buff enjoyers, they got the win. I think they might also put a little bit of a higher draft prio on getting Zergy one of the more conventional late game carry heroes, maybe the 7, maybe the Infernus. Maybe even looking in a different direction altogether if they want to pull out something unconventional. But I think maybe you want to take that just a little bit earlier. With Mo down as well, I think Mo makes Wraith look a lot better since you have so much insane single target, and the lift can be a follow-up if the target's not down. But maybe without Mo, you want a little bit more team fight stun potential from Infernus or 7.
Do you steal Viscous if you're Abrahams? Because it feels like if you give buff enjoyers Viscous, they win the game.
I think you do. I really don't think you let Dmov beat you what would be 4 times in a row with Viscous, which would be the case because Dmov played Viscous in both matches last week in the money match and played Viscous in the first map here just now. And they will pick Viscous 100% if Abrahams does not come with Viscous as their second pick. They have to pick it to deny it. And if they don't, Dmov is going to get Viscous for the 4th time in a row.
I see the question for the 50th time in the chat. This one from Bert Pertle, a first-time chatter. Is Mikhail S playing? According to chat, Mikhail S is pursuing university. In the meantime, Hoot has stepped in for Virtus Pro, now known as Buff Enjoyers. Now that I've got you caught up, Pertle, we go back to this one. Vindicta is in. So we got blue characters across the board. Some feet are showing for the Abrahams. And Viscous will be played by Dmov. What do we lock in for our third character here, Jake?
I mean, Warden's unbanned. You could look to go in that direction if you want it. I think Vindicta Abrams, though, is a great duo to pick together. This is one of the OG super strong lanes. Vindicta tethers you down. Abrams follows up with a pin, and it's just like monster damage, monster follow-up. Abrams front lines. Vindicta super hard to catch. Kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't lane. Buff enjoyers grab the pocket for Hoot, though, and I think they just want that player hero combo. They're just like, look, put Hoot on the pocket. He's just a monster on this character. He's going to get a ton done.
I'm looking at it here, and I'm actually thinking for Abrahams, maybe you pick the 7 or Infernus here and ban the other one again. I think even though Buff enjoyers was able to come back in the last game, I think it was still a rough position for them to be in, and Wraith comes online way later. They do pick up on the 7, and I think it just may be going back to the well again in terms of stuff that worked for Abrahams. You ban the Infernus. Yeah, Buff enjoyers is going to go Wraith, but I think you're still okay with that, even though Zergy made it work after 40 minutes.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that ban.
7 on Abrahams. Who do you give the 7 to?
It's probably jam side on the 7, just playing late game carry. I would think. The 7's another hero that can be flexed. We have seen it flex into sort of like a soft support role. It's been a while for that. I think pretty much everyone's playing it on the late game carry right now, especially with some of the changes. The farm efficiency is so good. Love the lash ban though. I think once Kelvin was taken away, you almost had to get rid of the lash, or else Abrams would have grabbed it as like the perfect counter initiator to defend people like 7 and Abrams when they go in for their catch, they go in for their initiation. You try to respond to that. If lash is over the top, you are in serious trouble. So I think this is a great ban to get off the field, one that, especially without Mo to lock him down, could do a ton in this game.
So Warden was available, and they go with the pocket. Is that normal for Hoot? ZP chat's asking, why no Hoot Warden?
I mean, Hoot is really good at both heroes, but I think for buff enjoyers, they just enjoy what Hoot brings to the table on the pocket in terms of not only still a really big team fight presence in the way that Last Stand would be able to bring, but pocket also a little bit more evasive, able to get a little bit more into the enemy jungle with impunity. Interestingly enough, though, for Abrahams here, I'm curious what Saint is going to play because there's no Mo and Krill to play, which is often his backup when the Kelvin is off the board. Kelvin is off the board. Mo is off the board. The stage could be set for Paige.
Is it Paige time? Show us some new heroes. They've only been out a week. In fact, Paige wasn't even on the show when we closed things out on shift number 2. Instead, the Wraith makes it back in. 63,000 souls was good enough in game 1 to be played in game number 2. We'll see what Zergy can do. Final picks coming in on both sides. Expectations for the Abrahams. What can you go with this late in the draft, Jake?
I mean, you have a relatively well-rounded comp. I think probably you're wanting some kind of support. They go with the Sinclair, actually. So valuing a lot of the nuking threat, valuing and maybe also denying the Sinclair. The threat to steal Warden's ult can be a real annoyance in that 1v1 matchup. And maybe this Rabbit Hex could be pretty good. However, there's a lot of mobility on the Buff Enjoyers team. I'm a little worried about the Sinclair pick because I think it might just be hard to land your Rabbit Hex this game with how much people are going to be dancing around.
Doorman has made it in.
They grab the Doorman. I am interested to see the Doorman lane here. Is it going to be something like the Warden plus Doorman? Because I think that's actually a pretty sick combo. You can like cart the Warden while he's ulting, while he's channeling, and like let him basically chase while he's still channeling the ultimate. You could also door the Warden in, allow him to like initiate in from the back line. And Buffer's just going to go back for the Billy as like this frontline option. But you know, I think I see the vision for this Abraham's comp. I'm a little worried about some of the details, some of the execution, whether they can be able to land, where Buff Enjoyers have, for me, much more straightforward style. But I'm just excited to see if they can make the Doorman work and pull it off.
Have you ever done a sober stream, brother? No, I have not. This is my first one, but I'm having a great time.
Bucket's new to the industry. He's new. He's just getting his feet. He's just getting his feet in the water, guys. Chill out. Chill out.
Yeah, ignore all those things behind us. ZP, as we take a look here at the Doorman versus Billy showdown, will they ever match up? Are they the same role? Because both heroes came out a week ago. A lot of people probably don't have any game time on these characters. Give me expectations and observers. Keep the cameras on them.
Well, very different roles between the two. Billy, of course, full frontliner. Doorman, more in heavy poke, heavy setup. I mean, Doorman does a lot, but it's going to be more in the, carrying from afar and creating setup for the team. Also, in terms of lanes, I'm kind of expecting Doorman, Sinclair middle here. I think both can be kind of lane bullies, and you're going to have Sinclair have even more options to play around the doors depending on how they set it up. I want to see Doorman, Sinclair middle. That's what I want to see.
Jake, who am I?
Are you Doorman?
That's Sinclair. You'll learn.
Oh,
watch him when he's in game. It's the weakest Harry Potter I've ever seen, but I love him. He looks real strong. Chat, who wins this one? Are you going Billy? Are you going Doorman? And who do you want the camera on more? Let us know. We have the best observers on the planet working here at the night shift. We pay them occasionally. And this time, the players are getting paid thanks to our friends at Intel. $1,000 is guaranteed here in our EU finals. We also have a North American final coming up a little bit later. But I'm expecting this one to get closed out. Why? You gave them all of their best characters. Again, I don't know if the draft went to the Abrahams and you're busting out a Doorman with huge question marks after Listic just proved he can run a Billy. ZP, am I right? Or are we seeing a game 3?
I think we may see a game 3 here. I mean, on paper, I really like the Abrahams draft. Obviously, it depends on if Doorman can be as much of a lane bully in competitive play as he seems to be on paper, especially pairing up with the Sinclair. You can run Vindicta Abrams in one of the side lanes in all likelihood. Warden 7 also going to be pretty good. Buff Enjoyers by comparison. Calico, we did see run earlier today to like reasonable effect. I'm not entirely sure I'm sold on running her. The Wraith, I still think takes a long time to get online, but the upside for them is that you're still running the Holiday and also D-Mob's absolutely pristine Viscous.
It's shift number 3 here at the night shift. If you're not already a Patreon, we'd love to have you join us for a future Graveyard Shift post show. We have our only Patreons come on in and ask questions to their favorite players as well as casters. Speaking of casters, 2 great ones on the mic. We got ZP Cast alongside Jake Overwatch. Follow him on the Twitter sphere. We'll see you in a minute.
Man, oh man, Jake. One thing I was looking at here, just see the chat reaction to Doorman. There was a comment in chat, Doorman Sinclair may be the highest IQ lane in MOBA history. I actually think that could be true when you think about the combinations of Door into Vexing Bolt in the beginning.
Yeah, I do think there's a lot that can be done as far as the nuking threat on that mid lane, but I mean, by the same token, right, like Viscous and Billy is a little scary on these close range lanes. Maybe Doorman can just play the range and you know, kite away from everything. But if you get caught one time on whether it's the Doorman or the Sinclair, you could wind up in real trouble.
Also, they did it. They put Sinclair Doorman in the same lane and they ran it mid here, Jake. So, you know, the perception was that, okay, this would be a strong lane. You put it in mid. It has come to reality, but now we'll see if the execution is there.
Doorman has pretty terrible creep clearing, so the wave is going to get shoved on our tower really hard, and I don't know that Sinclair plays that well from this position. He wants to have lane prio and kind of be up on the mid bridge. I would say the same for Doorman. So they need to find a way to get this lane cleared early, and it feels like you can't really use your nukes for that because you want to use them to harass. So as much as I can see the vision of this lane, I do think Billy and Viscous is a much more straightforwardly aggressive lane.
Yeah, it's hard to go against the Viscous in any lane to begin with. The Billy synergy, I mean, we've seen people run Billy Viscous earlier in the day too. So, you know, we're kind of in a little bit uncharted territory because we haven't had that much data of, you know, this specific combination against the others. But I will say, when we think about what generally wins, seeing Sinclair on the losing end of a lane feels pretty rare. And also, you know, while they're diving in, Listic is getting beaten up on this dive. There's a low HP Billy, and getting back in the lane and having decent pressure from here on out actually could be difficult with some of the poke that we're seeing right now between Saf and Saint.
Yeah, Listic did take a ton of damage in that last trade. Definitely didn't go his way. Saint just standing his ground there on the Sinclair. Always a nice one to see. I'm interested to see Zergi's lane this game. I mean, last game he had a really rough opening to the lane, had to go to the jungle for quite a while. Of course, not the way he would want it to go. Probably would want a much more stable early laning phase.
Can we talk about the stuff that chat wants to know? Jake, how do you feel about aiming with a keyhole?
I mean, this is a wild crosshair, actually. This is like some on-theme crosshair, but I'm not a particular fan of this one, but you know,
and for us newbies, can you walk us through the abilities? I just saw the bell going out. I know he's got a luggage card. I was playing with that ZP. But for the rooks watching, for week number 2 of Doorman, what should we know?
Yeah, so the bell...
You take it.
I was gonna say the bell just pretty straightforward, right? It's like a nuke, shoot the skill, you know, shoot it again to blow it up, deal some damage to the opponent players. The door is where he, of course, gets his name. Basically, it's a portal gun from Portal. If you didn't play Portal, what is wrong with you and where have you been for the last 10 years? But, and that's going to be, I think, the real exciting part of the kit. But then also the luggage cart comboing with the door is when things get really crazy, where the cart can grab enemy players and pull them along its path, stunning them if it hits a wall. You can also grab allies in the cart and kind of pull them away to safety or push them into a fight if you want to. Here's the door. He's able to take this peek, portaling, shooting from behind the tower. You see the other side up behind that Guardian. And the lane's starting to look pretty good for them as they get lane prio and get the creeps under the opponent tower.
It's just difficult because there's no safe areas when the door is up. Listic, though, pretty decent HP advantage up against Saf. Going to be forcing Saf back. Not the fight you want to take against Billy with that sort of health from side to side. But the one interesting thing, too, is the high priority of just getting extra charge early on Doorman, just so you have double bell. The cooldown between bell is actually pretty short if you have the charges. But the cooldown back to base going to be even quicker as the splatter comes to connect.
Nice punch from D-Mob there, though. Knocking a player in, knocking them into a tough spot. Doorman doesn't have much by the way of self-save, right? Like, it really is just his door to get him out of trouble. So, yes, he has a lot of utility and nuking threat, but you get on top of him, and, I mean, the ultimate is kind of the only way he's really good at defending himself, which we'll see the ultimate at some point. It banishes people to another dimension, and they have to sort of win a little movement mini-game to escape.
There's a lot of weird interactions with it too, where some abilities interact with you while you're in there. You know, if you get Doorman ulted while getting lassoed, you'll just be stuck lassoed inside the hotel from afar, and you're guaranteed to not be able to complete the minigame.
Have a good time.
Yeah, that too. I mean, lots of people lassoed in hotels in human history.
David Carradine went out that way, I think.
Jake, bring us back on topic. Over here in the side lane, we got Vindicta.
Snipes online, and the dive coming in. They're wasting no time with this advantage. ABL diving deep under the Guardian, pushing everyone back so there's no hope for the defense. Does take a ton of damage for his trouble. That does secure them the Guardian, but Warden rather really doesn't want to die in this spot. Wants to get some of his farm on the map. Trying to maybe re-engage on the Calico. Ooh, nice read on the flask. Looking very close. We saw, of course, Tariq behind that wall is super close to a connection.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. Back in mid. Oh, goes for the hotel guest and instead gets interrupted by the goo ball. That is not unstoppable until you actually put points into it. So the doorman just goes to you and says, would you like to stay at the Baroness? And you go, no, I actually would not.
Actually, I'd rather kill you instead of staying at your hotel. Turns out to be good. I mean, and this is the threat from D-Mob, right? He's already getting on with that Mystic shot. Looks like he's just rushing the Express shot too. So the laning pressure from this guy is monstrous. I mean, yeah, you have some good nukes, Doorman and Sinclair, but this guy's kind of the top dog in that department once he gets a couple of these key items online.
It's somewhat unreal how Viscus's power scales up just from the itemization. Probably one of the best heroes in the game in terms of just synergy between itemization and abilities.
But nonetheless, they're able to return to the lane, keep the prio on, and Listic, D-Mob both pretty low. They don't want to get too much of a tank on these cooldowns. I mean, the Bell cooldown is so low, man. He has this up very, very quickly. A catch attempt in here from Listic. Luggage cart missed. Both of Billy's, a Billy and a stolen Billy ultimate.
Oh, it was muted. Present back over here, off to the left. Actually, on the right. Look at the Abrams lane, where it's kind of interesting. They didn't go for the Abrams Vindicta lane. Instead said, you know, we're going to do Abrams 7. Can still sub charge via static shock. But now, back over here to the left. Calico, bit under pressure. Telekinesis, though. Maybe putting Warden in a bind. Low HP, 50. Looking for a way out. Here comes Return the Shadow. A little bit more of the dive, and ABL can't find a way out.
Oh, the jukes are clean there. Nice sidestep from Sharik. Dodges one snipe. Has enough HP to block the second. And a deep dive under tower gets rewarded. Zergy off to a much hotter start in this game. We're still in the early game, but we saw what he could do with that massive farm into the late game. Now he's a lot quicker on the tempo. Only a level 1 blink. Still could be in trouble with Doorman playing around this, and yeah, no way to escape him with the threat of that portal behind. So the roam is good from Zap. They're getting the cleanups on Doorman, getting a few more of those items online, and like you said, very quickly investing into a lot of spirit nuking. So the burst potential, a huge threat from this Doorman.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bell is also one of those abilities that's like scarily potent, particularly if you're able to land setups where you get the direct damage and then some. But speaking of potent, how about charge from Abrams just immediately taking Obikim out? And once more! Wait, this time it went off. Into the Baroness. Listic goes.
Going down.
A little bit of parkour fail, 20 HP. Oh, may get the save. Cube comes in. You see Billy's horns on the outside with the puddle punch, but no! The save attempt, it's a good try, but it's not enough.
Yeah, such a good attempt from D-Mob. Did everything to try and get his buddy out of trouble, but it wasn't enough with Taz there on the follow-up on the Vin roaming in. And despite the trades going both ways in this mid lane, in the end, it's Abrahams who open up that Guardian first. Small lead in this game, a couple thousand souls.
So, all in all, taking a look at the aftermath of the early laning phase here as we start to approach the 10-minute mark. Overall even, 38k, 39k. In the aggregate, but things getting a little bit spicy here off on the right-hand side. Tass in the sky as Vindicta. Looks for the assassinate. Over to the side, Calico. Return the Shadow. Looking in towards 7. Just right now, surviving. Saint finding D-Mob while this is going on, and it is getting a little bit messy over here, Jake.
Yeah, a lot of good kills coming in for Abrahams. Sharik just trying to slip away from it, but it's Obikim, or rather, getting sent packing there, and it's Taz getting a lot of the profit here on the Vin. Like we talked about, Vindicta's threat in the early game roams, now turning those into Guardian takes as well. The map really started to open up. Billy, you comment on this Warden, but you have what it takes, and yeah, still does get trapped. Warden, though, doesn't have backup in the area, doesn't want to double down in that fight. I think he might have been able to rip the ult and turn that one around, but just didn't know it was around the next corner.
Up close and personal. Coming in right now is Obikim. Trying to put a little bit of pressure here on the Saf. Hotel guest still about 14 seconds away. Short cooldown overall, and now, all right, you have the door set up in the back, goes in for the bell, it's serious damage, and you have the doors and escape, and this is just some of the aggression you can do at low HP as Doorman, Jake, where you can get away with plays like that, and Tass actually comes in and gets the cleanup right on after.
Yeah, he's a follow-up king on the Vindicta right now, and a hero with a lot of snowball potential. We don't usually see Vin really scale into those late game carries, but she has been getting active, tons of kill participation, which is always what you want. Meanwhile, coming on board with Hoot, I think this is the first time we've been watching him this game. It's been relatively quiet for him, getting also a little bit more farm into the early game. But he's been taking a lot of pressure, and now Warden chasing him down with that ulti.
Down and in. Meanwhile, it's about time perhaps to go to the Baroness. Cart comes on out, invitation has been sent, and Listic gets punched in the face, doesn't even get the hotel suite this time around.
Oh, they don't even stay around. They just know that the damage is going to be good enough to take down Sharik, and so it is. Kills across the map now for Abraham's. Doorman paying dividends. Saint as well getting active with that slowing hex, assisting some of those follow-up catches, setting up some of his own rabbit hexes as well for those plays.
I gotta say, just watching Doorman here, it's had a few ups and downs this game, but you cannot deny the aura that the hero brings to watching, whether it be just how the ult goes down or just the door play we saw a little bit earlier. It's been super fun to watch, but looking back here, in towards middle once more, Guardian pressure coming on in as Buff Enjoyers trying to get one of the last Guardians left remaining. Meanwhile, Ern's gonna get turned in by Abrahams and extra souls to their way.
Here's a special treat
He's just
for you.
the Ern TP with the door is kind of a wild usage. Saf can't quite get back to the door. Meanwhile, ABL kills Zergy across the map. But this fight on here looks pretty good for the Buff Enjoyers. Everyone's got to run away from this D-Mob ball. Clearing out the Surge, grabbing some boxes on the way. However, wave crashing on mid, probably going to send Buff Enjoyers back to base, let them reset, clear these waves.
Also, in terms of Guardians, Abraham's still maintaining their mid Guardian. Buff Enjoyers still gonna have to find a way back over there. Meanwhile, Chain Gang out here from Listic in the double Gamba, and a little bit on the chase down. Right now is Saint, not fearing the goat whatsoever. Up and over, and Listic had a little bit of support coming in from the air. Quick TP back in from Saint in response together, though, able to finish what Saint started.
And getting rid of Listic on that Billy means you have a little bit more space to roam. Pocket caught in a tough spot, has to cape straight up into the air. Maybe can just slip away to the jump pad. Pocket, probably the most versatile escape hero in the game. And meanwhile, I mean, who just managed to get pretty nice farm potential here, coming back in this game from what was, he was a little bit behind, I believe, in that early mid game. Meanwhile, Jams, I see what's going on with him. He's got relatively defensive here, had to go with that. Some of these shielding items, cold front as well. So he has a bit of fighting potential, but has 5k souls on board. It's going to have a pretty nice spike here. That max power surge plus the surge of power, the item, as well as the skill named Power Surge, is pretty potent on the 7. That tends to be that early game farm spike potential.
A little bit of power squared, just
my
getting
God.
slammed into the wall by Abrams together. Just be able to go in there. D-Mob find himself a little bit of a hotel stay. Not going to get out before the bonus damage comes into play. 80 HP and immediately dead. You know, that's a great thing about the Baroness is that not only do you get a great hotel stay, but they always have a welcoming party ready for you as you leave the hotel.
And speaking of parties, man, Abrams across the map, kill after kill. They're playing this pick-heavy early game snowball style, but it's really paying off. Taz usually sticks to the Paradox in the Holiday, but here on the Vindicta, I think has more potential to get out of control in this game. Slowing Hex, Rabbit Hex, follow-up, a lot of control onto Sharik, has the ult just to be able to slip away. Listic with the counter engage, though, maybe it's starting to look good. Zergy comes in to deal damage, is low himself, but Abrams sent packing, not enough support here to get the counterplay, and Sharik lives. So Buff Enjoyers bring numbers to that defense of the mid lane Walker. That's where they've cut their teeth as a team, right? Making these comebacks based on mid lane defenses.
Also, speaking of mid lane, the mid lane Guardian's still there. I mean, it's not at the point of the game where it's impacting builds too much, but no extra item slots here thus far for Buff Enjoyers. And it's a little bit weird because usually their macro is strong enough that even when they're behind, they're able to make efficient trades for buildings. And you take a look at the group up coming in the middle as we get a quick pause. You got to think that this focus on the middle is the main priority for Buff Enjoyers now, especially 14 minutes in.
Yeah, they'd love to be able to take down this Guardian. You know, I think maybe this is the moment to do it with quite a few of the key ultimates off the field. I think Abrahams are maybe a little bit more ult dependent as a team than the Buff Enjoyers are. I think they're probably more willing to take these fights with, Pocket and Viscous, just mixing it up with Holiday in the front line, trying to put a lot of damage down. And let's see if the Walker defense can really be mounted. I mean, Warden 7, they're not really going to be able to get to this fight. So I think Abrahams, they're just maybe hoping to grab a kill or two on the Walker defense, whereas Buff Enjoyers maybe do want to force it here.
People are coming into the fight a little bit drained. I mean, the main ult to watch out for here is that Obakim is in a reasonable spot to land a lasso onto either Saf or Tass here at the beginning. There's no hotel guest up, and I mean, Tass just has general Vindicta poke. I feel like with what Buff Enjoyers has rotated over here, it should be a reasonably clean take of Mid-Guardian, but we'll see what they're able to do, especially if they take a little bit in the setup here. You are going to get things like hotel guest right back up.
I think they're trying to maybe gank the Warden. Maybe Shariq's just scouting the information, but a lot of Abraham's players have converged on the mid lane, so it seems like that push not going to be much. Pocket just coming in for some big nuke on it, just going to cape his way out of it. Really well played, I think, by Hoot. Does he have the TP out, though? And yeah, the hotel guest, he's caught in trap, so Hoot could actually find himself in trouble because he's not going to have skills coming out of this. Oh, goodbye. Oh, he's not even there to be sniped.
Do you feel there's pressure on the players a little bit? If they look back at the vibe, they're like, yeah, I'm getting observed every time I go into the hotel.
Trades, though, coming in. Buff and Joy is finding 2 off the back of that. They are traded right back. It's a 2 for 2 now. The Abrahams brawling in the secret shop. And yeah, I mean, I think the problem is that Doorman ult, if you get Doorman ulted after you blow all your stamina, there's just no real way to actually successfully complete the movement puzzle with the timer, right? Especially if you get caught by a slowing X, you know, some of these duration abilities. Oh, canceling the Warden ulti is big, though. Nice connection by Demov.
Demov has been the cancel king, canceling Last Stand, canceling Hotel Guest back when it was cancelable. 4 points got put into it. I mean, Demov using Goo Ball to maximum potency. Not just all the usual uses, but also just really well-timed interrupts on top of it.
And meanwhile, ABL has also hit a pretty nice level of farm on this Warden. But there are a lot of stuns to be worried about in terms of interrupting your ultimate. I mean, Wraith is probably the first one that comes to mind, but Goo Ball is also pretty good at that. Could get a lasso by Holiday, so you got to be a little bit careful when it comes to popping the Warden ulti this game. He's gonna do. Oh, they're gonna boost the urn turn in. Like, this is pretty interesting because it's so hard to know when the urn turn in is gonna come in. And I think you can turn it in. Like, it's so safe, right? If something went wrong, you would just step back through the door. Like, this is actually a pretty sick usage of the skill because I don't know how you really punish that short of like a perfect lasso pulling them off the urn.
It's so tricky. And also, let's not forget too, in terms of late game power that Doorman's going to give your team, is that you have some of the best mid-boss contest around because all Doorman has to do is get just the brief moment of LOS into the mid-boss area, and you can create the perfect vantage point to poke, steal, or do whichever into the fight. So, I mean, Doorman brings power even beyond the fact that he just kind of hurts, especially if he's able to land his bells.
Yeah, I think Doorman, I will say, my theory on him as a character, though, is I think he probably will start to fall off into the deeper into the late game, where the damage is less relevant from the hotel stay. You just immediately drop into the pit and hotel to get out. Oh, the luggage cart just barely missed comboing the slowing hex, so Shariq has a chance to play out of this, but no, with this many players converging on him, yeah, that's pretty hopeless.
The Bell's amount of CC is actually pretty reasonable, too. It's not great after you get hit by it in terms of getting away right on after, and the fact is, like, you get hit by one Bell, you're probably going to get hit by another right after because it's still an ability with charges. It's a lot of lockdown that's still bringing good damage, and you have the option of throwing in the hotel guest right on after.
I love Doorman's sprint animation. It's like the funniest looking guy when he's sprinting and he's dashing and he just does like a little mini sprint. Like, all the movement animations look so silly on this guy.
You know what it is that you listen to his voice lines intently in game, he sounds like an eldritch entity, and he's basically cosplaying as a human. Like, he's like, is this how humanity runs? I think so. Or they should run this way if they don't want to deal with unspeakable horror. But off to the Baroness goes Listic. And again, not enough stamina to get over before he pays the fee.
Big damage, and where's the follow-up? It's coming in hot. Billy's getting a lot of skills off, though, putting pretty significant damage down in the fight, but I think Abrahams just have too much to bring to bear. Zergy forced a TP out of that one. Looks like the 7 stun was on him. Catch is attempted by the Doorman, but it's still expensive, right? Continuing to play towards this streak of 1 team fights in the mid lane. Zergy is still going to be able to clear side lanes, get some farm in, and despite what feels like, I mean, really good fights for Abrahams, I feel like they've been winning a lot of fights back to back to back. I think Buffinger is just getting more out of the jungle, is just being more efficient because farm-wise, they really aren't falling behind. And, you know, in the end, yeah, winning these fights is great, getting kills is great, but it doesn't matter if you're not turning it into a soul lead.
That's exactly the point I was going to bring up here, is that, yeah, it's been flashy. We've been seeing some great team fights from Abrahams and Buff Enjoyers. It feels like they've been losing really hard. But then you look at where the game actually is, it's like, but wait, not so much. And I love observers. That's fantastic. What we just saw there, like, more of that.
Surely observing the Doorman is easy and consistent. Surely there's no challenge in that one. Oh, Billy catch onto Vindicta. Oh. Taz has been on a hot snowball. That's a pretty big streak, I believe, fed to Hoot of all people. Let's It's a nice kill to be finding because Taz is one of your key rotators and initiators. That's a bit of a window maybe for Buffingers to do something on their end.
Also kind of a no-fly zone. You're just Vindicta enjoying yourself on the rooftop, and a goat with a bat just rolls up behind you. Listic activating a little bit of stealth for that one.
Headed to Greenwich.
Okay, point blank Doorman. that one was a little bit less epic. Just walking. He's walking here. But, okay. Overall, we've basically gone back to a wash between both teams. I mean, really, the only thing Buffingers is really behind on now is a little bit of Walker HP. That's it. Any team's game now, Jake.
Yeah, which, you know, makes me, my theory is that Doorman falls off a bit. I'm not sure how true that is. I think Doorman's pretty sick at doing some crazy base defenses with the door and maybe trying to make clutch fights. But in the end, you don't want to be defending your base. You want to be killing the opponent and seizing their base. Doorman, though, starting to do just that. The cube, just enough to save D-Mob for a moment. But surely even the GOAT can't play his way out of this. Yeah, the follow-up is there. A lot of players from Abrahams to secure that opening kill. But meanwhile, Buffingers pick up the urn elsewhere on the map, getting a lot of farm. And like, yeah, this one pickoff, but if you had to bring 4 players to achieve it and the wave is crashing on your walker, it's one of those things. That's sort of why Buffingers, I think, has been able to maintain the souls so close despite so many fights going against them.
Well, here's what I want to see from Abrahams here is use Doorman to set up a good door right by urn, and turning this urn, I think, becomes a real problem when, look at the door. The door has been set up here, Jake. Do you want to turn in the urn when the door is just sitting there in a menacing fashion? I don't.
Sinclair trying to just die for this walker. He's going to accomplish the dying part, it seems, but I don't know about the walker. Ooh, he's so close. Yeah, okay, the follow-up is there. Too close for D-Mob. He did get a lot of good damage on the walker. I mean, it's not terrible, but I think the fact that you don't get that kill, maybe Buffingers want to bring a lot of players and actually commit to a heavy team fight on the side. But like you mentioned, the door makes that super scary.
Well, the door has been opened. So there's a window here on the baby way out the door, but luggage cart comes on in, takes Alco out outright into the charge. The CC chain is brutal. And Abrahams, they decide it is time to go. Sherrick down immediately. Jam side lighting it up in the sky, ends up getting taken down, but so much lightning damage was done that still may be the fight here for Abrahams as another cart connects.
Yeah, it sends Hoot away. Hoot, still pretty healthy. Doesn't have Affliction, but can be pretty potent in these fights. Viscous as well. These are heroes that love when skills run low and they can rely on these low cooldown nukes to get trades back the other way. It's 2 for 2, but I mean, this is starting to show, I think, some of the cracks here for Abrahams. They do grab a walker elsewhere, but you really don't want to die for this on ABL. He's quite healthy. It's just Zergy on the chase down, but she's pretty fast. Both these heroes with a lot of movement speed. No ultimate for Warden to make the turn, and oh my god, Zergy's single target is monstrous.
Ball! Oh, but out of nowhere! You get the name of that Abrams! Comes in for the save, nearly cuts Zergy down at 150 HP. ABL, though, was so low that he was able to get chased down towards the end. And a little bit tragic for ABL there, Jake, because he was so close to last stand. If that was just like 5 seconds later, he could have turned it.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, dies for the walker, right? So it's not the worst trade in the world, despite the fact of him almost escaping here. Lasso attempted by Holiday, not able to get the connection. I mean, I wonder for ABL, the key for him is going to be like finding and sticking on targets with the last stand. See what he can deliver, because, you know, it's going to be up to him and Jamsite, who really need to be these late game damage dealers and actually stick on targets, where the Buffingers comp has a lot of mobility. They're going to be really good at kiting Seven and Warden ults. And so, yeah, you are incredibly strong when you commit these big team fight ultis for Abrahams, but when those ultis run out, you could be in a little bit of trouble. I don't know how much follow through you really have in a long engagement where somebody like Zergy is really going to profit, not being as dependent on the ultimate for team fight damage.
Could be another fight taking place here. You got the hotel guest ready to go. Is Listic gonna have another stay? Is the words I'm looking for. Moves on forward. Hotel guest dropped. Doorman 300 HP under pressure, and it's a goop pulse in the hotel. That is not regulation. Falls into the pit, but also still plenty healthy as he rolls out of the situation. Listic, though, again, the one to pay the price, has been the target of focus for Abrahams in most of these fights.
Yeah, I mean, the goo ball, though, yeah, you might trap it, but he's just going to roll out and, like, tank the damage just fine in the goo ball. So it doesn't seem like too big of a problem for Viscous. And the chases are coming in. Counterspells deployed. Seven in big trouble. Cleared out now, and that's a key core. dropping down. Wave is already crashing on this walker. It's a perfect scenario here for Buff Enjoyers to turn this into an objective take.
And Buff Enjoyers rarely will miss opportunities like this.
Taz?
The contest and over. Taz super low on the Vindicta. Still somehow alive, taking the refuge here off in the closet. And you check those closets as you move on forward. That's how that one ends up working. Zergy low HP, take a play for ABL and able to go down. But the card plus Hoot turn it into a 1-for-1. Saf though, back out of the spawn into the fight. The Doorman, bit of a chase down, maybe.
I mean, yeah, it's a walker take. It's a winning team fight. Zergy dying for that one is pretty painful. Thought he could maybe burst ABL down, but the flash came off cooldown just in time. Wave positions are quite good for Buff Enjoyers. Are they going down into the mid boss right now? I think they are here, just gambling. Hey, you don't have ABL. You can't take this fight. I wonder though if Jamside has something to say about that. I think there's a real option here for Abrahams to go for the contest. They're only down 1, and they have some powerful ultimates, some powerful skills to be able to potentially contest some of these rejuves.
They may be going for the door. Doorman sliding on down. Will they get the door in time? Drops on down. Storm Cloud out. Door is in. This is going to be enough of a contest.
Who gets the third rejuve? Goes to Buff.
Stick was able to take down Saf. Rejuves are being burned back and forth. Saints and Obakins both used. Jamside Storm Cloud faded. Both teams a little bit wounded as the aftermath. Sherrick desperately trying to get away. Listic also wounded. And it's a cloned chain gang in from Saint, pulling everyone together. But is the fall through going to be there? It may have just been Saint bringing everyone together for his own demise.
And you still have one more rejuve for Buff Enjoyer, so they can afford to lose one more player, but I'm not even sure they will. Nice lasso here being held down. Billy getting the follow-up here onto Jamside, and it's an absolute rout. Everyone from Abraham's going to be going down. ABL still here with the ultimate. Now just needs to try to get out of this one. Knows already this fight is done and dusted, but I just don't think you can escape. Overkim has insane mobility. Maybe you can get under this walker, and enough blast can dissuade the push, but Buff Enjoyers really want to get this kill. They know how hard it is for Warden to fight his way out with no ulti.
Warden without ultimate is half a character, and half a character you are not afraid of, walker or no. ABL just going on down. Abraham's getting fully team wiped. And now you look at the state of the game, and it's going to be Buff Enjoyers with a healthy 20k lead and perhaps a little bit more should they get this walker.
Yeah, Pocket, I don't think he's going to get the walker. Wisely, I think, backs out of that one on low HP, does not want to get bursted. All the rejuves are gone now, but you have quite a bit of time here, probably, 20 seconds, relatively uncontested, just clear camps. I think this urn, I'm a little skeptical about it. I don't know that this is actually going to go off here for Calico, but it is an easy urn drop for Abraham, so maybe you just need to hold the urn now to deny it. And Zergy has reached that point much faster than the last game, right? This is a Wraith that didn't have to struggle in the early game, that actually goes off to a hot start and is now in the happy place, just free farming jungle camps here for about 30 seconds. It's all you really need on Wraith. He's got another 6k item coming in very soon.
Also, in terms of things that can deal with Zergy, there's not tons of options for Abrahams. ABL, of course, has a power spike when Last Stand is up, but that is often short-lived. And of course, you have Saf, who can just invite Zergy to the hotel.
Damage.
But Zergy just does such a good job, Jake, of not only optimizing farm, but also not being the first target in these fights.
And speaking of the first target, Doorman, maybe the perfect one to slip out of that. Lassoed in. Oh, but does that? Yeah, cancels the Doorman ultimate. Not able to get it off in time. The lasso interrupts. And so Obakim's the one to find that opening pickoff. Buff Enjoyers, remember, they're up 1-0 in the series. The series is starting to slip away now from Abraham's. It's been Buff Enjoyers as the team that has made these challenging comebacks, that has brought games back from the brink. Abraham's have been comfortably playing from in front, but right here, they're not finding that situation.
Headed to green.
Oh, Obakim grabs the urn. They're chasing him down, but the Veil Walker and Viz, I think he's getting out with that. And Abraham's brought a lot of players to try and deal with that urn snatch. The movement was so clean from Obakim, though. He absolutely raced to that urn, won the movement race. And honestly, I think if he had been a little bit slower there, it would have cost him his life.
Alrighty. Buff Enjoyers right now looking to be back-to-back champions if they're able to take this map and not give up this lead. Rabbit X, though. And Hoot, a little bit of a bind here, but your Pocket, you got plenty of options to get away.
It's kind of low.
Sort of
Okay.
situation.
Does slip away from that for the moment. And, elsewhere, connection comes in. The Stolen Affliction, though, onto Zergy is putting a decent amount of damage down, but do you really want to double down on a Frenzy Wraith, right? Like, yeah, she's taking a little bit of damage. Once she gets down past that Frenzy threshold, you're going to have real trouble in actually trying to finish this one off. Speaking of Demov, diving in, putting his life on the line here, getting Assault Initiation. Coop with the follow-up burst. and the Phantom Strike connection from the ball as well. This game seems to be all over but the crying. ZP Buffinger is just getting cleanup after cleanup.
Yeah, and again, it's just a situation where they got a few pickoffs, turned it into a little bit more, turned it into a mid-boss, and Abrahams find themselves in what could be the end game here. First stage Patron is going to go to the wayside. The remainder of their base Guardians also going to get crunched. Buff Enjoyers going to play it on the safe side, back on out. But now you have to go against Buff Enjoyers where they're going to have a nearly 40k soul lead. So the stat difference is absolutely massive at this point. And you're not running a team for Abrahams that has massive pick potential per se in some of these fights. You're not running something like a Paradox, you want something like a Holiday. You more so have to get an advantage off something rotationally, which, hey, look, you got Doorman, you have options for some tricky plays, but you have to be the ones to set this up. If you wait for Buff Enjoyers to bring the fight to you, you are simply going to lose the game.
It's key item choice here for Zergy. I wonder if it's like a leech here, maybe. Something to just buff survivability. I mean, you're reaching the point where you can kind of just start diving the Patron if you're able to even get the fight that close to the base. So it's a key choice for Zergy, what he wants to deploy to close out this game. Would be an easy earn for Abrams, so they've got to be cautious. They really don't want to allow the pickup. Buff Enjoyers want to defend this earn, and both teams know it here.
What could be the final fight now approaching. Buff Enjoyers off to the upper left. Abrahams right now biding their time, deciding not quite the time to go on in. They would love to get in pick of someone here, but the setup is going to be the challenging end as together. Tries to go for a charge pickup. Not quite going to find it. But the key here is, Jake, is that Abrahams is on a timer. They cannot let Buff Enjoyers be the one to initiate what may be the final fight.
Yeah, I think they're going to go with the final defense on this earn drop. Looks like they're setting up for it. 7 ulti still not online. A catch in the mid lane, though. The slowing hex out of pocket. Hoot. Overplaying his hand there. Thought he could get a little bit tricky, but that slowing hex is just deadly for Pocket, right? Really cuts a lot of your options away from the hero. And Abraham's just saying, you know what, YOLO, let's go for this. Let's send it. ABL did deploy the ultimate to get that team fight off. Lasso, is there a connection? Oh my God, pulled so insanely deep, and Overkin's back under the walker. It's turning into a really scary fight here for Abrahams.
Meanwhile, Doorman was trying to make a bit of an escape, ends up getting caught. Zergy, nearly 4k HP, about as farmed as a Wraith is going to get. Rolls on in, could be the final fight. As we see Abrahams right now desperately trying to disengage, live to fight another day. Buff Enjoyers, though, full forward, looking for it. And is Zergy afraid of the storm? Right now, the answer may just be no. Fighting the storm tooth and nail, still 7, living for quite a while, but ends up falling under the pressure. Abraham's down 4, Buff Enjoyers only down 1, and the end, Jake, is approaching.
Yeah, huge performance here from Zergy, just so tanky at this phase of the game, even under the storm cloud. And yeah, Abrahams knew it. They just had to take a gamble, had to take any chance they could find. GG's in the chat, just a formality now as Buff Enjoyers continue to grab this victory here with Intel back in the game, sponsoring in the Deadlock night shift. And it's Buff Enjoyers clocking in with another championship.
Massive victory for the Buff Enjoyers. The Zergy fans, excuse me, going crazy in the chat. Trackball could have been the difference, or it could have been the character selection, or it could have been just some dominant teamwork. What did you see, ZP? What was the difference between Buff Enjoyers and the Abrahams in a clean 2-0?
I gotta say, if I had to nail it down to one factor, you could talk about the Buff Enjoyer macro play all day and all night, but to me, I still like the micro play, and the amount of interrupts D-Mov was getting, interrupting Last Stand, interrupting Hotel Guest, saves with the cube at the right place, right time. We are now 2 weeks in a row where all that seems to be happening is that D-Mov picks Viscous and Buff Enjoyers win. At some point, teams have to look at this and go, maybe we don't let D-Mov play this hero anymore.
Yeah, Jake, I haven't been around the game that long, but 2 episodes in, I'm like, okay, that's a problem. This guy who won MVP last week, maybe we should take away his best character, at least his comfort character that he's showcasing. Clean victories. On the other side, you have to just say they're getting the job done. They're doing it consistently. And Virtus Pro may be re-signing them soon. Buff Enjoyers dropping VP for this event and still holding the belt at the end. Let's take a look at the victory overall. Jake, do you have a preview on the numbers or a feeling of who might have been a carry in this matchup?
I mean, I suspect Zergy's stats are going to look amazing, right? He looked great in the last game where he started off really weak and had to forge that long road to a comeback. But in this game, he came out pretty strong. It was back and forth in the early game, but once Buffingers got the lead, man, Zergy was profiting a ton with these team fights, a lot of individual solo kills. I think it was pretty great to see Sap on the Doorman, though, especially in the early game. I think we can say that this Doorman provides a ton of utility in the early game snowball threat. And while maybe things fall off, maybe things are in trouble, I mean, we've seen in the past in Deadlock, sometimes these early game dominator heroes are really good, especially that threat to grab quick or easy earn turn-ins, earn contests looked amazing on the Doorman. So it was cool to see that utility from the pros. I think that's something that a lot of people are going to want to take to their matches in play in the public server.
Some fan service on both sides. The Billy was brought out once again by Listic, and I felt like Listic not having the same impact he had a week ago with a few different characters in his arsenal. ZP, are you sold on the new characters? Will they be in the games next week, you think?
I think they're going to get implemented more and more. If you're seeing them get played after 1 week when people really haven't had the greatest amount of playtime on them, that means they're really good even without full mastery of the kit, which means they're probably amazing when people truly get that mastery. But you know who else is amazing? Our patrons over on our Deadlock Night Shift Patreon. One of the tiers, $25 more. You get a shout out on broadcast. So shout outs to Afax, Flint Snow, and Young Calc, who was at $25 for a moment, then changed. Whatever, it's still good enough. Calc, you get your shout out too. But check out our Patreon if you want to throw a little bit extra support the show's way. And of course, get access to our exclusive post show, The Graveyard Shift, where later tonight we're going to be sitting down with John to get his thoughts on the game and the scene.
Ooh, I love that. And John is always going to be a fun guest. Dude, bend a guy. Thank you for your contributions. Keeping it in the top 10 last week. Patreon, join us and you get into the Night Shift's Graveyard Shift featuring the great ZP. Jake is going to be crushing the hosting role potentially for our NA portion, as I have to go join my 3-year-old for some activities tonight. Swimming is fun. Jake, let's jump in though with our numbers from this series and what we saw. Is there an MVP, a clear favorite that just jumps out statistically?
Yeah, I think for me, this is a big game from Zergy in particular, because Zergy was kind of forced under the Wraith, it felt like in game one. It felt like Abraham's had him exactly where they wanted him. They took away the 7, they took away the Infernus, maybe these more conventional carry heroes we've been seeing a lot of. But Zergy said, all right, I'll bring out the Wraith. And they played a long and drawn out comeback in game one, man. That was a knockdown drag out. They really had to scrap for every single comeback engagement. And then, man, in game 2, it was like, all right, just give me the Wraith. Like, maybe this is actually good. Maybe this is legit. And he proves that it is. I mean, once he had that Frenzy, the debuff remover, the counter spell, it's getting into those more defensive late game items. Once he already has the Merc Mag and the Boundless Spirit, man, the Wraith becomes a problem. Even if you do get on top of her, it's not necessarily going to be easy to get that kill. So I love what Zergy showcased in this game. I mean, the massive single target damage threat from Wraith looked amazing. And I think that's going to force maybe some teams to start considering Wraith a little bit more highly in the coming weeks, maybe even for NA.
Zergy looking great on that character, both games. I really enjoyed the Hollywood play. Shout out to Demov, though. The best blob. Even Goober said it in the chat. We saw it. Hoot get in his pocket. Everyone had fun for the buff enjoyers as they walk away with another $1,000 in their pocket. They're quickly becoming the richest team in Deadlock. ZP, if you played against these guys with yourself cloned 5 times, how long would the game last?
I'm going to be honest, Puckett, if it gets 15 minutes, I would be happy. I think I would lose pretty heavily in lane phase, and it would just get worse from there. If nothing else, my hero pool, even if I get back up, to the higher ranks, my lifetime has in the realm of like Ascendant right now, even if I got it into Eternus, my hero pool is like 3 heroes, so I would not match up well in a
I think you'd crush. Our MVP was ready. Shout out to Solomon. I just threw that random blurb in there. Let's take a look here at our Wraith. Zergy. MVP level performance, 48,000 souls. We talked about his 63,000 in the game 1. Player damage through the charts, ridiculous objective damage, and only 3 deaths the entire time. Kills, is 6 good for a Wraith, Mr. Jake?
Yeah, I mean, kills are one thing, but the 23 assists shows that despite Wraith being a really a hero that wants to maybe split push, wants to farm and get to the late game. 6 kills, 23 assists shows that you're being very active. You're actually really showing up to a ton of engagements and bringing the heat. Also, you take a look at the item timings. I mean, getting Merc Mag pre 20 minutes is a pretty sick game for Wraith. That item really escalates the damage and really starts to pump the threat, followed very quickly by a Boundless. And then you can just see his items. Like, he just knows, look, my damage, this game is over if I'm able to actually shoot and deal damage. So it's Spirit Resilience, it's Frenzy, it's Debuff Remover, it's Counterspell, just all in defensive items. And Frenzy has some offensive potential, but I would say a mostly defensive option in terms of the build here on Wraith. So he sees, once he's below half HP, man, he just starts lighting it up. And really impressive performance on the Wraith, the hero that I would say has fallen out of the meta pretty hard. Was a top tier pick for a very, very long time, but I feel like Zergy just brought it back today.
Yeah, didn't see it at all last week, and now we see it back-to-back games. Will NA use this champion, this hero, Mr. ZP?
I mean, overall, I would guess no, because NA has always had this very bad, like, anti-Wraith bias. We went through some weeks in the past of Deadlock competitive history where Wraith would be first pick, first ban in EU always, and wouldn't even get picked in NA at times. And that was when Wraith was one of the most broken heroes in Deadlock history. So, will NA surprise me and pick Wraith? It's not impossible, but I'm not expecting it. I kind of feel like NA is going to embrace new heroes a little bit more. I think one of the things we'll see in NA that we didn't see today is that we'll see, or on the U side, we'll see Paige get played. Also, NA has the option to play Drifter. Drifter is available. They've had a few hours with it while we're finishing up EU, so that alone could make NA a very, very different place than EU today.
Zergy's screen is all kinds of fun to watch, and he was a fantastic interviewee last week in the Graveyard in the Graveyard Shift. ZP, who's on the show tonight? You said John. For those who don't know him, who's John? What can they expect? Where can they submit questions?
Yeah, so you can submit questions in our Discord. If you go to the Patreon channel as a patron, you can ask your questions there, and we will relay them to John. As far as John goes, well, he's a former North American champion, was one of the key parts of Melee Creeps when they were taking it to Hydra Nation, and one of the most consistent players you're going to find, whether it be on Warden or Mirage, or really just, John picking up heroes as it goes. Probably one of the biggest grinders in the scene, where I remember seeing John back in the Deadlock beta, the very first stages of May last year, and the man has just grinded himself into one of the top players in NA. So, just to see his progression to go from just, pubbing into now genuine top player and threat has been really cool to see. And that's kind of, part of the questions we're going to get into later tonight.
And we're going to be joined for a very special interview. Can we announce it? Or do we have to wait till the other side of the break, Jake? He's here right now. Let's do it.
The one and only. Man, the myth, the legend. We've got Hoop here in for an interview. I guess I'll open it up. So, it's a nice win from you guys. I really just want to ask about, especially game one. I mean, you guys were pretty brutally behind. Honestly, the game looked really rough. You guys still had walkers up, but the soul lead really went against you. What are the comms like for the team in terms of when you're in a spot like that, where you're far behind and trying to make a comeback?
We're really trying to just minimize losing and then get one big play, one catch off. We're constantly just looking at the map where they are and trying to make a play on other side of the map. And we're just very, very careful at looking at the map and looking where they are.
When you guys do go in, it's been a calculated decision. Who is the most aggressive?
It's gotta be Listic. He's always first in, and almost always first dead.
You know what to expect, though. It's good. Go ahead, Zach.
Yeah, so on the Listic note, that actually brings up a point I wanted to touch on, is that I think that some people will look at the last games where Listic was on the billing and go like, man, Listic was getting blown up a lot, but was there actually more inherent value there than the eye test would give? And the idea is that people were still blowing a lot of cooldowns on Listic, and Listic was essentially getting a lot of the aggro. So I felt like we had several fights where, Listic would go in, he would take a trip to the hotel, he would fall into the pit, he would eat all sorts of cooldowns before even going to the hotel. And yes, Listic would die, but you guys would end up winning the fight, or at least breaking even in some of those fights. So, if you had to defend Listic and Listic's contribution on the Billy, what would you say?
Yeah, I mean, he's burning all of their cooldowns, and he's pulling everyone towards him, especially with his ult. Billy's ult is really, really good for just going in and taking everyone with him. Just making everyone die with him.
All right. Well,
Go ahead, Jake. We're gonna take turns. It's Jake's turn. Go,
All right,
Jake.
all right. Well, I, you are the newest comer here to Buff Enjoyers as far as like, somebody coming in to join this team. And I'm just curious, like, what it's been like for you to come in and join a team that has had very little roster changes for quite a long time here, in Deadlock history. And so how did that come about? How was that like a connection you guys already had, or something you've been talking about before?
I mean, I've been talking to Lightbringer and just VP, or not VP, no, Buff Enjoyer players in general, and it just came up like after Michaelis decided to stop playing, and they thought I was the first candidate that they wanted to try out and play with. And
You've lived up to the hype. I think it's been incredibly fun to watch you. In fact, my last name's Puckett, and I now want to play Pocket after watching your first week. Can you, though, tell me, why don't we see more competitive teams right now? I'm somebody coming outside of the Deadlock community. Why are there just 15 guys or about 20 people I see rotating around Europe? How do we get more competition to get to your skill level?
I think there are a lot of players that are good at the game, but they are scared to make a team themselves and actually try to compete with top players. Because there is a lot of people, a lot of high MMR people that are good at the game that are playing pops, but they're not really trying anything at competitive scene. So I think there's definitely an area for more players in the scene.
We need to find more money, Jake. Money removes fear.
Why is that on me, man? I gotta
Come on,
Jake,
you're the most handsome of the crew. We got to use the pretty boy smile. Come on, cash it in.
Jake, do more sponsor things. Hoot, I had actually one question, and it's more so chance to self-promote here, but look, you love talking in your stream title anytime you win a tournament like this. Where can people catch you if they want to see more of your gameplay on your own personal shifts outside of Wednesday?
They will catch me on Twitch at HootDL. And the title, you'll see that it's me with the title 3x Fight Night Win, or Night Shift Winner. My bad.
You're doing great. Doing better than we do. Night Shift Champion once again. Can I get your prediction? Does Hydra Nation get the belt again for NA tonight?
I think I saw some scrims and they were struggling against some teams, but I'm not sure.
And if you play,
this is the moment for the shakeup, right? With
you
all
give them the belt.
I can't. This is too much pressure. I can't just give one team. I have to see how they play today.
Okay. All right. We're gonna give it another week. I need an answer next week. Best of luck. I expect
I'll
to
give
see
it
you
to you
then.
next week.
All right. Cheers. That's Hoot, everybody. He's a legend. He's a streamer. You can follow him once again, HootDL, on the twitch.tvs. We're going to go to an awesome break. Reminder, Intel is here this week. They've got you covered. But if you want to support the people behind the scenes, the button pushers, if you want to feed an observer for 5 to 12 days, all you got to do is become a Patreon. We're going to a break. Shout out to Solomon, the guy who hits the buttons.
What's going on, Deadlockers? We're into our final part here of version 2, episode 2. I don't know what you want to call it, but it's Pictionary, and that's really all that's going to matter because there's a lot of twos going here when it comes to our points. Zergy in the lead at 2.5 after 2 rounds. We had heroes and hero weapons, though I do want to deduct him half a point for how terrible his paradox drawing was of his trade secret. But AVG and Lord of Dem both at 2 points apiece, and we're moving into our third and final round, and it's going to be items. And it's Lord and M once again kicking things off here. So what do you have for us, Lord?
Beautiful archway. Circle.
Okay.
Laundry Triangle.
Machine.
Leech. Can I finish the drawing?
I said it too. Said it too.
I heard laundry machine out of AVG.
Okay, you can give it to him. Okay.
Did you say leach though?
I did.
I heard laundry machine.
I said it at the same time as he did. I said leech. I promise.
No, not at the same time. I said it like 3 seconds earlier, like eight more times at least.
I think so.
There we go.
I
guess the
no,
drawing.
it's fine. He can have it.
All
it's
done.
okay. He can have it.
I like how you're more concerned with finishing your drawing when we guessed it like 20 seconds ago. But pretty good. Don't worry. I like that you finished it because we can use that as a comparison of the actual image.
Perfect.
But that does mean Zergy is 1.5 points ahead of AVG and Lord of M. But it's AVG's turn to draw. So let's send it on over to you.
I'm going to make this interesting because otherwise it would be too easy. So here's what I'm going to do.
Sharpshooter.
Oh, there's a guess.
What?
What did he guess?
He guessed sharpshooter.
Sharpshooter.
Okay.
Did I send you the right image?
No, hold on. I was okay. It's okay. I'm just start.
What? Can I get my guess? Can I get my guess back?
No, okay.
I'm trusting the process here.
All right, trust the process. Think about what this item is. No, they're never gonna get it. It's okay. I'll just, it's okay.
I mean, no, I can. You can give me another. Okay, well, I was gonna guess.
No, go ahead. Let's see what it was.
Can I guess? I was gonna guess this timing head.
No.
Okay. Yeah, you probably shouldn't have guessed.
Nice. Good try. Good try.
I'm gonna maintain. I'm gonna try my idea again, because I think it's a good idea. But the problem is, like, the drawing is just hard to do. Maybe I could use color.
I mean, I'm looking at it and it's not bad.
Okay, no,
like,
that's
hard to do.
That's because I have a different idea. I wasn't planning to draw. It's okay. I'm just gonna. It's fine.
What the? Okay, I see. Okay, I believe. I trust.
Like Shrek.
That's what I was thinking. What is this?
Shrek.
It's Shrek.
It's actually Shrek.
Okay, I trusted the process a little too much.
Is there an ogre item? Shadow Weave? What is this?
No, chill, bro. It's good. This is a good drawing. Like, what?
What am I looking at? A Christmas. That actually is a Christmas tree.
Okay, yeah, okay. It's a Christmas tree. Now think about what's close to a Christmas tree.
What?
A tree? Why?
That is not a Christmas tree.
Okay, it's not actually.
That is an ogre.
I f***ed it up so bad.
That is.
Okay, I f***ed it up so bad. It's
Cheat
fine.
death.
You guys got this.
It's not.
You guys got this, bro. Okay,
What am I looking at?
Okay, I'll give you a hint. I'll color it in a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna use color.
This is my guess, bud. This is my guess, bud.
No, he's coloring now. You gotta guess before he colors it.
Back off. This is my guess. Okay, this doesn't make it any Arctic Blast. Hold for it. This doesn't make it any easier.
Okay, he got it. No, he got it with Arctic Blast.
It was Arctic Blast.
Oh, did I actually get it?
Yeah.
What's the ogre? What's the ogre?
That's the bear, bro. That's the bear.
That's a bear. That's a bear. That's a bear. That's a bear.
Ashamed. Honestly, if you think my Paradox Carbine drawing was bad, you should actually be ashamed.
It's not. It's really not that bad. You guys are being mean. Okay, whatever.
I'm not even. I'm trying my best not to
like
be
we
mean
lost,
here.
and they lost. Good job.
You draw. It's okay. Zerky will draw.
You are so chopped.
I'll beat you. That's all that matter now.
It's all about pride now. Yeah, it's not about who can beat Zergy anymore.
You
it's
win
about
again.
who can win between Lord and AVG. So we're gonna sit on to Zergy here for our last drawing here of Pictionary.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna start drawing now. I can actually make this really easy. You know what? I am gonna make. Oh my god! Hang on. I think I might need more lube or something.
That's a house.
Hollow point.
No.
I like how you both guessed Hollow Point though. You guys are like insane.
That's because that's Hollow Point. Like.
Glass cannon. No, that's a skull.
Trash, bro.
High velocity mag.
Stop guessing. I have to guess. I have to guess. Stop guessing.
Okay. Any day now.
Yeah, no, it's just. I'm sorry. I just can't. I don't know. I have nothing in mind.
So you stop me and you don't even know.
No, go ahead. You guess. Yeah, I have nothing. I don't know. What's this supposed to be?
Keep drawing.
I mean, I remember
that's it.
Paradoxes.
I don't need to draw anymore. That's it. This is the entire thing.
You remember when he did Paradox's weapon? I said, there's so much more you could draw to give detail.
Is that no way? I'm going back to check the picture.
Yeah, there's not much more you can draw to give detail on this one.
Rounds.
No,
but okay, I'm just gonna draw more of these things.
Tesla bullets.
Nice.
Yes, there we go.
Okay, there we go.
That's it.
I kind of gave that one to you, Zergy, just out of fun, since you're so anti-Tesla.
I don't like this game.
You don't like this game?
Well,
you should, Lord and M, because you know what? I'm gonna throw in a bonus round that we've never done before because I'm talking a lot of crap.
I love this game.
I'm talking a lot of crap about how, you know, I can draw better than that. I am going to draw one item, and whoever gets it gets to double their points.
What? That's not. That's not.
I'm down.
I'm about to
I'm
win.
down.
Lock in chat.
I'm down.
Okay, so we'll send it on over to me here to draw. I have confidence. So here we go.
Carpet, magic carpet.
Magic carpet. I said the entire name. I said the entire name. I said the entire name.
No, I got it first.
I said magic carpet.
I got it first.
You should just do another one since they both got it. It's a good.
No. I said the entire name. I should be getting this.
I said it
For the
first.
fact that I said the entire name.
Check the VAR.
I like how you guys are. You like how you guys are arguing, but this isn't magic carpet.
What?
You guys are like all arguing about it. No, it is magic carpet. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, I got it. Check the VAR.
I got it first.
Check it.
I got it first. I said magic carpet.
Replay.
You know, I have actually no way of telling who said it first. I heard Lord say carpet.
Yeah.
But I think I heard Zergus say magic carpet.
I personally think you should just do a new one.
Do a new one?
Yeah,
okay, we'll do that.
Okay, well,
I'll let AVG be the deciding factor.
I should get half the points because half the word, whatever. We did that for Zergy.
I should get the entire point then.
Well,
I should get
no,
2
because you got it off me. It's okay, whatever though.
5 minutes later.
So because it was so close between Zergy and Lord and M, and AVG is kind of giving himself another chance by doing this, we're gonna do one more drawing to really make the decider. And I chose a really hard one for no reason. Okay, so you guys gotta bear with me, right? Just trust the process. So I'm using the whole screen for this.
Alchemical fire.
Good try, bud. It's just us average. He can't talk anymore. Gotta get this.
What do we have here?
For NA. Yep. Any day
It looks
now.
like some kind of a fire for sure.
Oh, split shot.
Oh, he got it. It's actually split shot.
It's not split shot.
It's not split shot.
What?
So it was a really good guess. I can't lie.
What the hell?
What is it? Really?
Process. You know, it's been long enough that Zergy can guess good for sure. Okay, all right.
He's got no guesses.
Damn it, Zergy! Just you should have guessed again. I gave you a chance to get back into this.
But what did he guess? What did he say?
I said toxic bullet.
Okay, I'm gonna give a little more detail to make this easier. Okay.
Oh, can I guess again? When can I
No,
guess
you gotta
again?
wait. You gotta wait.
I'll give him like 10 more seconds to guess because I'm still drawing.
You gotta get this average. One of us.
Dude, it's doomed. I have no idea.
Can I guess again? Spirit Rend.
It is Spirit Rend.
Yes, I win.
Okay,
BP
but like
wins
EU,
again.
the thing is,
That's
EU actually
so
builds
biased.
that item though.
That's
EU
so
actually builds
biased.
that item. That's
I
just
would
not
again.
even fair. Whatever.
No, I've never
I
built
mean,
this item.
I've literally, this item's just not.
Now we give Zergy Tesla bullets and Spirit Rend. I'm done. It's rigged.
I don't use any of those items apart from Tesla bullets. That's it.
It's rigged.
You know, because you said no orange items is like kind of the reason why I was like, I'm gonna do an orange item. So that means that in last place we have Lord and M at 2 points. In second place, AVG topping himself from last time, going up to 3 points. Maybe next time he'll go to 4. And Zergy, I guess technically on 9 if we're doubling the points for this final bonus round. But Zergy comes out on top. Zergy, what do you have to say to your fellow contestants here and how you dominated them?
Too easy, man. It is too easy.
Classic EU. No humility.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's just the truth.
Nope. Can't be humble.
I have to say, like, Lord and M, like Zergy's drawings, they were questionable, but kind of expected from a trackball user, no?
I mean, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say anything.
I think his drawings were really good. That's what I think.
Okay. AVG just being a people pleaser. But gentlemen, you know, everyone out there watching, thank you again for actually participating in this. Make sure you guys check them out where it's on Twitch, over on Deadlock Night Shift, over on their socials as well. A big shout out to all of you who were playing in this one, and maybe we'll see some of you in the next time. But you guys at home, make sure you guys like and subscribe here to Locked In. There's a lot more content coming back once again.
Block in North Americans. We are back. It is Deadlock Night Shift. I'm Jake. I'm going to be pinch hitting as your host today, and I'm joined by the lovely Uber and DDK. Welcome, guys.
Oh, mate, bro, good to be here. Who stuck me with you two straight guys? I'm going to make your night a living hell, boys. Let me stir that pot. Great to be here, Jake. Obviously, what a weird role reversal. Cool to have you covering the show for the host role, man. I'm stoked to jump back in with good old DDK. It's been a hot minute since we cast together, mate.
Yes, it has. It's always fun with you, Mitch. We go back a long way. We've got lots of inside jokes that probably aren't safe for the broadcast.
No,
look, I'm gonna be keeping you guys on a short leash. Just kidding. I have no power. You guys it's you're on your own recognizance here. I will not be blamed for anything here as the pinch host. Dan, though, I want to highlight as one of our casters for the upcoming CS2 tournament, brought to you by Asus and Intel, that we are going to be running. Of course, Dan is going to be casting that, joined by the legendary Bardolph, which, Dan, tell me about this. Are you excited to be able to bring a CS2 event here to the Night Shift brand?
Yeah, it was so awesome. Our partners wanted to throw this CS shindig, and we're doing like a similar format to Night Shift, to be honest, where we have 4 teams, much like we do with the Night Shift broadcast. It's going to be a loose show, and I think no better fitting caster duo than James and I for something like that. We did that for years in the Face It days, and we haven't casted for like 4 years or something together. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Just hitting that dynamic again and casting some Counter-Strike. We're going all around the world as well. 3 weekends, 3 different regions. We'll start out with NA, move on to E the following weekend, and then APAC is the final one. So if you want to catch some Counter-Strike, if that's not typically what you watch, if you like the Night Shift vibe, come and hang out over the weekend.
And of course, for all of our longtime Night Shift fans, you guys are going to know kind of the drill here that we get onto every weekend here on, or rather every Wednesday here on Deadlock. You guys might know the format, but for those who don't, let's take a quick look at the format, what we got going on. In EU, we already had our Challenger, our finals match, but in NA, it's going to be PKP taking on Lil Troops for the Challenger spot, and the winner of that is going to go on to face Hydra Nation in the money match, one of our longest running NA champions. They have won a lot of cash from us over the months.
Cool, man. I mean, they're the best for a reason. I think we kind of talked to AVG back in week 1 and said, I really don't quite feel like the rest of these NA teams have actually figured out some of the fundamentals or core concepts around the macro side of Deadlock. And so far, they've held true to that, and Hydra Nation have looked pretty hard to stop. But last week in NA, we had the same Challenger match, PKP versus Lil Troops. That was a game that went quite long. Now, we had a bunch of Billy mixed in, of course. He was then only just available, and I made sure they picked him up pretty quickly. And then we ended up having a really close decider, obviously our best of 3, where Hydra Nation ultimately come out with it. So, it's good to see that gap pretty tight and Hydra Nation being tested.
Yeah, it's so funny how things have been volatile in the NA region, but Hydra Nation have always been the firm winners, always at the top, setting the example. And it feels like now they're more motivated than ever. And I mean, can you blame them? They've got a great lineup. They're all working really hard, and the game is starting to pop off. So it's the perfect time to reassert themselves as the most dominant team. But the question is, with week in, week out, Jake, is that we're getting these updates, and I feel like there's always room to surprise.
And I mean, this has been one of the most volatile moments really in Deadlock history. We've got a ton of new heroes in, and Drifter is going to be available in NA, released in the middle of our EU show. And if you want to, for the North America teams, they could bring this guy out with, like, what, did they played 1 or 2 pubs on him max? So that would be a little wild. I wonder if people will really want to take that gamble and play Drifter. But honestly, with our NA teams, I wouldn't put it past them. Some of these guys are wild.
Yeah, and again, if you are like a solo player, then Drifter might be for you, because Drifter really wants to go after those, individual heroes across the map that maybe have overextended, or maybe even are just minding their own business if they are isolated. Drifter is doing more damage to them. I think it's like a 25-meter range away from teammates, so it's not actually that far. Drifter can sort of sense you by seeing a trail. He can sort of jump on you. There's a ton of stuff he can do, including a gap close that's pretty consistent. And ultimately might be familiar if you played other MOBAs in the past, that basically is lights out for you. You really limit your view range. So there's a ton of really interesting stuff that I want to delve into, hopefully, if we get there. But also, guys, like, we didn't see any Paige get picked up in EU, right? Pretty well behaved. Those guys have been. Paige is looking like a great support option with there's some pretty nasty like area of effect coverage and good map control. So including like a global ultimate, that rallying charge. So I don't know if we end up seeing her, especially because like her, primary fire is a little bit hard to consistently hit sometimes if you try and hit those solos. But think in the right hands, she's going to be very powerful.
Yeah, I'm curious to see. NA always has a different take historically than Europe in terms of like different heroes prioritizing. And now with more heroes than ever in Deadlock, let's take a look though at some of our teams. This is PKP, some of their signature heroes, John, Saya leading the charge, Goober as well. Some of our well-known names in this team, bringing in, like we said, some of these up-and-coming players in Deadlock. Who said it too? There's a lot of good players in Ranked, and some of them just getting their chance here to play in the competitive scene.
Yeah. John, I feel like it means that you probably will definitely see wooden bands. Definitely a signature hero for John, as you know, that's why we've got these portraits, the most played on, I suppose, notorious hero matchups for these different players. A really strong lineup, but I think obviously for my favorite will always be Goober, and I think you can probably appreciate that, Jake, as a fellow Viscous main. Goober is his name is kind of synonymous with Viscous in North America.
Yeah, I definitely hope this guy gets the Viscous to come out. Always fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, again, and a consummate memer, by the way, definitely a very active part of our community, even sometimes when his own games are going on. But Saya obviously has been a player we've been watching for quite some time, and I think acts as a really potent support player. Someone I'm watching, I think tonight, is Brayden, who is often picking up those late game style carries. Want to see if PKP can really set Brayden up for success and make sure that he can have that big impact. I mean, think back to what Wazergi was able to do in the EU tonight, even bringing that Wraith in on occasion and just kind of popping off towards the end of the game. It was a 30-minute plus game for these guys last week. They didn't quite get to that end game fantasy that maybe Brayden would have liked to, but they're back to throw down again in a grudge match, of course, with that Lil Troops roster.
Of course, got to give a shout out as well before we talk about the Lil Troops roster, that Intel coming back for all you NA viewers, maybe just joining us for this half of the show. Intel is back. They're joining us to support the night shift. And Lil Troops going up against PKP. I mean, these are some well-known names we've seen on other teams in the past, such as Poshy Pop coming up, but a lot of newcomers, a lot of new names and making their mark on the scene, wanting their shot here at the Kings and Hydra Nation.
Yeah, I gotta give a shout out instantly to Matt, because wait, did we settle on whether his name is Matt or Matt? I don't remember, but Matt had an insane performance, especially on Holiday last time, and I think that's pretty instrumental in Lil Troops' ability to sort of, I think, deal with a very difficult. Well, they basically lost all the early lanes in map 1 against Hydra Nation last time, but Matt with the I just did it again. Matt with the Holiday ganks was so insane that it forced Hydra Nation to essentially ban it. And the issue was that then Matt didn't have anything like similarly disruptive to then go to, but it was super impactful. And I feel like BKP should definitely be getting Matt off of that Holiday because it's super dangerous.
And I mean, like, I think that, it's worth keeping an eye on Poshy Pop here. Obviously, that stint on melee creeps was no accident, guys. Pretty hugely impactful. And I think, this team, we saw they were able to do PKP in that longer game. It was a game where there was, I think, like Billy's picked by PKP, and they really can't, really quite activate him, I guess, towards that later game. We saw just how potent he's been in Europe now that he's getting into the right hands. And the game plan seems to be similar to last week, like very disruptive, very much demands that level of attention. So I'd like to see a long game between these two. Like I mentioned beforehand, I want to see if Brayden can really pop off in that later game if he's on one of those farm heroes. But either way, I think there's a lot of lessons learned last time between these two. It's a great way to kick off NA here at a night shift number 3.
Speaking of kicking it off, it's time to take the gloves off. It's got to be our Mo Krill melee only 1v1 to determine that first and second pick order. More of a swag points, I think, right now. But, maybe teams really want the first pick here with all these new heroes. Maybe if you've got some certain tech strat, you want to have that prio to pick up the hero you need.
All right. Let's be honest. Is anyone actually practicing the Mo and Krill 1v1?
It better be, bro. I mean, listen, it is very important fundamentals and 100% concentrated raw power of will to win these out. Again, I think, remember, parry, has been changed now to actually give you amp for all forms of damage and not just melee. So for heroes that do not want to necessarily be melee, like Haze, for example, you can absolutely sort of blow people up after the fact. So, practice parries out there, folks, especially when you're diving under those guardians. Really important to pop a parry early. And Axe is going to be your winner here in MO and Crew 1v1.
You know what, guys? There is actually, I saw with all the Doorman memeing, that there might be a potential rivalry to our Mo 1v1, which is the Doorman versus Doorman football match, where you got the doors open as the goals, and you go into the practice room with the ball, and you try to kick it through. Yeah, the green orb, and you try to kick it through the goal. That might be. I feel like we could. I feel like I could make an appearance.
Can you luggage cart each other though, or is it
Ooh, I
like
don't know.
strictly? Yeah, because that would be
seems
hilarious. So good. I wish you could luggage cart yourself. I really think that's a bit of an oversight. You know, I'd love to hoon through my own door with a luggage cart, and some people are running to. Anyway, picks and bans. Let's get in there, boys. PKP obviously with first pick.
And you know, we've seen bans in EU be kind of all over the place. A lot of the OG heroes being targeted with first bans, though, and not a lot of the you know, new release heroes being targeted. We'll see though if things change in NA, as they often do, with a very different take. I mean, Yamato was untouched, I believe, in Europe, picked or banned. Maybe got banned once, but really not seeing Prio and PKP already take it out first.
Yeah, and again, I really feel like the dangerous pickup on Lil Troops is that Holiday, so we'll have to keep our eyes out for that one. I would also say that Rhino did have an amazing performance on the Kelvin too. Kelvin often can be hotly contested in NA, so curious to see how that falls. But yeah, lots of room for the craziness, I think, in NA. They always do love to get into the new heroes like very quickly, so we'll see what we can see.
You can only run from the law for so long.
They went to steal instead. Okay, fair play.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Paradox is still floating in the ether here, and if you remember, Yamato was just picked, I think, in every map by Hydra Nation last week, and used a pretty good effect there. But no, she's pretty terrifying, and Shadow Transformation is kind of messed up. People overlook the fact that her abilities charge faster during that ultimate, so those power slashes come out of nowhere and absolutely truck you for a ton of damage. Warden and Holiday, both very high priority picks, already snapped up here in our first round.
John getting his pick stolen, Matt getting his pick stolen. So I guess all is fair in Love and War.
I wonder if Doorman comes into play at all as a matchup against Warden. We've seen that a lot in pubs where, you know, people just Doorman ult the Warden as soon as he ulties, and it's just kind of like, yeah, you got your ulti going off, but you're stuck in the hotel. People can get away from you. Viscous as well has just been really risen to popularity with this newer build.
Yeah. I mean, interesting. Like in the EU finale, the Doorman was not skilling at all into sort of the ultimate. So they were getting interrupted pretty consistently by it, even by a goo ball on one occasion, right? So like, unless you feel strongly about investing points in that ability, it is pretty susceptible to disruption here. Like 7 being picked up, so that's already a bit of a late game red flag. I think if you're Lil Troops, see that come up here.
Yes, it's interesting. I don't know if it's a comfort pick for anyone on Lil Troops, but Viscous was, of course, you know, that's a goober pick. He's on PKP, so he gets that stolen, and John gets his Warden stolen. So I like that we're getting that dynamic early, and there's the door coming on through straight away. I guess Lil Troops, I don't think they necessarily need to prioritize something equivalent to 7 at this point, but I mean, Abrams was often going like third pick. I think in both regions that's not too uncommon to see. So. But given that Warden is already on Lil Troops, to see how they balance it here. Paradox might be the pickup to avoid getting it banned, because that would be an easy ban to make.
Yeah, you definitely. We've seen that quite often. Or teams like will, you know, ban the Holiday off the bat and take Paradox first round. Really try and set the tone like that. I think like Doorman having that level of displacement with the baggage card is pretty important against some aspects of this comp. Obviously, you know, during last stand, you know, disrupting Warden is important. Viscous also can be quite a nuisance, and just kind of locking the Viscous out of the fight, you know, with the Doorman ultimate, and just, you know, denying the opportunity to have a goo ball just disrupting you constantly, and also the cube for you know, that survivability or clutch factor, taking that away is going to be pretty important. And it's a Geist ban here for Lil Troops.
Geist also untouched in Europe, if I'm not mistaken, I mean, which is kind of interesting. Geist kind of fell off a cliff, at least in Europe.
Yeah. They fear the Billy. What's going on there? Jake, what have I missed? Why is Billy getting banned?
All right, I think Billy is actually deceptively not that bad of a hero. Has a great initiation with the ulti, can really shut down some of these heavy movement heroes, like you think like the Lash Vindicta type heroes, where they really are great town. They don't want to be caught. They don't want to be pulled into the center of the team fight. I mean, there's pretty much no one better right now than Billy at actually catching a big group of players and, you know, pulling them together for, yeah, maybe just for one moment, but if your whole team is there and you're all hitting them with every skill right when they get pulled in, you're in real trouble to deal with the Billy. So it's that team fight threat maybe you don't want to answer, and the wrecked passive, when you melee people, pretty seriously mitigates your damage.
Yeah, and it reloads you for free. So like, obviously you weave those melees in there and you basically never run out of bullets, and it very like much empowers your bullets. Also, like when you skill into that chain gang and have unstoppable after you yank people in, there's nothing that can really be done about you. So it could be PKP just being really mindful of not wanting to be displaced, you know, to that degree or sort of drawn in, whereas they have to lash, so they can sort of inflict that themselves as well as the Abrams. This is a really disruptive, very disruptive composition from PKP.
Yeah, it's interesting now. Control. Mirage was key to Lil Troops' success also because they like split pushing. That was heavily the approach that they took against PKP last time. Just constant split pushing, and Mirage obviously gives them a lot of ability to do that. I don't know who they're going to stick on it, but likely Rhino's going to go on that Kelvin. And so we talked about that earlier as well. He had great performances on that in the previous week's night shift.
I think like any hero picked by Little Troops here that needs like some time to ramp up, like obviously Hades Infernus to some degree really does not want to deal with this comp from PKP. Like they probably want like decent amount of burst. Obviously Shiv does need some time to build that rage passive up, but is really survivable and pretty just resilient in general, alongside the Kelvin with a lot of healing midway through those fights. So yeah, PKP just really have the ability just to pull and push and jostle Little Troops around pretty extensively. And obviously they have the Viscous on their team. They've got the Paradox, of course, to start these fights off with the swap, but they definitely don't have such a displacement heavy look. And the pocket gets mixed in here, of course, for that real wombo, you know, with the Affliction, big AoE damage, and also someone who's just really able to get around the map very effectively. I'm curious how these urn fights start looking. We've seen some Doorman tech in EU to that effect.
Yeah, I wonder if Doorman and Kelvin, you know, like putting the door on the urn and then the Kelvin, you can like get inside of the dome because you have a door in there. I feel like maybe you can. I have no idea how these interactions work, but you know, that's why we're here on the night shift, to clock in and see what the top players have for us when it comes to making the most from these new heroes, their new skills.
That would be.
What are you liking, Jake? Out of these two teams?
I think Lil Troops, the comp looks more well-rounded to me. I feel like they've got big team fight, they've got some frontline, they've got pick and initiation. And PKP have a lot of playmaking and like individual displacement, but I'm not seeing, I mean, it's like 7 has to carry a lot of weight in terms of like a heavy AoE team fight. Like I feel like 7 could be in trouble, right? If you get, you know, just people jumping on top of you and bursting you down, like, are you going to build unstoppable this game? Maybe you need to do a lot of damage, and then you're going to get stunned forever by Viscous with Phantom Strike. So I'm a little worried for PKP. I think Viscous and Warden are going to get a lot done in this game, especially with Paradox setting people up with some silence walls.
I think this, like, the Doorman slow in lane is pretty significant. Like, in a pinch, it can be really nice to combine that with, like, it could be holiday barrels, or it could be like Abrams shoulder charge. There's like a ton of stuff you can put together. Also, like the way that it just ruins like your bullet accuracy. It basically deterministically can win you a trade in that particular window. So it's something that Mirage, for example, like just doesn't want to have to deal with in those more protracted engagements. Warden to some degree as well. So curious to see how that gets mixed in. And obviously you can like use those doors to get in and out of those trades pretty slipperily. But you know, Doorman, pretty low ammo capacity, obviously very headshot focused, like headshot booster off the rip in lane, pretty effective item, or at least like, you know, relatively early on makes him a bit of a nuisance, a la Dynamo in some ways.
Definitely going to be interesting to see how it comes out here in this opening match of NA Night Shift number 3 presented by Intel. It's going to be PKP taking on Lil Troops in a best of 1 for their chance at the Kings in Hydra Nation. It's Uber, it's DDK on the mic. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Jake. Yeah, great to be back, of course. Uber and DDK bringing you into our Deadlock Night Shift number 3, of course, now presented by Intel. Huge shout out to Intel. And very quickly, thank you to those that contributed to our crowdfunded prize pool in the weeks up until this point. That obviously is no longer necessary, but you can still support us on Patreon, because after this, we'll be hanging out in the Graveyard Shift interviewing John, who happens to be in this game. So hopefully it's an up-tempo and good vibes interview, and he makes it through this sort of gauntlet. But we have Lash Doorman in mid here for PKP, Dan.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. I think ZP on the EU broadcast was talking about how, you know, a hero like Doorman, you know, it's interesting how kind of decent these heroes can look so early, which just really speaks to their strength, because no one has like true mastery of the kit yet. But it is very interesting kit, and I think the lane pressure you can do with Doorman is so unique with those doors. So really curious to see the interactions we'll have here, and we know that early really important to get that first tower down. That team that gets that first tower down gets the initiative around the map rotations.
obviously, like the decent sustain for John here with that flog, which you can hit with, you know, relative consistency here, even without a Doorman grenade activating. Of course, that call bell is pretty annoying. But again, like this is definitely the kind of lane that wants to try and put something together eventually with some disruption. And I don't know if they'll be looking to do too much out of winning the more protracted poke engagements, because obviously Warden and Paradox on the other side, pretty spammy. Obviously that sort of alchemical flask is something you have to deal with. And yeah, restorative shot just picked up here by John just to, you know, supplement that sustain against that sort of spam of one abilities out of the Warden.
Yeah, I feel like for me it's not super clear who is going to come out ahead on this lane. Again, I think Doorman, for me, it's hard to judge where that's going to fall just yet. And speaking of Doorman, just on PKP in general, I think like Jake said, there's a lot of super high ceilings like playmakers in terms of, you know, the amount of skill it requires to play them effectively. You know, your Pockets, Doormans, Holiday as well are going to be super explosive potentially. So we'll have to see what they can get out of that. And just to talk about these lane matchups, Mitch, we've got the classic Kelvin and Shiv lineup or matchup there for Little Troops to try to win that left side lane. They've got the Warden Paradox on the mid here for Little Troops, and then on the right side it's the Viscous, not Goober though, it's G Freak instead on that one, and he's going to be paired up with the Mirage. So I feel like there's any super lanes that are super clear who's going to come out on top here.
Yeah, no, I tend to agree. I think, you know, I'm pretty scared of Kelvin Shift. You know, that's quite potent, but, you know, going up against the Abrams, always a difficult prospect. We're over here, of course, on, you know, the far right side lane here, and, you know, jumping across the map a little bit. Remember, this early game is so much about shoving waves under tower, because you're getting credited only with the soul orbs and not with the last hits now of those, you know, those lane creeps. So you're incentivized, honestly, to spawn those orbs as early and often as you can and start looking for the early guardian damage. It's a nice tornado there as Goober's powder keg does miss Poshy Pop. Put in a position now to lay down some of this poke, continue to be a little bit more of a nuisance. That's that Mirage Viscous combination. It's always going to be able to find you even sort of around these corners as soon as you peer out. In that Jin's Mark procs as well. We're annoying to try and sustain through.
Yeah, I think, you know, you raise a really good point that basic that you want to shove the lanes. The kills themselves at this stage of the game not worth an enormous amount in terms of the kind of souls you're going to get from them, or the value in terms of the objective. You're really trying to just push them back and then try to get damage onto the tower, because again, that tower going down quickly, that's really the true prize for the team from like a macro point of view. It just enables you to do a lot more and get that pressure elsewhere on the map once you've pushed that lane and taken that objective down as well.
Dude, that call bell pressure, Dan, is no joke. You can see Sai's able to poke at Floss here behind, you know, some of these barrels, this sort of neutral cover, and also just a bit of a nuisance in general. Okay, what's the play here? Drop down, maybe that might have been implying a setup for this Guardian, but still a spot to do some decent damage here. And of course, Saya will pin down in the direction of Matt. But I can't do too much more than harass and at least telegraph something more aggressive.
Yeah, it's awesome, and we can see there also the prior, like, you know, maybe a couple of shots to Paradox, but ultimately like trying to whittle down that tower. Really awesome pressure, and also the primary is pretty chunky damage. It's kind of reminiscent for me of the, you know, Holiday's weapon too. Doesn't fire like super fast, but it's definitely hurts to get hit by it. So big pressure, some box running here as well going on. We've got the power up coming through though. That's in reality why we're up here for Doorman. He's gonna just give that one up though, and the power up will instead go to Little Troops, at least on the right side. Actually, maybe the left side too. But so Little Troops getting both the 5-minute power ups.
I think that sort of prey on the left and right lanes really assists them there, even though, you know, there's some serious pressure coming down mid against Little Troops. You can see like the extra charge and the skill maxing of the call bell for the Doormans, really focused on trying to shove and be oppressive in that lane. You can see, like, look at the minimap. Once again, Matt takes a hit, putting pressure down on that Guardian, but Poshy Pop's going to take the first one. That is that ever oppressive Mirage and Viscous lane that just shoves straight in. So huge edge here for Little Troops early, and of course gives them ability now to start to work their way through that side of the map with a bit more impunity.
Yeah, this is really, really nice. And it's also really hard to lock down the Mirage, but holding that fall for a second, get pressure and somewhat of a fight here on the left side. The Shiv Kelvin lane, this seems really, really difficult. Shiv and Kelvin, really nice combination as well. You know, Kelvin's so difficult to take down, and with Shiv, he's able to really use the ice beams to get those knives. He's able to keep Shiv alive, who's already unkillable. So it's one of the most classic duos.
Swapping lanes. Dan, I love this. I mean, look, they're just taking this like pretty redonkulous pressure lane and now moving it over to the other extremity of the map. And there was a TP that allowed Little Troops to make the swap and get their Kelvin Shiv back on the other side. This is quite painful here for PKP, and they're not really been able to respond and kind of lost out on the buff exchange as well. It's a bit tough. Stride just flattens Goober. I guess the quote-unquote weak side lane that was supposed to go to the right side of the map just to sort of maintain that Guardian is actually able to find a big kill in that fight.
Yeah, that's so cool. It really pays off getting that kill using the execution there. Shiv doing what Shiv does best. Now, with that said, do have some action here in mid. I was like trying to get my bearings here, but like looking at a ceiling, I'm like, hey, which ceiling is this?
Yeah, for whatever reason, this is so aggressive here from Matt. This could be a problem. Callbill comes in, as does the Death Slam. Matt just clinging on to life here and getting a little bit too ahead of themselves there as John had a nice little off angle. So things faring a little bit better for PKP in the mid side, but you really want to cover those extremities as well as possible. And yeah, Lil Troops getting to rotate into this right side of the map with this Kelvin Shiv. Looker more than happy to throw down and assert themselves. And I want people to keep an eye on that left side Amber Guardian, because Lil Troops surely want to try and get that shoved over as early as possible.
Yeah, definitely. This Shiv Kelvin combo has been really interesting how well they've been able to leverage it here on this right side, really making life rather difficult. Now we're almost to the 8-minute mark here, and in fact, we've got the Viscous going forward. They're trying to take the fight here aggressively into this one. PKP Axe might have to try to get out of there with that. Well, he's going to be able to do so using the ultimate to get away. Sometimes it's hard to tell if the Abrams is going to try to use the Seismic Slam to get in or to get out.
Yeah, I mean, this is just all part of it. And with the pressure that Lil Troops have created, they're now just ducking in towards one of those neutral camps. Stride getting caught up here by a slow beam. Wage going a little bit low, but it still is able to find the elimination. It ends up being a trade ultimately, but there's 3 Lil Troops players on this left-hand side of the map with Axe out of the picture. This is a Sinner sacrifice. Well, when we get to 10 minutes, I guess, but also this Guardian getting shoved down. Brayden is just not ready for this level of pressure. And everyone in PKP gets fed into the wood chipper on this far left. This is not what you want to see early on in the games. It's going to put Lil Troops pretty comfortably ahead and get themselves their second Guardian. Now, of course, their eyes are turning to mid.
Yeah, really nice defense of the 8 minutes and the sacrifices, which we still actually have a scuffle on this right side here. The Kelvin Shiv combo there for Little Troops looking to try to defend, but one of those heads has been cut off. Kelvin is now dead, and the rest of PKP able to push down this tower. So really reinforcing this side. And there's no equalizing force, nothing to be gained on the other side of the map for Lil Troops. They're just going to have to take this L right now, losing this Guardian. And PKP will now fan back out. Might be able to go over towards mid to assist. Could try to set up a trap here on the right side. But instead, yeah, we've got Lash going across into mid now.
It might be too late for Doorman. I mean, John is rotating over, but he just cannot erect the doorway quickly enough. Now, John doesn't have a whole lot to do here through this mid part of the map. Lil Troops maybe could have tried to push a bit more aggressively into PKP's sort of neutral camp on the left side of the map, take that Sinners away. Instead, they look to clear their own in that moment, and now want to put scrutiny on the Guardian. That's 3 Guardians down. Lil Troops have managed to snap them all up here. So despite the strength of PKP's mid lane, they've been beaten on the left and right side lanes and generally across the map. And now, of course, we've got buffs coming up. Mid-boss, of course, crucially as well. But there'll be some fighting, I think, over this more no man's land territory on either side of mid lane.
Yeah, I think, picking up all those Sinner sacrifices is super important, and defending them if you're in your territory as well. But holding that fort for the moment. We've got the Urn coming up as well as the next 2 bridge buffs. And there's going to be a huge fight on the left side as well. And, well, Kelvin's going to get a bit of a stun from that 7. Going to have to try to escape her on the ice path. And doesn't really have the support here. 3 players, I think, chasing him down, but obviously able to get above them with that ice path, using the jump pad to get back to safety, reposition. But it's all about PKP here, who've been able to move as a group and clear all this forward space. They're going to try to also clear some of the camps, or maybe any secrets and the sacrifices, anything, any of value that can be taken. The Guardian inclusive there as well. And here comes Little Troops to try to punish them as they fall back.
Yeah, they get caught slipping, I think, Little Troops briefly, so they lose that Guardian. There's still a fight to be had here, though, no doubt about it. Brayden flattened, really doesn't have that personal mobility to get him out. Frozen Shelter popped by Rhino, presumably. Yep, someone is caught inside of it. That's Goober. When the fight gets taken a holiday, it's very, very hard to come back because PKP want to make use of him in an initiator role. Now that's an earn take here for Lil Troops. And PKP aren't in the strongest of positions, but the respawn timers are relatively low. There can be zipline boosts back out to take a fight here because the wave is pushing favorably for PKP past that earn turn in point here. And we'll see, yeah, just lingering close by. It looks like Wage here, making sure to defend this as the earn is slowly making its way past mid.
Yeah, PKP kind of have to respect that this earn is going to get turned in, but of course, they can see the earn carrier on the map. So they know where the earn is positioned at this point in time. They're holding that right side, giving it the respect. And there's two players. It's a 2v2 potentially here on the left side of the map at the same time. So it's a lot of just forcing repositioning with just by holding the earn. They're going to look for a spot to try to deposit that as we get this 1v1 in mid. But the real fight might just be about to be taking place towards the right side of the map here. And that is where we'll get some reinforcements there for Lil Troops as they try to make their way across. But we see the shift now for Lil Troops, but he is kind of isolated. There's no teammates around him at this point.
Yeah, so, I mean, it looks like PKP have actually sent Doorman over towards mid side here to try and shove while he realizes Lil Troops are gearing up here for an earn take. So PKP still hoping to find some degree of value for their troubles here. Stride with the cold front up on the high ground. He notices the two-man goon squad waiting. John has always been the tip of the spear in terms of starting off these engagements. Just like that. There's nothing to fight for anymore. Earn turned in, secured, and PKP now need to consider their next objective.
Yeah, and if you're wondering, so like, you know, what kind of like happens there when the team takes the earn, you know, you as the, you know, PKP in this position, you know where the earn carrier is, but you don't know where his teammates are. So you don't know if they're just like holding it and forcing you to rotate and forcing you to waste your time, or if they're actually going to go for it. So you can only wait for so long before you're like, okay, we're losing value on the map just by hanging out.
I speak slamming for Axe, just a quick reposition on a dime. And looking to regroup here towards this middle side of the map here. Still not a lot of aggression now from Lil Troops after the fact. Some clearing of camps. And Sire is dangling himself awfully close here to scrutiny. Slowing Hex actually picked up here for Mutt, which is going to be pretty important, I think, especially if someone like Sire wants to linger in enemy territory. So that's something you really want to note. A number of heroes definitely don't want to have to sort of run into that level of utility.
Yeah, right now it's an even spread of players, more or less, across the map. So most fights in theory should be kind of even. Obviously the matchups to see how those goes. There's a quick spot. Catching Axe, you're trying to deal with some sacrifices. A big punish. There's a big bag of unsecured souls to be collected too. So that's a great find for Flaws. He's able to pick that one up. And the pressure on the lane continues. The lane pressure actually going in favor of Lil Troops. They got a bit more map control on all three lanes at the moment.
There's not much you can do about that. You get Binding Word, hit with a carbine, and then the paradoxical swap. So Lil Troops invest really heavily in order to find that elimination. And we're in a really choppy, sort of volatile part of the game where both sides have Guardians down, but both sides, as you can see, are still vying for control of the neutral camps here. It's going to be really important, especially for someone like Raiden, who needs to farm those pretty safely, pretty consistently. And getting picked up is not something you want to do. Like, we are going to be tracking those later game carries, and eyes are on Floz here, for example, with Poshy Pop as well. We'll just vomit damage late in the game, even if it's not obvious. That's obviously what the Mirage's function kind of is. There is a bit of architecture being set up here. Not sure what Sire is necessarily looking for. Maybe in case someone tries to drop down and take some boxes. No, here's a carbine charged up, though. Pressure under this left side walker for Lil Troops. They got to save this back off here, and Floz might have got a little bit too deep there. Time will get thrown up now. No paradoxical swap available, and Goober gets picks off Floz, excuse me. So that's the defender down, and damage is coming thick and fast on towards this walker. Wage is going to walk on up there, pops out of the satchel. That's more damage than Matt can realistically deal with. He's hoping the walker can mitigate as much of this as humanly possible. But of course, back for a second pass comes Goober to secure that elimination. And Lil Troops have got to respond. They do. They take the walker on the right side of the map. So it's an exchange of those very, very big resources, those key objectives. And now we've got buffs up here on the left-hand side of the map. Looks like Goober will oblige himself.
They actually got very lucky, Lil Troops, there, because the urn, it spawned on the right side of the map. It could have spawned on the left side where there's order control for PKP, so they could have got the walker and the urn. So this actually works out to be kind of nice, but it's a neutral drop-off point here, which is currently not in control for Lil Troops. So they will have to fight for it if they want it. So we'll have to see if they can engineer a team fight here. They are beginning to try to position the team to clear the lane and also take some mid control. And they are leaving Mirage on the right side, who can TP back across to join them for the urn fight. So right now, Lil Troops really setting up for this urn fight. This is a really big point in the game right now.
Feel like we're on a tipping point, for sure. It's a pretty minimal difference. Urn hovering very, very close here. And of course, most of these key ultimates are available or becoming available. Afflictions just come up for Wage. PKP have got a comp that fights pretty well against these neutral objectives within a static context, so to speak. Axe, of course, with the slam as well. We're just gonna, you know what? Sometimes we just turn the Urn in. PKP no position there as the rest of the Lil Troops went forward to stop them. Well, get carted out of there. G-Freak knocked all the way down, but Sire's seen better days, and it looks like, yeah, it's a Kelvin in hot pursuit. Rhino draws a bead on the Doorman here. Sire is going to try and slip away, and that's not to be. G-Freak catches him out.
Yeah, splatter from across the room, and okay, well, there goes the Stormcloud up in the air. Control that space there. And PKP, they're going to lose Brayden up in the Stormcloud, and it's Lil Troops all over this one, chasing down the fight. Of course, Rhino up with that frozen shelter, really buying time, healing up the team, and making this one look real good right now for Lil Troops as they continue to finish off the stragglers. And it's Aguma's able to get one right at the end, but it's going to be, is it a mid-boss off the back of that? It's certainly going to be. Lil Troops go from strength to strength.
Yeah, and just no potential to contest this whatsoever on the side of PKP. That's just a fight that they just lose hard in. We talked about how, like, displacement heavy PKP as a comp are, but if you look at how these souls are distributed, right, the 7 is not ready to really take over the game. John and Sire so active early on, Dan, but eventually get superseded by Lil Troops having strong side lanes. Oh, nice tornado that comes on in. A bit of disruption here. Lil Troops are able to secure 2 out of 3 of those rejuve buffs, and now the fight's going to break down yet again. So PKP back here. Of course, the hotel guest used, but now back into the fight is the Lash, and Stride wastes no time in going to work. Brayden is executed. John, of course, back into the fight, but there's a rejuve buff now taken away from PKP. Lil Troops have a distinct advantage and simply want to regroup now, maybe start to siege these key objectives down. Matt getting healed up there crucially. Rhino handing over plenty of healing.
And just it's going to have to be a moment of reset here for Lil Troops, because despite winning a lot of these battles, they didn't have any lane control during that, so they've got to go back, they've got to push out the lanes, and in the meantime, obviously, they can pick up some neutral camps as well. So there is some time that's been bought for PKP to respawn, to work the map a bit themselves, and to try to regroup here. But a slim 12k advantage on the souls for Lil Troops is fairly negligible at this point, I'd say. So we'll just have to see how this next team fight gets set up. And there's going to be an urn in about 2.5 minutes. And in terms of outstanding objectives, it's 2 walkers aside, where it's kind of uneven in one respect, where it's the right side walker for PKP that's down, and it's the left that's down for Lil Troops. So it's going to be interesting to see which team decides to try to push first. I would say the team that has the advantage on that is going to be a team that has Mirage, because of the TP that's available as the ult.
100%. I also would point out that while the soul gap isn't very big, the soul value of that rejuve buff is really quite significant. It is a big deal. Oh my goodness, Sire. Nice job with the card. However, Paradox will swap into Binding Word into a face full of damage. Will flatten him. Little Troops know they're stronger right now. However, it's a little awkward on this far right side of the map here, as they have to defend this Walker. Poshipop does get run down by 3 PKP players, and so Little Troops had to respond in kind. They should be happy enough to take a race here. With rejuve buff, you don't have, those buffed up super creeps, so to speak. You have better combat stats. So I think ideally Little Troops want to fight here if they can, instead of trading these objectives across the map. But if they can get 2 walkers for their trouble, Dan, I think they'll be satisfied.
Yeah, it's definitely an acceptable loss, but we'll have to see if they can do it, because they've got a Pocket that is causing problems here. Pocket, really good delay potentially. We'll see if he's able to survive. He's pretty slippery, unable to get any abilities off, trying to get out there. There's the cloak and the suitcase, but still not enough. But speaking of cloaks, suitcases, well, there is the Doorman as well. He's able to come back on the defense, and that Walker will stay up. So I think, largely speaking, I think you feel like PKP came away better, considering that they also had to deal with the rejuve buffs that were an advantage for their opponents.
Yep. This is a big soul earn, though. Obviously, it's to the tune of 5.3k. So having that turned in will be huge. But with the loss of the Walker on this right side of the map, Little Troops actually don't have a great line of scrimmage drawn around that very important turn-in area. But it's Kelvin. Rhino can obviously still sort of walk up, freeze it down, but looks like the call from Little Troops down is still going to be to head in that direction in time. They've still got a mid-walker standing. I think that's pretty important, whereas PKP's walker is a little bit out of the way down that left side. You're kind of talking about the imbalance between those walkers that were down earlier on, and to some degree that's still present.
Yeah, it definitely creates an interesting dynamic, and We do have, at the moment, PKP, they're mostly focused with their forces, with 4 players around mid, looking to pressure that mid walker, looking to force a response. And they create a question right now because the urn is being picked up by Lil Troops, but do you want the urn or do you want to defend your walker? You know, choices have to be made here. And the push comes in 4 players here, trying to take this walker down, bursting it real fast. I think it's absolutely going to fall, and there isn't going to be any response here. Pop is working on the left side walker by himself, but can these stragglers get cleaned up by Lil Troops as they come in late to the mid walker defense? No, they can't get to them in time, it seems.
Yeah, it looks like that walker's going to go down. At the very least, it's going to be an exchange of them. Pop is solo pushing that left side of the map with the potential to return to the fray with Traveler. Reju buff just expired, but all things considered, it's not the cleanest, right? But it looks like Little Troops over-invested, Dan, in the honor guard for the urn turn-in and only left 1 hero towards the middle part of the map to defend that walker. Also, that ends well, as they say. Those PKP are getting pummeled now. Little Troops have a soul lead that they derived from that edge given to them by the Reju buffs, but they still can't overextend here. Wager's about to come back into the fight, and Braden's not too far away. His builders were way towards 21k souls. The Pop is a genuine split pushing menace, and we've got 2 waves, 2 lanes pushing in favor of Little Troops here. They'll hang around a couple minutes to clear this neutral camps, and then we'll probably look at another mid-boss fight.
Yeah, like this is the best Lil Troops that we've seen so far. They've got way more map control than they typically do after winning some of these bigger team fights. Just that right lane that needs to get cleaned up, and they can fall back onto the rest of the map. And well, it's going to be 2.5 minutes until the next urn, so they can just, there's not really too much else to do than just farm at this point in time. And the question is for PKP, who again, they're already 20k souls behind, so it's not unrecoverable.
Sorry, I just noticed there's a slowing hex on Sire. So he's basically saying, no, if I put you in the Baroness, you're not getting out in time. Like you're eating the extra damage. He's also got a knockdown just quietly, which is pretty interesting, I think, considering this situation. But, you know, being able to disrupt people during channeled abilities is obviously pretty important. There's a bit of a convergence here through the middle part of the map. Then it's about to get spicy now. That was a Paradox Score drop through the wall. Silence here onto Sire. Not much he can do. Throws a bell in, but it's great cube timing by G-Freak to protect his opponent. And frankly, Sire's still looking for stuff to do here. The 1-for-1. Mark goes down, but he was the one they were hoping to engage. And I think a trade of the 7 is something you're happy with as Little Troops. Axe is down. The front line is crumbling here for PKB. And Little Troops know they have the edge. Big old luggage cart here that just staves Rhino off. But still, I think the beatdown is coming for PKP either way.
Yeah, you got PKP trying to fall back and out of this one, but they aren't able to get away with all too much left. And again, we already had the lanes pretty pushed here for Little Troops, so they're going to be able to make even more advantage of this. There are still some base guardians to take out, and they will certainly be in a position to start pressuring those and maybe taking them out. We've already got some presence coming in from Stride on the Shiv on that right side lane, actually falling off. Going to see Pop cleaning up some Sinner's sacrifices. I'm sure there's going to be more of those around the map to also pick up. And given the fact that they give you just all these golden statue buffs, those start to go pretty hard like this late into the game.
Yeah, I mean, they're important. I think at, like, you know, at a nominal point in the game, all 4 booms and what you get from it is like 800 souls worth. So it's crazy, especially if you're starting to like work them like early in the game as soon as they spawn up. Really not something you want to, you know, underestimate, even if you don't like go for all the hits and you'll just steal it. But stealing your opponent's Sinners, I think, is really important to create that sort of swing of value there. Just taking your own is fine, but it, you know, it doesn't really advance your game plan of trying to, you know, like close out a win. Zaya's in trouble here. Not much to be said. Pop is going to run and gun him down, and that's already PKP without the key disruptive piece to take someone like the Warden out of the fight. Flozzed quietly, you know, up to 31k souls, looking very, very strong. And Pop, I think, is, you know, just been solo firing for so much of this game, using that global presence to just turn into an absolute nuisance here. We'll get a look at the build a little bit later on if it becomes relevant, but that was an attempt at an infliction here that Little Troops just brush off, and we'll be fighting for rejuve buffs right about now. That barrage is going nowhere in particular.
Yeah, there it is. Everyone jumping into the pit, trying to fight for this one, and it's going to be Lil Troops able to secure every single rejuve. And I mean, this was really you had to fight for this if you're PKP, because off the back of these rejuves, Lil Troops are going to certainly be in a game-winning advantage. It's just you get all the, like you said before, you get the stat buffs and you get the extra lives as well. So if it weren't enough that you're already 40k souls behind, now their heroes are just pound for pound stronger, and they've got extra lives. So that's a pretty huge difference. And although the fight looked terrible, you kind of have to take it.
Yeah, no other choice. It's the only way you probably get back into the game, because after Rejuve buff gets picked up, or 4 of them now, as remember consecutive ones give you 4, it becomes harder and harder to stop your opponent. So now, of course, we are just going to walk up to the patron and motorboat her. Just basically take the game from here on out. PKP still about 8 seconds away from respawns. You'll notice that some of the key ultimates are active here for Lil Troops. Matt does have the paradoxical swap ready, but Floss is waiting a little bit on that last stand, so maybe back up. There is an urn spawning in behind all this. Should it be necessary? But something tells me it won't be, Dan.
No, it's not looking like much of a factor at this point. The base is gone. It has been disintegrated. And here it is, just getting completely melted. There's a little storm cloud up there, but that's not going to do all that much. So the GGs are exchanged, and once again, Lil Troops, they're going to take the dub. Good game.
Poof, man. That is a game of Deadlock, I'll be honest with you. It starts with like having a really strong lane pairing, rotating them over to the other extremity of the map. It's really straightforward. You sort of get a big advantage, outwardly on the map. You kind of sacrifice that mid lane matchup to some degree. I think like Doorman Lash is probably a combo that a lot of people aren't super familiar with or don't know what to expect. We definitely didn't know if it'd be super strong, but turned out to be quite oppressive in the end. However, John and Sire couldn't really impose their will on the rest of the map and had a good time there through mid, Jake, but then were left as spectators when, we got really active across the map. Goober ends up with 7 kills though, so decent showing from the Holiday, but it's not always what you want to see.
Yeah, I think overall a strong game there out of the Little Troops, being able to just sometimes rely on the good old-fashioned basics, like getting Mirage really farmed, right? Playing the split push game. You can throw a lot of new heroes at the game, but some things are not going to change. Being able to pressure, split push across the map, putting that walker pressure on your opponents, force them to tough decisions. It's a winning play.
Yeah, it was, I think it's interesting, like you say, Mitch, you get that lane switch, which was really powerful, because the only team that lane switches, they do it a little bit earlier, is Hydra Nation, and a lane switch is not normally what you see too commonly in that fashion after a Guardian goes down. Normally, you'll maybe keep one player on that lane to kind of keep farming it, the waves, and then you'll get one other guy from that lane to go and help the other lanes. You don't just lane swap it completely like that. So really cool to see that. And it's always good to see a Kelvin Shiv combo doing well also.
Yeah, it's so filthy. I wonder if it's they just want that map control as opposed to giving safe farm up to a solo laner. They just want to shove in and then start actually pressuring the sinners of their opponent's Jake. You might be able to speak to that a little bit, but it definitely felt like Little Troops wanted to just control the extremities and always keep the waves pushing in their favor.
I think that's definitely key no matter what your strategy is, right? The more you can control the map and, keep your opponents on the back foot, the better your chance is to, get those opportunities to steal sinners. I think it's a good call out, by the way, sealing those sinners. That really is the key objective, I would say, of the mid game, right? Especially once you've taken the Guardians and you're thinking about sieging walkers. It's that's a scary proposition. Competing for jungle camps, though, much more realistic.
Yeah, it's a great thing that's been added to the game too, because it's at that 8-minute mark, which before it was kind of there wasn't too much going on at the 8-minute mark, but now it's there's a really important fights that happen on both sides of the map because of it.
Look at that Abrams. I think Axe there. It's 8 to 10 minutes, right? And they are getting womboed by 3 people who've just turned up in their jungle, and they're I'm just trying to take some tier 1s, and all of a sudden I'm getting hit with Binding Word paradoxical swap, and just ceasing to exist. I'm just dead, and then my camps get taken away from me, and that's where the swing really starts to happen. And I mean, this was an admirable effort here, but Frozen Shelter is up, and you also have a really fed Warden with Last Stand. I just don't know how you're supposed to win the fight. The 7 doesn't get there, unfortunately. Brayden just isn't really able to get enough souls, I think, to sort of look to be that real threat in the late game. And also, they're not supposed to be. I really do think you need a lot of your pieces to come together simultaneously, right? You want a big Affliction, you want a nice Death Slam, and then of course you want to be able to set up a powerful Stormcloud. And this sort of requires things to be in place really well. And Sire and John in the early game are just sort of watching their side laners getting kind of punished here. And I don't know, they tried to get busy, they tried to get active across the map, but at best, they're trading. They're trading 1 for 1. John is consistently setting up kills, and then John themselves is getting traded out. It's oh, okay, well, they still have a Paradox. They still have the ability to sort of, hold you in place with a Kelvin. There's always a response here from Little Troops.
I have to see though if Lil Troops can, continue to take this strong game 1 performance in that challenger match and take it into the money match against Hydra Nation, which we know are a different beast, right? Like what works against some of the weaker teams, Hydra Nation, they've stayed ahead, like we mentioned previously, not just by being really strong individually as players, but also by continuing to put a lot of effort in and grind the game. And I think that's probably no change, especially now with all these new heroes coming out, bringing a lot of excitement and passion to the Deadlock scene.
I mean, I think that like the Doorman builds are really interesting. Some of the stuff we're seeing, I feels like obviously like Tank Buster is like just a must-have part of the kit plus the fort. But I thought the slowing hex was cute. The knockdown as well was kind of fun to see like those getting mixed in. Saya like definitely gearing to try and like really just lock someone out of the fight for as long as possible. Guaranteed that extra 250 base spirit damage. Obviously, it's like 60% of the overall damage from hotel guest. Kind of like that. It basically turns his ult into like a delayed nuke. So ton of fun. But look, I just think that, yeah, like en masse, the game gets away from PKP. They can't team fight particularly well. Always seem to be trading down against a really fed Lash and a Mirage who's just going absolutely ape in the background. You see, his objective damage is pretty insane, but also like, in those fights, just weaving a lot of those shots, like getting, I think, the Mercurial Magnum there is always like very important because it means that coming out of that ultimate, you are really strong. Poshipop was gearing up to actually come into fights. He wasn't just split pushing the whole time. He was itemizing to be a menace straight out of the TP as soon as he got involved into those fights.
I think, yeah, it looks like Stride is going to be able to grab that MVP here for Lil Troops, but it's interesting to see Warden having a pretty solid game here. We talked about maybe always, something we're saying is Doorman the Warden counter, but it's definitely not a 1-to-1 hard counter, right? You can play your way out of that.
Yeah, I mean, just quickly, Stride was on the Shiv in this game. He was the part of that, like, the sort of nasty sort of Shiv. Was it Shiv Viscous? I think there was getting around the map. Was Shiv Kelvin. Yeah, it might have been the one. Either way, notice like, a couple of important things like the debuff remover getting picked up here. Counterspell also being picked and just wants to garner as much attention as possible. Defer as much damage, of course, via bloodletting, and also secure those like assassinations with Phantom Strike in the build here. I think like a 10-minute fort is pretty thumbs up from me. That means that like you're wasting a bit of time, I think, trying to focus this Shiv down, who not only is deferring a large amount of that damage, but also is just super tanky in general and hits like a truck up close, and you obviously with close quarters in the build. So pretty scary. Stride just kind of doing what he wants and getting a lot of kills to feed that soul bank.
Yeah, it's really impressive. I mean, this was what really gave them all of the momentum off of the early game, and it's so hard as well when you have to do so much damage to actually like get the kill there, and it's just not easy to do that early on. So very, very oppressive force, able to again like help them to secure some of those Sinner sacrifices and win multiple lanes. So I feel like the shout out is definitely, or the MVP is well worth it there for Stride. Very well deserved. Obviously, Brian, he's doing the Lord's work too, on the Kelvin, but I guess you're just never going to get the same plaudits as you would if you're on the guy that's actually getting the kills.
We've given Kelvin's player of the match before, I'm certain of it. I think it was probably Overkim, though, and probably not too many other Kelvin players, but here and there gets a little bit of love. But that's the nature of the beast, isn't it, Jake? Those players who really look like they're I also think, like, while I'm on that note, Mirage doesn't get enough love, I think, because what they do is really subtle. Like, they're just doing ridiculous damage in these fights, but like, it's no shock and awe. It's just like honest Deadlock, going to work with the pistol, just gatting them down, and no one's really looking your way.
Taking your suitcase, walking to work, teleporting occasionally to work if you need to. If you're a little bit late, you gotta show up in the team fight. But yeah, I think it's a good point. Mirage becomes a serious threat and really, not only splits the map, pulls any opponents apart, but sometimes it's just that turret in the late game that is pretty hard to individually focus with the tornado being that all parts threat, right? You can get you out of trouble. It can, catch the enemies in dangerous spots. Sometimes it does all of the above all at once. So definitely a hero that is probably always going to see some kind of relevance in Deadlock with how useful that global TP potentially is. Still really solid performance there in game 1 from Lil Troops, from a lot of these players that were lesser known on the scene recently, kind of showing that they're here to compete, and now they're going to get the chance against Hydra Nation. How that goes, though, is going to be up to them. They have the masters of their own fate, though, going into that money match.
Yeah, I mean, oh, go ahead, Mitch.
No, I was just going to say, like, I do think that, like, we saw decent macro from Lil Troops, but they're, the way we saw the map work, like both teams, losing a lot of walker value. And I think a lot of the edge for Little Troops came from rejuve buffs, especially in really important, junctures for fighting. I'd not say it's the kind of clean macro we see from Hydra Nation. So, we know they can have strong lanes. That's all well and good. Hydra Nation are no strangers to that, but it's really when they get rolling, when they start roaming off those lanes and leaving their carries just to eat big, is when they look the scariest.
Well, all right, guys, we're going to throw things to a quick break. But of course, when we come back, we've got the rest of the NA night shift action coming right at you. It's our champions, Hydra Nation, trying to defend the title against challengers, Lil Troops. Welcome back, everybody, to Deadlock Night Shift. It's shift number 3. We're here in North America. I'm Jake. I'm joined, of course, by your lovely casters, Uber and DDK. But of course, none of us would be here without the lovely sponsor who's come to this show to help us in our time of need. It's Intel coming back in to support the night shift as well. So hats off, much appreciation, of course, to Intel and for them promoting here at this Intel Gamer Days.
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome to have them here. I guess we can say back with air quotes. And obviously, Intel Gamer Day is coming up. So August 25 through September 7, you get yourself a copy of Battlefield 6 and more, mind you, with purchase qualifying Intel products during that period of time. So mark your calendars. We are currently in the Intel Gamer Days, folks. What a time to be alive. September 7th.
I mean, you got to get BF6. Definitely a hot one to hop on to get some of that casual fragging and gaming action on. But speaking of supporting the show, it's not just Intel supporting the show. This is also very much a community event. We wouldn't be here without all of you watching, supporting. We've got people on our YouTube subscriptions. We're getting our Twitch partnership set up very, very soon. And we've also, of course, got Patreon. And so for our YouTube members, for our Patreon subscribers here at that $5 tier, we're also running a special post show, The Graveyard Shift. We already ran a few of them after the past shows. And if you hop on and join us for that, we're going to invite community members in to kind of get a behind the scenes look, a deep dive, an interview to learn about what are they thinking about the scene, what are they thinking about the game, the top heroes. And there's a lot to discuss right now, of course, with this being kind of the hottest patch week in Deadlock, I dare say, we've ever had.
I mean, we're harassing players constantly for their insights, right? I think like every time when I go, like, tell us about this, like last week it was Mina, right? And Billy to some degree. So it's worth hanging out, and you can ask your own questions too. We actually open up the mics for you to be a part of the conversation, and it's much more low-key. This is already a low-key show. I would like to think we're pretty like relaxed, we're pretty cash. It's even more cash, so it's worth checking out. Get on there, jump in the Patreon, $5 tier and up, get you in there, and of course we'll give you guys a shout out as well. And we've got a special Patreon only channel where Jason Kaplan gets to try and spread his very strange ideologies, so just be warned. It's interesting but also kind of disconcerting.
Not a cult, just a friendly, supportive Patreon.
No, we're not a cult, we're a movement. You know what I mean? We're a collective.
I will not have you slandering Jason. He came up with that Pictionary content thing, and that's amazing.
Yeah, I thought we sentenced him to that because he was making too many phallic jokes on broadcast. I thought that he was like, that was his purgatory. No?
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah. Time served. You know, now he's out in his own cognizance.
Love that.
He's doing community service for the people out of the kindness of his own heart. But speaking of a team without kind hearts, frankly, a team that's been merciless, it's been brutal for a long time here in North America. Hydra Nation are waiting in this money match. They watched the challenger match. They're ready for their opponent. And this is the team to beat in North America. They've been the team to beat in North America for quite a long time, and they have stayed on top, not just through individual skill, but through hard work, through constant grinding, and of course, the cannibalism of all the top players to join their roster.
It's scary. By the way, just so you guys know, last week, AVG, he played Billy by a chatter's request for money. So if you want to see AVG play something of your desire for money, it seems like he will do it. So we haven't had Paige yet. We haven't had Paige or Drifter. Obviously, Drifter is now available. We've only had the one match since, but maybe he's up for it.
I would point out that I think Billy was like winless last week. I actually think Lil Troops picked it into Hydra Nation and then just kind of beat down by like the very classic like Yamato 7 Paradox comp to give AVG your money either way. And maybe he'll play something. I don't know if Paige is it, but yeah, that should tell you everything you needed to know. We are every week, Jake, I think you probably agree, we're like in the source. We're like in the primordial goo of experimental Deadlock. We're just kind of throwing things out, seeing what sticks, what's the viscosity of this particular emulsion looking like. And that's why we get to see a lot of these new heroes mixed in. So fingers crossed for Paige. Obviously, she's a ton of fun to see out there. And if you've experimented, she's obviously really cool thematically. Hydra Nation, kind of nice to know that they can, take a flyer on a different kind of hero and still find success, except that not happened last week. It was a best of 3 that went all the way to 3 maps.
And I don't think that's what Hydra Nation want. They want a dominant win here, I'd say.
And I think they know also kind of some of the things to do to achieve that. I think the only dangerous thing we talked about earlier for them really was Matt on Holiday. So I would not be surprised if we see Hydra Nation ban that out the gate. As far as Little Troops ban, I mean, you can't really ban away favorites from Hydra Nation because you'd have to ban half of the roster. So
I've done it. They have
the
done it,
Yamato,
though.
yeah, it's key.
We
That's certainly
obviously constantly picking that one last week, like in every map. It's just a real cornerstone, I think, to a lot of their comps, and just represents like an ever-present threat. Like if you let the Yamato go, like work side lane, work jungle, they're basically 1v2, 1v3 pretty comfortably for much of the map. There is the strat, by the way, of like once you get Vindicta out of the way, like you try and snap up one of the initiators, ban the other. But what we saw in that previous game was that Sire was playing Doorman kind of like a Holiday with the same build that Sire uses on Holiday, right? Just to try and guarantee those luggage cart connections and lock people out of the game. Now, it feels like Hotel Guest is like a delayed sort of Spirit Lasso in the sense that, like everyone can congregate and can set up to sort of pick that player off as they come out often after having taken some damage. So Doorman might, with a little bit of help, but of greasing the wheels in terms of itemization, be another potential contested initiator through some of these drafts.
And Hydra Nation, they choose to prio taking the Vindicta off the field. Maybe it's a little bit more of that not just a dominant open initiator that can set things up, but also this incredibly hard to deal with laner. So if you want to play some aggressive lanes, as Hydra Nation are known to play, and get an early advantage, Vindicta can really slow that down. It's very hard to like shove her out of lane and nuke her and spam her back. Hydra Nation just go with the very conventional Warden opener, not really worried about the Doorman, so it would seem.
You're under my protection now.
Well, that's definitely a great pick because it's high priority, I think, for Lil Troops. And Hydra Nation kind of have to pick Paradox, but you don't want to pick it second. You're kind of going to pick it third. I don't think Lil Troops are going to get rid of it, but they would ban it. So I think that's kind of where Hydra Nation are in terms of that opening 3. Lil Troops, though, I feel like there's a lot of different directions they could go. They've got already the most important one, which is Holiday.
Viscous is a great wombo with that, right? Like you set him up with the lasso, knock him down with Viscous with monster nuke damage with this melee build. And I see the vision, and the fighting in like a low numbers or scrappy team fights really sick for Viscous and Holiday.
So a couple of the conspicuously absent picks here. Hydra Nation are pretty like prolific Geist team, but she seems to have fallen off. Mo and Krill might be an option later on in the draft. Geist getting taken by Little Troops, so that's interesting to see there. I think it was banned in that previous game as well. Obviously, like the Paradox, something you need to round this out. I think Little Troops will be quite happy to take that away in the second wave of ban, like you guys pointed out, if that one is let through. Abrams is still on the table though, looking ahead a little bit into the second phase of draft. It's like always a pick they're looking for. 7 is also still there, so it's usually 7 already taken here. So they do open themselves up to the potential of being denied the Paradox entirely.
Yeah, they're willing to risk it.
I don't want to ban from Little Troops here. I mean, you've taken John John's Warden away. Do you care about Shiv? Like, how much is that a problem for you? If you're not sort of looking to pick that up yourself. The Kelvin is pretty messed up. I think that Shiv Kelvin lane, you want to ban a component of it. I think I take that high sustain element away from it and just make that Shiv a little less unkillable. Seems fair.
Might be a lash ban from Little Troops right now. I think with the Kelvin ban, it feels really scary to let a lash through. Like if you're lash ulting into Warden and 7 ulting, like the counter initiating, the team fighting looks super scary. And instead they're gonna, we talked about maybe they needed to ban the Paradox, but now I feel like this opens Hydra Nation to be in a great spot. If they got Paradox, they're totally happy with that. But I think Lash here also looks great.
Is it an analog though for that same gameplay that you want out of your Paradox? Like you can set up picks, of course, with the Lash, but it's less direct, and you generally have to do it. Oh, okay, they're going to go for it anyway here. So,
I mean, I think you're right. It's a different value, right? Like rather than the individual pick-off value that Paradox gives you, this is the like we will win the team fights value that Hydra Nation is building toward right now. Like they're so heavy on team fighting. I mean, Mirage also sort of a team fighter in the sense of splitting the map up, creating a player advantage, and then coming to the team fight. I think for now, Lil Troops looks much better in the low numbers scraps. But when it comes to a major team fight initiation, like if the game is pretty even and things come down to big fights on walkers and on mid boss, on key positions, key camps, key buffs, I'm really favoring the Hydra Nation draft right now.
Lil Troops have sorry, Dan.
Oh, I was just gonna say there could be a Mo in store for Hydra Nation, because they usually go for the Abrams, but in fact, actually Mo gets taken away as well.
This group is so tanky.
Is coming in from Hydra Nation now. They could still add some extra damage if they wanted.
They need damage. I mean, that's the issue. I mean, Lil Troops are very, very durable. The problem is though, if you lose those Guardians first, all these heroes are great, but some of them are going to be like solo roaming their own jungle, trying to get fed. And they're going to be jumped on. The Billy's getting picked up here, bro. Okay, I'm here for it. Lil Troops are taking all the frontline options away in Hydra Nation and say, okay, well, we have this left over. Let's see if we can actually win a game with this pick.
I think Billy's actually pretty good at dealing with these heavy enemy front lines, you know, with that melee passive, be able to proc that on the enemies and like really mitigate some of their damage, pull them together for the follow-up. And instead they're going to grab Doorman as a last pick here, getting some of that catch, getting some of that utility. I think the Little Troops though, I mean, what hero was going to like ultra solo carry the game? Infernus is probably the most straightforward, but I feel like you have to go something like more crazy here. I don't know. Maybe Infernus is the best.
I think it's too disruptible. Yeah, I think like Infernus is kind of scary when you have like a lot of CC. Like,
okay. I think it's Gun Ivy actually.
Gun Ivy? That's
I think so, because who is carrying this game for Lil Troops? I mean, they really either they're all in on an early game blowout, which against Hydra Nation, I don't like your chances on that. I feel like Hydra Nation can take that defensive posture and stall the game out into a point where eventually you're gonna have problems. Gun IV is really good and it plays a much faster tempo, I would say, than some of the other carries, but I mean, Lil Troops definitely are gambling on an early game advantage right now.
What is this Doorman Mirage combo? That is very filthy. I don't know. Like, I wonder if they do get sort of combined, but like the fact that like Mirage can always find a way in, like if like a random door gets set up, we saw it being teased by Sire in the previous game, like setting a door up above the other laners and like giving the option to sort of drop down. Yeah, gun carry is the Ivy. Last time we saw Holiday built as a gun carry, the player was cheating. So, you know, not really a thing that we see often at all. It is such a chonky comp here from Little Troops, but
can you set up death slams through the door? Like if someone if there's like a door opened in a weird spot and you like have the lash death slamming behind it?
Literally,
like,
probably nobody knows, Dan. Nobody knows yet.
You get free max damage ground slams as well, coming in from like height as well. Put a door up
you could
high.
like door them out of the skybox. I think there's also such like for something like Warden, if you like door him into the back line, he like jumps on your back line with an ulti already going, or I know carting, you can cart the Warden in while he's casting his ulti, so you can like dive him like super deep into
while he's channeling as well. Like,
yeah,
exactly.
Exactly.
It's like a version of the like Majestic Leap. They used to pick up Majestic Leap. Like
Man's Majestic Leap.
So lit. I mean, I'm pretty hyped about this Hydra Nation comp. Obviously, like they might look like they lack durability in some senses, but they're gonna hit like absolute Mac trucks. They've got a very, very good disruption here. And obviously, like constant split pushing pressure, like the Mirage and the 7 can work those, you know, like lanes after they've been won with like the Lash, you know, Billy rotating through. Obviously, Billy does get unstoppable at some point with that chain gang. It's just really potent. And just the fact that, God, when he's like using that smashed active, bro is really hard to kill, never runs out of ammunition. It's just a real nuisance, and obviously is really benefiting from a lot of those items that want you to be up close, right? Like close quarters derivatives and stuff like that. So pretty scary.
Still true liners, like the Ivy finish is really interesting.
I kind of like that it didn't go Infernus. I just don't feel this is just a really impossible game for Infernus with like so much stuff just going to be like jumping on you and popping you in the team fight. Ivy has stone form, so she can actually maybe dodge some of these, like the Billy pull with the ultimate, maybe the Lash ulti, you know, can maybe play her way out of some of these scenarios where an Infernus would just be cut to pieces. I feel like for Lil Troops with the comp they had in the first fight, like you can't try to go normal with the first 5 heroes you have. You got to kind of double down on a snowballing early game, getting active maybe with Ivy's global presence off the laning phase. And I think Geist also could potentially become like that gun semi-carry in the late game if you build that direction, but definitely requires a bit more of a snowball. She's not necessarily the most efficient farmer compared to someone like a 7 at least.
Yeah, I think like
I was just gonna say the amount of lockdown is kind of crazy. Like from Hydra Nation, you're gonna get chain stunned forever, basically.
Yeah, I think like your gun carry having global presence is pretty nice. It's obviously what Mirage to some degree is going to be able to offer as well. And Ivy like with a stun or a silence rather appended to it as well, it is pretty handy. But yeah, in terms of like farming efficiency, Lil Troops are not. It doesn't feel like they're going to be able to clear those camps necessarily all that easily. And obviously, that is the name of the game, especially if you do get map control and you want to go into Hydra Nation side of the map. You want to be able to get in and get out pretty comfortably while sort of clearing through those as rapidly as possible. And there's also misspoke earlier. John's obviously not in this game. We are going to talk to him later, of course, on the graveyard shift. But I mentioned the Warden being taken away from him. He's not on this Lil Troops team. Bro was felled at the first hurdle, sadly. We got Billy and Doorman in the same game though. That to me is exciting. And I'm curious because I think what we saw from the Doorman in the previous game was oppressive laning and promise of potential like later on in setting up those big plays. But I never feel like it really came together. Hydra Nation, though, the kind of team that can get that early lead and maybe, go a bit further than Sire was able to, Jake.
Yeah, we'll have to see if this is a better weekend for Lil Troops, better midweek shift, of course, for the Troops if they're able to take on Hydra Nation. I think this game 1 draft looks very solid, very comfortable and classic for Hydra Nation. No shenanigans in this opening map here of the money match presented by Intel. This is Deadlock Night Shift. Take it away, boys.
Let's get into the cursed apple here. It's going to be Hydra Nation Amber side up against Lil Troops Sapphire side. Quick lane assignment recap for you. We have the Mirage Lash in mid instead. So Doorman's actually gone to the left side of the map with the Warden. And on this right side, Dan, we have Seven and Billy, piloted by none other than Hydration.
Interesting, very interesting indeed. It's gonna be really fun to see how this actually pans out, because last time it was AVG that was playing Billy, and AVG was like, this guy is just so hard to play, and that seemed to be the consensus. Although I think we spoke to Zergy in the graveyard shift. He's like, you can't trust North America. They think this thing is garbage, and it's not. So yeah, it's super interesting to see how people work out this game week to week. But yeah, Doorman. I feel like we got to watch some Doorman. We've got to see how that laning goes. Doorman seems like a really good laner.
Call Bell just seems like really annoying, oppressive poke, and they're combining that with Alchemical Flask on the right side, so I think that's an absolute nightmare. Fortunately, you do have that Spirit Drain, of course, for the Geist for some more sustain on that side of the map here, but I just want to put your attention to the Hellfire Stride, who's on the Abrams up on the left side, getting pummeled down pretty ferociously. And first point's already getting teched into blasted for the Billy. But yeah, here's Stride's situation now. They are pushing up, in fairness. And of course, AVG on your screen, for whatever reason, has opted to sort of make a name change here. Looking to play safe here. Looks like there was an early engagement that he lost out in pretty bad. Does have some sustain item-wise, but Floss is looking hale and hardy.
Yeah, the Hydration is no joke in these early laning phases. Here's some attempt at some early damage, harass. It's a low main.
Value, right? Life drain someone who gets a little bit too close here. I like the pressure coming from Lil Troops. And look at where the waves are on every single lane for Lil Troops. Coolbell, they're a little bit dangerous, but they are taking liberties here with some of these camps. And they're able to get away with it too. Big pressure across the map, at least in terms of lane here for Lil Troops.
Yeah, that's probably only like 150 souls of you're taking away, but every little bit really helps. So especially at this level. And you also always, when you're doing something like this, you're always forcing your opponent to respond. And so there might be a play to be had in counter of their response. But now the pressure's going the other way here. Doorman able to get a lot of damage there, low main, with that very annoying bell.
I think the base damage on Corbell might be a little on the higher side. I mean, you don't see too many heroes, Dan, rushing extra charge straight away like this. So clearly it's like a huge component of pressuring this lane. And again, remember, last hits aren't important for soul gain. It is those the shots on the soul orbs themselves. So the more often you can do this, that's cheeky. A random card here catching on the flaws. The more often you can do this, the more effective you're going to be. We're checking in with Poshy Pop though, who's slated at least, Dan, to be the gun carry here on this Lil Troop side.
Yeah, totally. Totally fits. We'll see how good the gun IVs are going to be looking in this game. It's a very interesting game from the composition wise for both teams. We can probably assume that the Doorman lane on the left here is going to probably win out for Hydra Nation. That pressure seems extremely difficult to deal with, and so they're just going to have to lose well on that left side as best as they can, and hope that one of their teammates or the couplings of their teammates on the mid or right lane could instead win their lanes respectively, so that they can create some breathing room, maybe get some rotations in across. But we'll see if they can keep that left side tower up alive. Poshy Pop dishing out the damage. Then we got to look in here on the right side lane, Mitch, with that 7.
Yeah, and again, that's something we expect to see Leffa be highly impactful on towards later in the game. But this is about going the way we expected it to, right? A lot of poke damage here. Nice little soldier charge, though. Lomain just trying to put some damage in. The Stride stepped up and tried to create a bit of breathing room, but Floss went pretty low in that exchange as well. Matt's in trouble. Lotos finally opens up the account for Hydra Nation through the middle part of the map, and it looks like it's about to get worse as Rokane hits a nice little tornado. G-Freak, as healthy as they are, won't be allowed to escape. Rokane does not miss, and that is a comfortable straight up 2-for-0 trade in mid. Hydra Nation are beat up a little bit there. Don't have time to deny themselves into the tower. I think with how close Matt is, that's still a resounding victory.
Yeah, and Matt really is such a key. Even if they end up losing most of these lanes, Lil Troops, we've seen that Matt can still turn around the early to mid game with the ganks as they come in with the barrels and so on. But we're about 3 minutes away for those Sinner sacrifices to spawn, so still everyone's staying in their lanes. But with that said, okay, Poshy Pop jumping across with the bomb here for this bridge buff. Gonna get on top of that, the gun buff. Oh, he gets scrolling away. Oh, he gets stolen, I think, and that is not what Poshy Pop wanted.
No, not ideal. They do get low main for their troubles here, but of course the gun buff would really take Poshy Pop into a very oppressive factor on the map. Not to be. Until that mid lane pressure is going to remain in place. With low main having gone down, it's an opportunity for Lil Troops on that far left side over on York here to try and shove up a little bit more. They've done so. Low main's back in the game, whichever way you slice it. Matt here already with a cold front, so great chase potential. Obviously, just further strengthening the pick potential Holiday has.
Yeah, overall, it feels like Lil Troops are doing pretty well, even though, some of these lanes seem pretty difficult to deal with. But there's that ability for a moment that is being played by Hydration. It's going to be so interesting to see how Hydration plays it. He's so good at playing basically anything.
Especially like the more brawler style heroes, right? It's always something I'm going to be looking for. Matt here doesn't really fancy it. Healing right required for that extra sustain in lane, and even Cube being used on G-Freak. So that should tell you everything you need to know about dealing with the Lash Mirage look here. Rokane very fed at the moment. Lomain caught out yet again, though. Looks like he attempted a dive, and Rokane, at least in mid, is able to make good on it. Stride got picked off. That is dirty stuff from Lomain. We'll be able to walk away from this explosion without looking back and leave AVG to take this Guardian down. It's a disaster. Flo's trying to even up the ledger here with a life drain, but the gun damage coming in from the Warden is not something to sneer at.
Yeah, and again, for those of you that might be newer to Deadlock, the movement tech in this game, the skill expression on it is pretty insane. Like you see with Lomain there, able to be really effective, using the movement to cut off line of sight, place that belt. Really cool stuff to see. Okay, now Hydra Nation looking like they may be the ones to get this mid tower. There we go. Pretty fast. 7-minute tower. Again, the Sinner sacrifices up in a minute. So that getting that extra bit of map control is going to be pretty helpful. We'll see how they end up deciding to use it and which lanes are going to pressure next.
I don't hate the camp clear rate for Ivy either. Kutsi Bomb, even if not going for a spirit build, is really quite helpful to try and get through those nice and quickly here. Obviously, Quicksilver reload a classic on Lord and M's Lash, which is definitely something we've seen terrorize a number of teams in the past, and one of the more recent additions to this Hydra Nation. He has slotted in very well after a brief stint on them once in the past. So just the rotations here. Hydration's headed over towards this left side of the map now. So we have a bit of a... Yeah, okay, the Warden and the Doorman now operating on this right side of the map. So there's some reshuffling here for Hydra Nation.
And again, that pressure coming in. Sinner sacrifice coming up in 10 seconds. Looking to get that control. The lasso coming on through, though. Plucking him through the doorway. Beautiful stuff there. And that is a nice pickup. But it is a 1-for-1 after all is said and done. And there's more assistance coming in from the Hydra Nation side across. Lash making his way on through. Lord and M there. Trying to see if he can get some pressure on. See, the Sinner sacrifices are now up.
Rockane's taking free camps. Has the ability to travel into this fight. Should be required. I think Lord and M's realized it's a little unfavored, as it's 2 versus 3. But yeah, the door works both ways. And if you give Holiday a portal to lasso you through it, you had best be ready for the consequences of that. So that here, nice play made. Of course, Sinners are up and definitely need to be prioritized. But there's some concern, I think, about a lurking Doorman in this area, as Low Main is going to be disrupted as they try and work on this Sinners. And will door themselves straight on out after getting some free boons.
Yeah, nice steal. Very nice steal, just taking that Sinner sacrifice away from the enemy team. And now it's the pressure on the right side. Guardian here, and there's not too much of a response coming in from Lil Troops. me giving that one up. They do have a fight on the left side, but I'm not sure how well this one is going. Seismic Slam used on escape here, so that's definitely not a good look. 6k deficit overall for Lil Troops, so not too far behind, but it's certainly not that close right now. Hydra Nation with all the map control, all the edges at the moment.
All the Guardians. Sure as hell doesn't help. And I mean, I just like watch the minimap here over the next couple of minutes, right? We're heading into the 10-minute mark pretty soon, and it's going to give you even more reason to fight over some of these neutral camps. So Lil Troops trying to clear their side of the map first before they try and get lanes pushed back out. They're not too far behind, but again, soul allocation is of concern. AVG and Rokane are looking pretty good. Lefra is also kept up. Lomain is really showing us how much, of a utility focus the Doorman pick tends to have. Buffs are coming up in 15 seconds, Dan. I think we're going to have eyes, for those left and right sides of mid lane here.
Yeah, we have a congregation from Little Troops looking for the left side buff, getting the control here early on, and it's going to be Hydra Nation attacking into them if they decide to go for it. See a doorway getting popped up there, but it does look like Little Troops are looking good to defend this high ground for now. And
the urn
indeed they will.
So urn and buffs at the same time is always a little bit chaotic, right? Teams sort of trying to convert those as well as they can. Leffa connected with here. Urn taken up by Posse Pop. So this is Little Troops here issuing the challenge. And what is Lord Lamb doing? No, it's in! He's so deep! Okay, able to get out here, but it looks like maybe a mild disconnect on what the play was supposed to be for Hydra Nation here. They're allowing this urn to be taken up and are really only considering fighting later on. G-Freak is also not in position. I think a pretty important part of the team fight for Little Troops, of course, but they have a lot of durability and good lockdown here in the form of the combo for Rhino, for example. But that urn is heading over to the right side of the map pretty quick, Dan.
Yeah, the map control of that right side lane is not there for Little Troops, though. So actually getting the deposit down is not going to be an easy task. And speaking of which, right now, G-Freak on the Viscous is getting 1v1s. And there is a Warden nearby as well to also make his life hell. And there it is, Billy on the Hydration, or Hydration on the Billy, whichever way you like, is going to be chasing it down. And that's going to force the Viscous away. And there's just no chance now that this urn can be taken. But in the meantime, we had a play for Little Troops on the left side, but they can get flanked now.
Yeah, this is a problem. And Hydra Nation, it's not unreasonable to trade a Guardian for the urn turn-in, right? They're not even doing that. Like, they are so adamant about winning this game out. Airdrop gets used there defensively. That's Little Troops pulling the plug on whatever they were trying to make happen on this left side of the map. So all of a sudden, it starts to become a question of this Warden pressure. Someone got thrown in the Baroness Hotel here. Stride is going to be able to walk out and be just fine, but their opportunity to create that opening has gone begging. Lomain was able to get back to safety after having used that ultimate. Now we're still talking about We're still thinking about that turn in as Little Troops. G-Freak clutching it close to his chest. He'll back away to his side of the map. But Dan, this is simply allowing Hydra Nation to do just this. Go aggressive. Chain Gang combined with Last Stand. Binding Word also locking the fight down. There is no way Rhino's getting out of here unscathed. And now we're knocking on the door of some frig walker damage too.
Yeah, just that oppressive presence from just two players on the right side, just constantly preventing that urn from ever being a consideration for Little Troops. And in the meantime, Matt's going to try to do what he can with the barrels, get some damage onto Lord NM, but I don't think he's going to be able to finish anything anytime soon. So once again, the urn still in play. We're going to have a new urn soon. It's 2.5 minutes away. Yep. And it's going to be a fight that gets forced, it seems, because they're going to look to go for it.
I think also like you could almost trade like half a walker, if not more, for this. Notice the left side lane assignment. No global presence between the Lash and the 7 that are pushing up for Hydra Nation. But left is continuing to get more fed. Hydra Nation might just let this one go. Disrupted a little bit, of course, with that door. We've seen that used on a number of occasions. Of course, Solo and can't be picked up for a time. That leaves it open for a bit of an old-fashioned throwdown. Straight to the high ground. Looks like Rokane was trying to turn those 12k souls into some big damage. Nice shoulder charge there in Hydration, but Stride losing out the extended engagement. Rokane eventually does fall. That's the cost, though, of that combo ability. And there's an urn pick up here for Hydra Nation. It's AVG jockeying back, but Hydration was a little bit low and caught out in the open. Amidst all of this, though, Dan, it's a Walker pickup on the left side for Hydra Nation and a Leffa that continues to get more and more rotund with this soul total.
And AVG's found himself onto that urn as well. Doesn't look like it's going to ever be turned in, but that's fine as far as Hydra Nation are concerned. Going back in for the fight here. Looking to jockey for position is Little Troops, but they're just finding themselves lacking in these team fights. They just don't have the positioning.
That door there basically makes the urn turn in impossible. It is too easy to interrupt the Urn carrier as they try and turn in. Unless you're the team with the door, in which case, well, have yourself a free soul urn. 82 plays 69k in terms of souls. And finally, it seems Lord and M's ready to throw down with Matt and wins it out comfortably with a bit of a flog to secure that elimination. Now, Guardians are starting to fall, but Hydra Nation have, traded them for an Urn and a Walker and a bit more pressure now on this right side jungle for Lil Troops. G-Freak's in trouble. Has to be a cube now. No, his last stand is in play for AVG, looking devastating. And G-Freak burns to a crisp as soon as he gets out of that gelatinous haven.
Wow, it's like it's almost a 15-minute mark and you still can't get that last Guardian down. You think you're like deep enough to maybe get a chance, and you get totally stuffed. And AVG, he's looking real strong. 17k on this ward, and that's pretty beefy at this point in the game. And a lot of them might be able to assist. Is he going to try to assist this? Well, it looks like it's going to be a fight as well, and gets caught through the doorway, and straight into the hotel, denied.
Well, you can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. Stride unable to chase down the Doorman. Would have been the easiest target on the side of Hydra Nation in terms of that soul total, but it's not to be. Still, Rhino looking pretty scary. It's a combo on Rokane, who doesn't have much to say about it. Crucially, the global presence of the Mirage taken out of the game for the time being, but that is a very nice little slam that does lay Rhino low. Enough to stay this aggression of Lil Troops off on this side of that, but elsewhere it's Billy getting involved. Rhino looking to burrow, but we have Blasted active. Spirit Lasso gonna make it half a hydration to get involved. He's gonna follow up with a chain gang, though, and try and yank Lil Troops in his direction. He's happy enough likely to be able to walk away with this fight because it's a gun carry down. Poshi Pop has been felled elsewhere. The remnants of the Kudzu bomb here strewn on the ground as G-Freak trying to take a fight against Lord and them, who might be able to out-sustain him here. And I think G-Freak might have written a check. His ass couldn't cash. There it is. Low main trucks him with the baggage card. And this is falling apart for Lil Troops.
Oh, man. The trolley is just so funny. Just seeing that flying through the level. Okay, Hydra Nation, they're already starting to extend their lead now. 20k in advantage. And they are keeping the pressure on here on this right side lane. And at this point, it's kind of hard. The math doesn't work out quite as well when you can't quite 1v1 or 2v2. As equally as you would be able to earlier in the game. So it starts to get just ever so much harder. Yeah, he's
Fleetfoot is disgusting with that final stand. Like, it is such an innocuous item. It's just a tier 2. But, bro, I mean, you have, like, Fleetfoot and Majestic Leap. You can go wherever you want. You basically have unfettered access to the entire map. You have global entry for the Cursed Apple.
All right, well, it's just going to keep getting worse, I think. Here, Mitch, the pressure's coming onto this right side Walker. There's a fight going on the left side of the map. Lord of them is kind of outnumbered, but you know what? Doesn't matter too much. In fact, actually, Rokane could always... Oh, no, he can't TP. He's used the Traveler already. But they're going to pick up the on the right side, Hydra Nation. Despite losing Lord and M, they're still looking to gain advantages, maybe potentially against that Walker.
Yeah. So they're applying some Walker pressure. They're obviously trying to, tempt Lil Troops into a bit of a fight here. Mid boss is something we've not really talked about, right? It's actually not been really contested whatsoever, but now we might see Lil Troops trying to put more emphasis towards the middle of the map. They just, they're a Walker down. They've actually taken decent damage on their Walkers right and mid side as well. It's hard to imagine they're looking for a fight here. I think, Marta's just trying to clear some of these camps, get some of those boons if at all possible, but that's a binding word that Floz is not going to be able to escape from. And there is a soul exchange, though. Low main takes the hit for the team, and Floz eventually is brought down.
All right, so Hydra Nation, they're going to get their Walker push after all. They've completely cleared this out. Force Matt back on that holiday. Trying to do what he can with the between the jump pads and the barrels, but he's going to get grabbed by the Death Slam. Just send straight back. And yeah, there's no escape from that one.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, too much CC. Call Bell came on in there as well and would have made it impossible for you to really walk away from that engagement. So Walker being picked up, Urn still being kept, by the way, in possession of Hydra Nation. And they might trade a little bit of tempo on the left side of the map, but that's about it. Here's Poshi Pop, though, trying to build himself into that gun carry. I kind of like what he's working with here. Got us off the toxic bullets. There's also siphon bullets at the ready. Backstabber there in case anyone dares to turn around on him. So he's definitely looking like a legitimate threat with that headhunter also built into his kit. But is it in time? I rather, is it too late? I have to wonder. Poshi Pop there gives a good account of himself. That Urn, though, is starting to make some moves. And yeah, Rokane has been struggling with some of the CC getting thrown at him, especially that sort of combo out of the Monkrill. So debuff reducer, and now an ambush opportunity on Poshi Pop. He takes a pretty bloody big amount of damage himself, though.
And I like actually threatening this unturning because you want to force a fight because they're probably not going to try to come out and fight you otherwise. So here we go. The fight absolutely is going to be happening, and it's going to be looking a very nice here for Hydra Nation, as you'd expect. Just completely decimating their opponents. And some fight back here. Hydra Nation is some trouble on Billy, but the reinforcements is coming on through, and this is a complete devastation. I just can't get bored of that.
Yeah, no, I mean, bro, nothing that you can really do about that. That's what we talked about, right? Like, Lil Troops have a really good front line, but they're getting picked off one by one. They lost their gun carry at the start of the fight. They're not hitting hard enough. Generally, like, it's going to be quite some time, if at all, that the Lady Geist becomes a legitimate damage threat in their own right. There's such great, crowd control ability, but there's the debuff removers are starting to get picked up on the side of Hydra Nation. They're starting to tech against this sort of crowd control heavy approach and cutting through what should be a pretty durable Lil Troops lineup. Here's an attempt at mid-boss now. Lil Troops will have all 6 players back on the cursed apple here in just a moment. You can see already the knockdown. I think that was on Poshy Pop, so nowhere to go. He can't even airdrop himself away. That's going to make it hard to really fight for this whatsoever. And it's a catch on the holiday. Combo here on AVG this time. Before he can make use of last stand, he's out of the fight. It's a big piece of the equation for Hydra Nation, but a hotel guest applied on Mo and Krill. But Rhino would already use that ultimate, so kind of done his job in this fight, securing the pick on the Warden. There's more to be said here, though. Lord and MP is on N60s to Abrams there, looking like a bit of a snack here. G-Freak very low. Ro came with the damage to pick him off. It's only 3 left here for Lil Troops. And now, yeah, you've walked inside a Stormcloud. Lefa controlling this hallway and slowly being able to move out in the open. Should secure this fight well and truly. Poshy Pop gets chased into the storm. No one ever told him not to ride the lightning, apparently. And that is a mid-boss take and rejuve buff secure for Hydra Nation.
And that might just be it. What I love from Hydra Nation, especially going back to the fight that preceded this, was they had an urn which they picked up, and by taking that urn and it goes into the territory of Lil Troops. Lil Troops kind of have to take that fight because it's like the best fight that they might get, team fight, to turn around the game. And so for Hydra Nation, that works out because they actually want to force a team fight because they have a massive power spike on their entire team. They're so far ahead. So if they win that fight by forcing it, then they're in a great spot. If the other team lets them take the urn, well, they're still in a great spot, and they've got massive map control. So they're just forcing these really hard, like, macro decisions where Lil Troops are just going to have to take the fight, even though they're at huge disadvantages. And the mid boss was a very similar setup to that too. So I love this from Hydra Nation, and this is why they're so good.
And that's just an urn turn in behind all of this. So you have 3 redo buffs plus urn take. It's hard to come back from these. And Dan, I really feel like we're just hearing the echoes of that 3-for-0 Guardian exchange at the start of the game. Hydra Nation were playing with house money for the most part, right? Okay, nice little use of the Warp Stone, though, to guarantee the charge with that Phantom Strike available, but Stride will still be dragged down. He's just not hitting hard enough. There's not enough souls on him here at all. And in comes the rest of the cavalry here. Stride flaws the first 2 to fall. Lord of them goes down, but job done, you'd have to assume. And the push comes to shove. It's going to be a Walker take here, the final Walker, and then a look towards the base Guardians that will open up some more of those infantry slots here for Hydra Nation. If not, put them in striking distance of closing out our first game of this best of 3.
Yeah, it's just assaulting the base now. They can get as much as they want. They should be able to probably get all the base Guardians if they really wanted to go for that. Don't have 7 with them at the moment, though.
I mean, it's so early in the game that they probably don't need the infantry slots. 22 minutes is not the end of the world. Also, something ZP's pointing out as well as he's watching the game alongside it, a lot of surge of power is being used here by Hydra Nation. In the case of Lomain here, his call bell is being empowered very heavily with extra charges 2 and 3. And yeah, basically just a real problem. He also has that knockdown. So it's yet another item sort of picked up to that effect. And we've seen it used to counter Poshy Pop's mobility. That's pretty problematic, I think, for the Ivy, who really needs to be, not the first to the fight, but wants to sort of sit on the fringes here and work that gun damage in. He's being scrutinized really early, I think, on every occasion.
Yeah, I think Surge of Power might be one of my favorite items. It's always like a nice power spike, depending on what hero you're playing. But I feel like it's like can be pretty good for almost anyone, especially if you got these nukes that we see on this Hydra Nation side.
It's just sick as well because you just maintain full speed while you're attacking, which to me is just nuts. Like it's kind of crazy when you have that in the fight. It's kind of like the Fleetfoot buff as well. That really allows you to cross fights, get into position while still having an impact, and still be throwing out all of these abilities. That's an escalating resilience. That's how you know it's gotten pretty real for our 7-hour course. Bullet resist as he does bullet damage. That's exactly what Lef is trying to do. With the Boundless Spirit in his pocket, I think those storm clouds are going to be pretty backbreaking.
Yeah, and you can see, just looking at the real estate on the map right now for Lil Troops, they're kind of like just they have a little bit of control on the left side, but they're kind of constricted otherwise completely, just getting suffocated on the map, which really, really sucks. There's no two ways about it. And there's still a rejuve up actually here for Hydra Nation. So, you know, given that they've just cleared up the map, that, you know, they can purchase their items, get rid of their souls, then they can just like regroup and go for a fight at this point. And
I mean, you want to spend your unsecured souls here, like from just eating the neutral camps, right? Obviously, that's where your unsecured souls tend to come from, those kills the neutral camps. So cash them in now before there's any sort of risk of losing them. Gear up for a fight. And this is what you want to do. Like, just taking your own farm when you're ahead doesn't actually advance your game plan because there's an extra 25% souls for the team that is behind in overall soul total. So if you take your side camps and you let your opponents take their side camps, they're actually getting ahead of you. You're giving up the lead in order by maintaining that parity. So you have to go into their territory. You need to create that disparity by eating their camps, taking their sinners, and then knocking them out of the game. And with a 25-minute game, a 50k plus soul lead, Dan, I think Hydra Nation have done that just fine.
They certainly have, and looking to maybe get this like final fight to get into the base. See what they can get. Oh, okay, quick pull into Lord and them. He's going to get taken for a ride there off the lasso, but I don't know if that's going to go all that well for Lil Troops. They're just really expediting their own demise, it seems. And there's the storm cloud coming up on top. It's just licking everyone with lightning damage, and that's full supremacy in your enemy's base.
I mean, it's very troll because it also hits the shrines, right? Like you just hits everything in that room. Very, very powerful. This will be a game ender here in a moment. Cute lasso. I think it interrupted Lord NM's death slam, and that's about it. I think that was why we got a lull in the chat from the man himself, because Hydra Nation are so far ahead here. It's an irrevocable disparity that Lil Troops have sort of walked into. Hard to fight in this position, but they're going to have a crack at it anyway. Base Guardians falling by the numbers. Hotel Guest being activated, though, and someone's been sent off to the Baroness. The baggage car doesn't quite connect there, but it's a nice little tornado to hold Rhino aloft to make him an easy target now. Doors for all. Is this going to be a binding word that holds Floz in pace, and one after another? There's Little Troops that are being brought to their knees. G-Freak now down. Lomain happy to put some pressure in as that patron will finally get the attention that it so sorely deserves. And we'll have a first map wrapped up here, Dan. Hydra Nation with a strong showing, getting wins with both Billy and Doorman in this first of our best of 3 games.
Yeah, that's the first win we've got with Billy, I think. And man, Doorman looks so fun. I haven't had a chance to actually play him in a match just yet. But wow, 1-0 from Hydra Nation with Billy and Doorman. Fancy that.
His potential only limited by your imagination. And I think characters like that are so iconic in games like this. Great showing here from Hydra Nation, of course. And it feels like we're at home. You know what? We're here on the night shift. It's number 3. Intel's back on the show. Hydra Nation still clapping cheeks, Jake. Everything is right in the world.
Staying on top, and I mean, the stars of the show take those first 3 cores in the opening draft picks. Hydra Nation not trying to hold any cards behind the back, just saying, all right, here we go. Here's our big 3. What are you going to do about it? And Little Troops aren't able to really stand toe-to-toe. And I mean, that's a game the Hydra Nation, they play clinically. They just advance the advantage step by step, you know, keeping that really solid level of gameplay that they'll need to take down when, you know, teams really come to challenge them. But honestly, this game was all Hydra Nation, man. This is a huge statement win, one that I don't know if Little Troops are going to be able to come back from. Like, mentally, you're down 50k in that game. Like, that game is so over for so long. You're having to sweat through that. Obviously, new games and a clean slate, maybe a better draft, give you a little bit more of a balanced team comp. Maybe you have a better window into that next match, but mentally achieving that is different than just the strategic reality.
Can we give ourselves a grade for how we projected the game would go past the draft? Because if you remember, it was pretty like a bit of a standout draft from Lil Troops where they picked a lot of durability, a lot of individual lockdown. And we sort of said, okay, this is quite good, but Hydra Nation seemed like they had a lot more, just a lot more fire, a lot more damage. They had gun carries, they obviously had good spirit damage here, whereas we saw the gun Ivy picked up last. Like, did the game follow the trajectory that we felt it would, guys?
I felt like mostly, yeah. Like for me, I was hoping that Matt would be able to like create some pressure off of that early game, but that just didn't happen, and it just felt like super flat after that. Like Jake said, full control for Hydra Nation the whole way. Didn't really seem like there was any playmaking ability to follow up Matt at all, and I don't think Matt even got the opportunity to get aggressive, and that's, I think, always a really bad sign for them, that they couldn't take the initiative at all.
Yeah, and after this early game, which went pretty even, right? It felt like a lot of these team fights kind of got out of control, across the board. Lomain able to play his way out pretty well and showing like this nice hybrid build on the Doorman, pretty interesting. Leffa though on the 7. I mean, I feel like you give Leffa a hero where he can just hit a high farm efficiency, man, he is gonna produce, just like guarantee. And 7 pretty much best in the business when it comes to farm efficiency.
Oh man, it's crazy. Bro just walks up and he just eats booty through all those neutral creeps. Like it just doesn't take any amount of time really at all. And Hydra Nation creates so much pressure across the map, but we can't talk about this, right? Like they took all 3 Guardians first. Like it's not the sole lead that you get off the taking of those neutral objectives, Dan, that gets you ahead. It's just the disgusting amount of unfettered access you have to your opponent's neutral creeps in the jungle. And consequently, something we're focusing on today a lot, which I love, the Sinner Sacrifice steals, which were coming thick and fast. Lomain was getting in there and snatching up all of those extra souls.
Yeah, I think... Oh, go ahead, Jake.
No, I was just gonna say, I think Doorman's great at that, right? Like you get in, you take a risk, and hey, if it goes bad, you just door yourself out of there. You slip away, or you could even maybe turn it into a real team fight. So Doorman, maybe that's one of the ways we could see this hero played a little bit more, is going for those center sack steals.
And I think it's really cool to see as well, just the macro from Hydra Nation, because I always felt like Lil Troops were in very difficult spots from a decision-making point of view. And that might be down to their comp a little bit, that maybe they didn't quite have enough to be split across the map the way the Hydra Nation were doing, when you had like an urn picked up and Hydra Nation have control in one space, and Lil Troops in those positions were never able to kind of say, okay, we'll give something up and then gain something equal or maybe an advantage in return. They were always losing.
Look at Leffa's proportion of farm and where the souls come from. That is a 3-0 Guardian advantage in the early game that basically blows out of control. That is...
Well, Leffa's like, all right, you guys play...
28,000 souls, bro. Like, what is that? It's disgusting.
You guys play PvP. I'm gonna go play PvE in the jungle. And 7, I mean, that's really, I think, the best thing about 7 as a carry is your ability to clear the jungle early in the game faster than any other hero in the game. Max surge of power plus power surge on the same item, and just like a minimal cooldown reduction, and you are just out of control perma farming everything. You can take tier 3 camps very, very early on that build compared to almost anyone else, and farm a lot more efficiently rather than almost anyone else in the game. And when you have an early game advantage, and 7 basically doesn't have to participate in the game anymore, just goes to farm, he pops out of the jungle later in the game like plus 10k, and it's kind of just all over the opponents. I personally have hard abused this exact strategy to get high rank. So it's nice to see Leffa still making it work here in a pro match.
Oh man, it's it was good to see Hydration involved in a lot of the fights. I don't think we really were on board so much with the Billy through like many of these fights, but it's a build that you probably would expect to see, right? Point Blank is just a really good item on him. Call of Sacrifice, of course, when you have that map control, you just like sweep through, snatch up those big cams, and just sort of go for it. Built for mobility, built for great chase potential. I feel like that's kind of what you want to see from Billy. Obviously, Spirit Resilience picked in there as well, so even when he gets low in those fights, he just gets really hard to beat. And Spirit Resilience against this comp from Lil Troops, where they've got just the gun Ivy, is very, very good. It's very hard to kill Hydration, so probably that's why he's involved in almost all of the engagements and ends up with 23 assists. And it's just a cheeky little dominance here from the Mirage late in the game. Rokane ends up with a huge amount of player damage. And again, it's not shocking or it's not flashy, right? But you start to build into siphon bullets, especially toxic bullets in these fights, and yeah, you just chill, you sit in the back line, click some heads, and collect the bag.
Yeah, definitely a big game for Hydra Nation, one where they can kind of flex, play some of the new heroes, show off some new stretch, but the old fundamentals are definitely there, and that's what delivers them to such a strong spot. Of course, just game 1 though, it is a best of 3 here in the money match, so there's still a chance for Lil Troops to regroup, but like we were talking about, like the mental fortitude aspect of it is where I feel like this really becomes a challenge, right? It's one thing to just come back and like, oh yeah, you can have a better draft this time, and one would hope that they do. I would love to see maybe a little bit more just conventional draft from them. Like just getting a little bit more of those late game carries, being able to be willing to go to a longer game against Hydra Nation. I think if you try to just rush them down with some like super early game draft, it's just too one-dimensional. On a team like Hydra Nation, they just read it and they pick it apart.
Oh no, they're taking away the holiday.
Yeah,
it sucks because Lil Troops, yeah, you gotta, this is what I was saying before. It's like, you can take the Yamato away, you can take anything away that you want, but they can still beat you with Doorman and Billy. Like they can pick into any number of comfort picks or really anything at all. So it's banning against Hydra Nation is probably just a nightmare. It always makes sense, but
you can't ban either of those two aforementioned heroes. Like you've got to like save up for like the boogeyman of the format, right? And obviously if your second pick, you have to ban Vindictor. You have to do that. Now obviously like this leaves Paradox in the rotation. Hydra Nation have shown they can also win without Paradox or Holiday respectively, right? They actually don't need either of those heroes. And then we secure, most likely for Hydration, the Warden. Lock it in, build the nucleus of your team here around this very, very this terrifying and also powerfully scaling hero.
Warden just feels like it does it all for me. Like pretty strong laner, lane bully, late game, like very, very tanky, very strong in the team fights, has really sick catch, especially when you're in like a major late game team fight, when you have follow up and set up stuns for your trap. I mean, it gets kind of wild. But Lil Troops respond with the Yamato, which is maybe one of the few characters that can endure that Warden ulti, that can actually potentially challenge him and fight through. Although, in a long engagement, kind of feel like if the Warden gets that full duration ulti off, I'd still rather be the Warden. But maybe Lil Troops with the Yamato, they've already made some big changes in terms of their last draft, because they already, I think, have, just with the Yamato, more of a scary scaling late gamer than they really had in their draft naturally last game.
They're priced into these picks, by the way. I think like because they're first ban and have to take their Vindictor out, they need to eliminate Yamato from this first rotation, and they know that if they don't take Paradox here, it could get picked away from them or just banned out. So this is pretty reasonable. I think Hydra Nation can actually just, I hate to say this, but they can kind of ignore what Lil Troops are going to do in this draft. I think like so much of the pool is still available to them. They've shown they don't rely on Holiday or Paradox, these very prescribed ways to start fights and catch people out, because they're already in your jungle. They don't need to manufacture a way to like get a local player advantage. They have one fundamentally because of how they sort of come out of those lane phases. So 7 here to round things out. They're just taking care of that late game potential with both 7 and Mirage. They got Warden, who's, I would say, relevant in every phase of the game. That's not something that you can say about a lot of heroes in Deadlock right now. Spammy, has a self shield, has like hard CC and a powerful area of effect ultimate, and you build them with sort of omnipresence almost with that Majestic League.
And I feel like for Lil Troops side, they're sticking with their guns in a sense of like, already this draft to me says, hey, like we want to get scrappy, we want to take early fights. But with Yamato, with Paradox, the Viscous, I feel a lot better about the scaling potential of that, right? Like these are early game brawlers and scrappers, but they kind of become late game burst threats, right? Where we've seen this Viscous build look really good. Yamato, of course, it's a huge late game power spike when you really just get that like massive amount of spirit damage pumping, and you are unstoppable, of course, in that ulti, being able to be really consistent, frontlining into even potentially some big threats. So I think this is a more measured approach, a more balanced one that has a little bit more of that late game scaling I was looking for. That being said, I think you're right, Mitch. I mean, like, there's some of your Hydra Nation, they're like, look, we're just going to run this formula back and like force you to find some answer to it, because this core 3 these are going to be your main 3 farm cores on Hydra Nation. It looks pretty monstrous to try and team fight into them.
Especially, I think, like you said, when the 7 is able to farm because your team wins the early game so hard. Well, that's the problem. Like, and so I'm curious if Lil Troops can find the formula to that, because I think in just looking at the last fight night shift that we had as well, it was the case that they couldn't win the early game. And I mean, obviously, like, we got to put the respect on Hydra Nation. It's hard to win an early game against them, but Lil Troops, if they can do that and create that pressure onto Leper, like be disruptive, that would be really cool to see. But the last comes out too, and the last seemed pretty potent, especially without the Kelvin. I think it was a great call out.
The Doorman ban is, I didn't catch that initially. That is just insane. So what can Hydra Nation do now without, I guess, any of that sort of hard lockdown? I don't think they really care. They get Abrams instead this time around. So How important do you guys think it is that the Yamato for Lil Troops like wins that lane or is able to like get a good start?
I mean, Yamato, I think, is not a particularly fast farmer in general. And so you are really great at using that farm, but getting the farm is a little bit less easy compared to somebody like Seven, who has like much more natural farming mechanics. So I think Lil Troops, once again, they're under pressure to have a really strong early game. But I feel like now that there's a more of a clear reward of like, okay, if you win some early trades, get some center sacrifices, if you can stack that up on your Yamato, you have somebody who can really take that momentum and run with it and actually turn it into maybe some objectives, maybe some bigger team fights down the road, and won't just be completely stifled. And the raid to follow it up is also another like, okay, we have some real serious late game threats that could catch and punish a lot of these Hydra Nation players if they're caught alone.
And just having the Sinclair so that you can steal the ults from like Warden and have that threat, maybe even a Storm Cloud or a Death Slam. Like these are some pretty decent ults to be able to pick up. It's not just one. So I'm liking this a lot more from Lil Troops. Oh yeah, there we go. We got the page. They had to do it.
Can't believe this is my life. Oh, imagine having to cast EU today and not NA. That's crazy.
By the way,
my short start Miss Frizzle has finally made it onto the Cursed Apple, folks. Ogsham.
That's what I make one quick other thought about Doorman. I was just thinking, like, obviously it makes sense that Doorman is actually OP as hell, because if you're Valve and you're putting in a hero that is cool as him, as good a design as him, and has portals, of course you want that hero to be farming clips as soon as it hits the Cursed Apple. So I just wanted to
now,
make sense.
What do you guys think the function is of the Paige here? I think that like she's pretty annoying in lane. She shoves it really well with Conjure Dragon. She also, of course, like I think like the defend and fight shield that she gives out is kind of like pretty unique in the sense that she's able to give like a hard buff that gives bonus weapon damage whilst the barrier is active. So it's an ability that tempts your opponents into actually taking a fight to try and break the barrier so they don't just get blown out or just sort of run away in general. Seems like pretty oppressive to play against in general, even if she can't headshot and has slow projectile speed. That stuff still pierces, by the way.
Good zoner for sure. Like good at space control in these fights, and I think that's like one of the main takeaways I got from my very limited experience with her.
I think she has one of the best mid-boss contests in the game. Her ulti is insane with the knock-up and the stun, both incredibly valuable when it comes to grabbing rejuve last hits. I think you could call it on the shield. I expect her to be played largely as a support in this game. I think Mirage maybe going to be one of the better shield users since he's happy to take that barrier, and he's not necessarily somebody who's easy to like take the barrier off of, right? He can often be at that back mid range. It's not easy to put a little bit of damage on him, take that barrier off. And if you don't, if that barrier is upgraded, I mean, hey, you maybe get the barrier on multiple. Maybe you're getting the barrier on Mirage, Warden, 7. That's pretty disgusting, right? When you're buffing
it increases
all of your
fire
carries.
rate. Right,
yeah,
at that second level.
Exactly. I kind of expect to see maybe some points in the barrier, because I think if you play this hero as a support and you barrier buff on your cores, it's ridiculous. If you're getting significant DPS buffs on multiple cores at the same time, that to me sounds insane. And then you have a lot of setup. You can root people with your sword. You can ult and stun and catch people with that cavalry charge. So I think Paige, to me, on paper, looks like a pretty solid support. I really see the threat here. And imagine they're like lash ulting people. That's a perfect setup for the root or for the ultimate. So I'm surprised we only saw one Paige game today so far, honestly, or rather like this is the first one, because in my eyes, I'm like, man, I see this character looking pretty good in competitive play.
She does not, though, offer pick potential, really. Outside, I guess you could, if you land a captivating read, that's fine. But Hydra Nation obviously have, been able to build in like some form of hard initiation into a lot of their comps up until now. You don't so much have that unless you're like full maxed into your ultimate. And I think like the rallying charge can stun, but like that's that's not great. So obviously Lash and Abrams are the two heroes here that sort of guarantee you like some ability to dictate the terms of engagement, right? But outside of that, not a whole lot. Hydra Nation got an unbelievable brawl comp that scales disgustingly into the late game. But getting there and sort of getting that sort of prio can be hard unless they just stomp lane, take all the camps away and say, you have to come to us now. So we don't need initiation. Our initiation is our soul lead on you. So, just stick your leg out, look a little bit delectable and have them come to you.
All right, well, looks like we're getting ready to get into game here. Hydra Nation up 1-0 in our money match here in Night Shift number 3 North America, presented by Intel. Welcome back, of course, to the GOATs, Intel, bringing us, of course, all of our Night Shift action. Lil Troops They may be down, but they're not out yet. This is going to be potentially their big chance to come back in, and we'll have to see if it's enough to shut down our many time champions here in Hydra Nation. Uber, GDK, you guys got this.
God, what is this? This is... I mean, my jealousy aside of Warden getting to ride the zipline with Paige, this lane is kind of filth, right? Spam from the Warden, giving the shield. Just Warden has his own barrier. Why is he get my Queen's barrier as well? Very, very powerful setup here. And you'll notice the projectile from Paige is, well, it's not really consistent. It is hard to hit a lot of the time. But again, we're skilling into that barrier first and foremost. So pretty scary prospect to take them on. And of course, fire rate for Paige matters. You got to spam more of those little word daggers. By the way, the word trails, Dan, they are lorem ipsum, like the whole thing, by the way. So very, very nice little
nice.
homage there.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, she doesn't necessarily need to do a lot of hitting on the enemy heroes. You know, she can get a lot of focus on those creeps as well to push the lane.
She needs to be hitting on me, Dan.
Oh, all right. I see the theme of I see the theme of this.
Get with the program, brother.
It's gonna be really fun. It's gonna be really fun to see this. I'm sad we didn't get to see Drifter. I'm sad that Hydra Nation didn't have the cojones to pull out the Drifter, but you know, we'll make do with
They didn't pay Lord and M enough, apparently. He was going to do it, but like, you guys have got to go to these guys' streams and give them a bunch of subs, and they will dance to that tune for you. I promise.
That's true. That is true. Money talks. What a headshot
booster off the rip. Okay. Dude, okay. Someone in the chat saying that split shot Mercura Magnum is pretty amazing here with Paige. I can see it. I just didn't really think we'd be building into a gun capacity at any point. I don't know if Jake would have expected that either, but I'm here for it. Contra Dragon's been skilled into now as well, which is pretty filthy for pushing these waves out. And it's going to give you, I think, a lot of the time prior, especially when your lane partner is Warden. You have Alchemical Flask to shove with as well. This is so annoying for Lil Troops to play into.
Really interesting, I gotta say. I mean, she has high base damage, so... Anyways, and I guess like the hitbox as well is pretty big, so getting headshots... I don't know. Anyway, I'm not gonna try to theory craft that too heavily, but it's just fun to see Paige in the mix. So I think Lil Troops with their comp overall certainly have their best chance, I think, to have a good game here. I think, like Jake was saying, it scales well into the late game. They've got good answers to everything. You know, they got the Wraith in there. They got Yamato that can really be a menace early to mid to late. And Yamato paired up with a Paradox in mid against the Lash Mirage combo. So we'll have to see if Lil Troops can win a lane. That's going to be the first thing for me to see.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the Paradox Yamato in mid, right? That might, I might be looking in that direction here. I mean, whoever's observing this at the moment, your obviously priorities are right, and I commend you for it. There's that extra charge, by the way, you're taking into this Contra Dragon. So we actually, oh, nice captivating read, actually connects there. Floss goes pretty low here, chunked down. Very spam heavy lane here for Hydra Nation. Obviously, it's hard to see like a soul lead manifest as a result of that here, but you know, you want to think about that Guardian damage. And so, yeah, sometimes the dragon does weird stuff, Dan. It kind of passes itself if it runs into a wall. It doesn't always kind of go where you want it to, but in general, it works okay.
It's kind of funny that it's like looks awkward because it's kind of like, you know, just fits the style of the character as well. Kind of like bookish and awkward. Maybe I could see just because it's like trying to connect these. The primary fire is pretty challenging. Well, again, the damage off is pretty nice and the zoning is good.
Yeah, it's just kind of weird because she doesn't headshot, right? But she can still proc headshot booster, which is kind of weird. Not really sure how that like works. But that seems to be the consensus at the moment. Yeah, the dragon almost like goes in the direction of the nearest enemy hero. So all you have to do is like set its origin point somewhere close enough, and it more often than not will do kind of what you want it to. Really potent, nice damage there as well. And again, I mean, Hydra Nation's laners have had to walk back into the Dragon's Descent AoE instead of just take some more free damage. And the pressure never really lets off. There's an Alpha Flask being followed up, and I wouldn't be shocked if there's an extra charge here picked up for AVG just to make it even more spam.
Yeah, and it does seem like the lane is consistently pushed as well, as much as Hydra Nation want it to be. And it doesn't really feel like Lil Troops that they can, with the guys or the Viscous get close. And so that's actually a statement in of itself. But we're back onto the mid lane here now. We get a slight break from checking out Paige. And we get to miss her a bit, Mitch.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, absence makes the heart.
Yeah, we go.
We pipped Paige. That's it. See? Always always close to us here. So that's obviously a buy up here happening for Hydration. Obviously left on your screen, absolute menace in the previous game. Really kind of terrifying. And Matt is down. Rokane's able to find something there, but Lord and M traded out. So that mid lane getting pretty volatile right now. And it is the Yamato of Stride that is still standing. But the rotations that come on in now, like that from Rokane, managed to travel across the map to get involved. This sort of provoked a walk across from the Sinclair of Rhino, but he's in no man's land. And Yamato eventually is going to be brought down. So that's, I talked about it earlier. That's the one lane you kind of want to win. Here's a rallying charge, though, on the far left side of the map here. Google, they're going to knock Hydration up. It's all about that Guardian pressure, though. And that is there in spades. Eventually, Hydration having a double back as the Sinclair has made his way across the map here. And watch out, you don't have great escape here as the Paige. And G-Freak is going to cube up right in front of Hydration. And the jig is up for our book-toting support. She's out of the picture now. And that'll be some Guardian pressure, maybe even more, being applied. But across the map then, it's a reciprocal motion from Hydra Nation. They've got the right side Guardian themselves.
Yeah, really, really important for them to be able to equalize, and they have that left side weak as well, so they're set up quite nicely at this point to start taking more and more control, create more inertia, and pushing things straight back as well here on this lane. Geist is going to get taken out, Floss is gone, and man, it's so much damage.
Or they weren't even fighting them. They were just throwing their one abilities at them. Oh, nice. That is a good puddle punch. This might actually secure a trade. Okay, AVG, nice tech with a heavy melee to get out of range, and now doubling back to their Walker, which started to suffer some of this minion pressure. Yeah, very spammy, and you can see the investment into Outclass, which is obviously the norm here for Warden. Meaning he's going to be hitting pretty hard. Well, Matt finds himself between a rock and some rippling biceps, as it's going to be the shoulder charge here from the Abrams. And once again, Stride is on the endangered species list, but is able to find a finish on Rokane. And should be able to back away, but there is a serious convergence towards mid here, Dan. Something's brewing.
Yeah, and I just want to give a warning. We're 50 seconds out from those Sinner sacrifices. We'll keep a tab on that. But there is, oh my goodness, the book hits hard there from Abrams, forcing out the Shadow Form that comes on through here to try to stay alive in the midst of all of this. Able to fall back towards the Guardian, maybe, just
Big
maybe.
stun.
Oh, huge parry there. That is a beautiful reaction. Here's that sound of the heavy melee. And able to get out.
Honestly, not too shabby at all there from Stride. Some really nice mechanics. Definitely the kind of player, I guess, you want to put in that Yamato seat. Meanwhile, speaking of carry individuals, Posse Pop is stacking up those bags of souls. This is not a bad look here for Lil Troops. Again, a very choppy early game. Something happening on the left side of the map here, right, is in mid. Low main is tucked here, looking for a shoulder charge opportunity that frankly isn't going to come because there's a big drift in the leftward side of the map here. Guardian looking to be pressured. Obviously, instant parry when you get under it now, but I don't know if they're expecting this Paradox to be off to the side, but Matt gets hit by yet another shoulder charge. It looks like Low Main is trying to fight the Paradox then at every available opportunity. This should result in a Guardian in mid. Whilst Hydration joins the fray here and helps them, of course, shove this turret down.
All right. So, on that page cam, why not?
Yep. I mean, I think we need to assess how effectively she can clear these neutral camps. People are definitely looking out for that. Hydration. Again, I just want to point out a lot of those sort of support actives that were they were in vogue for a while, right? Your Kelvins used to pick up like Guardian Ward and Rescue Beam and all the rest stuff. And Paige obviously with Guardian Ward is pretty nice because that ability range increase is nice. You can stay at a safer distance while still having pretty good impact over the fight. But there are some of these spirit items being invested into, right? We're already looking to plump up our spirit offering by taking that improved spirit here. And very common, of course, to see that Enchanter's emblem being picked up as you benefit from being healthy and staying out of the fray, which is kind of what Paige wants.
Yeah, totally. I think, was it about 65%?
Yep,
get that spirit boost. And
CDR, probably more importantly for Paige.
And, Hydra Nation, much as we've expected them to be in a position like this in their games, they have map control, largely speaking. We've got some Sinner sacrifices being taken on their side of the map here as we follow AVG, picking up those. And that mid-fight right now, it looks like it could get set up. There's definitely the initiation possibility coming through from Lil Troops, as they do have Paradox present as well. You got the Flying Strike available, as always, for Stride. So it's like no fight to be had. Hydra
AVG
Nation
just
are
took his Majestic, by the way, so that's the mobility spike here for the Warden. Very quick buff pickup. Death Slam. Okay, cancel that off. Lord and M not really liking what he sees there. Pressured down by G-Freak. Pretty bad soul-wise here. God, we haven't checked with Poshy Pop for a while, but yeah, he's starting to do the thing. Farm up those souls. Leffer, though, at 11k. So in terms of, our carry alerts, Leffer definitely setting off some alarms.
This right side Walker is in trouble right now. This is pretty threatening. And again, the urn gets picked up. We saw this last game for Lil Troops, but they don't have control of the lane they need for depositing. That is well under control right now by Hydra Nation. And right now, Lil Troops have to be careful not to waste too much of their own time threatening the urn tenant. We'll see what they decide to do here. Looks like they're going to have 4 players or 3 players. Now 5. I'm trying to read the movement on the map. Yeah. How much are they going to commit to this?
Just got to point out as well, the monster rounds pick up here. Normally we see that much earlier in lane just to help you shove it, but it builds into that call to sacrifice. So Hydra Nation already projecting that they are going to want to try and kill those neutrals very quickly, which means they want to be in Little Troops, neutral camps on that side of the map. So that's pretty optimistic from them. It's already implying they feel like they're going to have that level of map control. I don't want to argue with them at this point as they are ahead in Guardians. Now fighting over the urn, though. Captivating Reed doesn't quite connect. And it looks like Floss is being looked at pretty closely here. Big Death Slam, though. 3 comes in. That's a copy blind. Audience participation connecting. And a Hex also thrown down towards the ground. Leffer, though, able to take stride down. They were stunned up there by that 7. And things are going from bad to worse for Little Troops. Storm Cloud is active and no one would dare pick out of their hidey holes right now. The urn still loose, by the way. Likely to be scooped up and turned in by Hydra Nation now, and already doing what they did in the previous game, starting to stretch that lead.
It's so tough because it really felt like Lil Troops had a much better approach to threatening that urn. And they even got that's a copied Death Slam too. So it's feeling like really good for them on the opening, but they just can't seem to win these early urn fights against Hydra Nation. Hydra Nation converting pretty heavily, and what they did have going for them was Poshy Pop pushing the left side. Poshy Pop is pretty farmed. He's the most farmed player on the server, except Letho, who's slightly ahead to be expected on that 7. So as long as Poshy Pop can keep pace, that's going to be good. But I feel like that's not realistic to keep pace against a 7, especially Letho 7.
Rokan was someone who really ran away with the game previously, Dan. This time, obviously, Mirage pretty susceptible to getting locked down, CC'd if he doesn't have the ability to get out with those tornadoes early. He still wants to be able to be that secondary farm carry. All right, there it is. Oh, love that there from Hydration. Looks like it was a Divine Barrier thrown down or a shield, unclear. Either way, Matt trying to slide on forward here. They're trying to chase Rokaine out of the game. He finds himself in a compromising spot, but Hydration snaps up Poshy Pop and the arrival of Paige in that lane heralds, I guess, salvation for Rokaine and disaster for Little Troops, who fall further and further behind now. This is a 14k soul deficit. Lomain clearly trying to evade pursuit himself.
Yeah, such a huge deficit at this time in the game. Hydra Nation have every single lane pushed right now. They got that Mirage doing Mirage things on the left side. Rokaine keeping that pressure on. That's going to force the second player to have to come by that left lane and try to force him back, but it's Mirage, so very likely going to be able to escape. Has some assistance too as well. Hydration and Leper nearby.
Right, there's that Rabbit Hex that comes in. Death Slam, or rather, the slam attempted here. Yep, here's the Death Slam. Audience participation ready here for Rhino for a power splash off in the distance. And eyes are on stride here. Shadow Transformation is a given, but unfortunately, there wasn't enough room to breathe there for Stride. Brought down ultimately, Lord and M. The lash is often the exchange for these kind of kills, but you take them in many cases. Wall thrown up here. Hydration just sending daggers through it. And I'm not talking about the look on his face. He is pretty problematic in a lot of these fights. Poshy Pop going to be held aloft here. And that Spirit Damage starting to have an impact. Great coverage here, of course. That sort of Dragon's Descent doesn't really go where he wants it to. I think he hoped to head over to the right side, but still, speaking of drifting leftward, we have returning to this lane Rokaine, and very quickly, the Wraith's going to get out. Poshy Pop has done his dash in terms of the free farm here. He's going to run into a 7, though. He's not out eating Leffer in terms of farm, so going to open with the telekinesis, try and take the fight anyway. Leffer, unfortunately, the drop just gets caught on him. He doesn't want to take this fight now, especially with the Viscous getting involved. But he avoids the puddle punch, Dan, and will be able to stay alive.
Yeah, I love the idea to try to ambush him, try to find him on those Sinners and forcing him out of the fight. He's not really in a spot to take a fight just yet, but Bushy Pop certainly is. Like, you see those cards getting thrown all the way across. Bushy Pop fairly low, but still trying to keep that damage on, and forcing a slight repositioning here for Hydra Nation, as they just couldn't quite find a good fight there. So Lil Troops, they were doing a good job with the disruptive play, but unable to actually get a kill out of it, which is unfortunate.
But again, you'll notice here they're catching up in terms of that soul difference, because Hydra Nation aren't really able to do too much except just like somewhat passively farm, I guess, and they're getting these catches, right? This time it's Lord and M also being looked at really early. Best slam here, catches on the Lord and M. That's audience participation put to its best use in this kind of matchup, and a soul earn into the hands of Lil Troops. Now, a couple more plays like that, and they're in good shape. Rhino, although not really a headliner for much of this game, has been pretty impactful with those copied Lash ultimates.
And that's an unturn that's on the territory of Lord Troops. So this is actually kind of perfect. Like you said, they're actually not too far behind right now. And so they must have been barely on the threshold for an earn on their territory. But in the meantime, we've got this pressure coming in onto the Walker. And that should, in theory, force a response here from Lord Troops. So they're going to just let this Walker go for free. Obviously, you've got the last stand in there, so it's probably hard. There is a Majestic Leap coming on through as well. Just flying forward, taking any fight straight to Lil Troops if they try to defend this one. They're going to get themselves the earn, but they are still far behind now that they've lost that Walker.
Yeah, lost Matt as well. So this fight on the left side of the map could get out of hand. Now it looks like Lord and M is trying to hunt for a little bit more, and that cube is not going to be enough to save G-Freak. Most likely, some wayward gum damage would be able to bring the Viscous down. Lomain is not quite sure where his quarry is. And somehow, G-Freak has slipped the net. Impressive stuff. So a trade of Walker for earn. If you're Hydra Nation, you're probably taking that trade because it extends your map control, and you'll notice that there is a Warden in 7 just like chowing their way down through the Lil Troops side of the map in terms of that jungle, and Hydra Nation doing the same on the left, even with a Walker present. So there's a soul deficit brewing here that can sort of blow out of control, especially with, Dan, a fair bit of early damage on that mid-side Walker as well. They're buying up, and so now we're going to see the manifestation of this sort of soul farming difference.
Yeah, Hydra Nation are just so good at just always being a bit ahead on this macro. However, Lil Troops keeping enough pace here to keep it competitive. It looked like things were getting away from them. I think it was like a 15k difference at one point much earlier, and good. It got that box route above the mid boss there. That's really nice.
I just saw a really nasty key item actually picked up for Hydration, Dan. He even got himself a suppressor. So is reducing the fire rate of anybody that takes spirit damage from the page by 30%. I don't know if, outside of maybe Ivy with like Kudzu Bob spam, I don't know too many other sort of characters in this game that can cover such a wide area so consistently and apply that debuff. That is going to be really annoying to Lil Troops who have, you know, a lot of, gun damage reliance on their side.
Yeah, and it is pretty reminiscent of Ivy for sure. I totally agree. With that said, we got this, again, this pressure onto the left side Walker that has to force some kind of a defense. Oh, lost my feed, my game feed.
That's fine, we'll have that one back in a moment, folks.
We have to cast Blind Mage.
You know what?
What do you think?
I would just make, the problem is that everyone else can see the stream, we'll just make things up. Anyway, the fight brewed in the meantime, and it's over towards the left side, Walker. And honestly, not bad for Lil Troops. It looks like Stride was able to be an impact player in this engagement. Hydra Nation are still wanting to commit. And this is a game where 18 minutes into, right, there's been no look at mid-boss in the last 8 minutes since it spawned up. The death slam for Lord and M, probably to try and escape. Not really sure what the idea is here. It looks like turbo inting from Hydra Nation, but a Walker picked up for their troubles. It's a trade of Walkers and then a pretty hard loss in the fight. So definitely something that Lil Troops are going to be happy with.
Oh yeah, this is brilliant. I mean, this is a situation where they're actually not looking too bad. Still a Walker behind, of course, but a little more map control out on the map. And at this point, you've got a 20-minute earn that's not too far away, and you've got a situation where if you don't have a good team fight, you could just give away a mid boss. And so given the fact that they're so close right now to Hydra Nation, maybe they're the team that has the better team fight. We'll just have to see how they set it up, because reliably, I have to point out that Hydra Nation are just winning these earn fights, and they're winning the macro when the earn is picked up. Like if the opponent picks it up, they still manage to just do a better job positioning and getting value on the map. So there's a lot to be asked for Lil Troops in this position that could be decisive.
Toxic bullets just picked up though for Rocaine. So those tankier targets now, I'm looking at the, the Viscous, for example, they're going to melt a lot quicker. Obviously now being able to do max health damage and also healing reduction. That's not insignificant. Here is a paradoxical swap that Lord and M finds himself on the wrong end of. And isn't there going to be any backup here? Stride seems to emerge with a pretty free and easy kill. Stormcloud up on the high ground here was interrupted by a telekinesis by the looks of things and a copied Death Slam. I don't know, Dan. This is all looking pretty good for Little Troops. They're definitely getting the fight that they are looking for, but there's more to be done. And AVG still at least had a last stand and he gets it. He puts it where it hurts. Matt taken down, and now the rest of the fight breaks down as Low Main dives deep. It's G-Freak being picked off, and Hydration free to spread influence across the map now. 3 grouped up here for Hydra Nation. Big damage on Floss and Rhino respectively, but Stride's going to come in from the backside here. And he might have an assassination opportunity on towards the Page. This is dangerous. Crimson Slash knocks Hydration down to about half. And I think he had to warp stone out of there. Unclear. Now looking for AVG, who's hit by a Hex and a trade out as Rhino is taken down. That's the Sinclair giving up his life for that elimination. And somehow Stride can't find the fight he's looking for. Rocaine and Leffa back it up. Now they've drawn out the Shadow Transformation. It's only the Yamato alive here for Lil Troops, and he's going to work. Rocaine down first. Leffa dodging, ducking, diving, weaving, trying to get away from this Yamato, but I don't think Stride's going to be denied. They are fed as heck, and Lord and M arrives far too late in the day.
This is Yamato at its finest. This is why you want that late game scaling of the Yamato to be able to just solo all of these players. When fights break down in this way and the Yamato stays up after that shadow form, it gets so hairy. And now the urn gets collected. It's going to be sent across the map there in favor of the Little Troops. Can they get the turn in is the question. And equally, is there a world where we're going to be able to see them even actually get the rejuice later, like come off of a fight into a mid-boss? Because at least for Hydra Nation, they're not having to worry about a potential mid-boss altercation just yet. But they are actually trying to position up to defend the drop-off point for the urn. So there could be another team fight that has typically been favorable for them. But at this point, with Yamato getting so strong there in Stride's favor, it might be trickier.
Little Troops now have gotten themselves at least a tentative, a tenuous lead on this game. They're going to be walking into Warden 7 Wombo either way. And it's definitely something that they have to be highly watchful for. Might be another high ground fight taken here. We see the convergence, of course, on this right side of the map, whilst Lord and M just starts to push up mid. You can see the Lash is definitely losing that relevance a little bit here later into the game, and it's actually serving more as an ultimate bank for the Sinclair than anything else. Attempted an earn deposit here, not to be. Rhino definitely in dangerous territory. Map just gets blown up very quickly, and this is dangerous. Little Troops might have given over the small lead they've been able to recruit here. That is exactly where you want the Stormcloud to be, and the Dragons Descent also making it harder for Little Troops to fight back with that suppressor debuff. Little Troops got rolled and smoked right there, only at the cost of the Page for Hydra Nation. That is a very good result.
Yeah, this is exactly the problem. Hydra Nation's positioning and just team play in these team fights is just so good. They had a really solid flank there as well, right before the team fight started, or as Little Troops were going to go in. I mean, if you're Little Troops and you're looking at this game, I think the urn fights, the urn team fights, and just the urn dynamics in general, it just seems like that for me has been where Hydra Nation have carved out the most advantage, or I should say have outplayed Little Troops maybe the hardest in the most decisive points of the game. And that's going to convert into this mid-boss. And Little Troops, they're not super that far behind on the souls. So maybe there's a world where they can actually defend and maybe whittle down some of the rejuves. But they're going to give up a lot of map control, even still, if that's the case.
And again, the implied soul value of that rejuve buff take probably puts this to a 19 to 20 soul difference game. And the Boundless Spirit picked up for Leffa, Dan, represents a pretty massive power spike. No Stormcloud at the ready just yet, but they are looking scary. Rapid Fire here, of course, has joined the arsenal of toxic bullets for Rocaine. So they are definitely looking to be a bit of a threat. And of course, that debuff remover being picked up alongside opening shots. So Rocaine is going to be a bit of a nuisance and is pretty durable with a battle vest as well as a fortitude to work with. And also really motors through these camps very quickly.
Oh, yeah. Chunky damage getting thrown out there reliably by Rocaine. And Little Troops all rallying around the mid-walker, the last bastion of their defense, at least outside the main base.
Dude, they have no jungle creep. They have no jungle camps.
Oh, yeah.
It's so brutal.
Hydra Nation, they're doing their due diligence. They're cleaning up the map. They don't have to rush They can take their time.
Yeah, credit to them, because this is something that they definitely understood about the game, is that they need to be more proactive once they have a lead. I mean, in some other games in the past, like in fact, when the way Rejuve worked in the past is that you actually would sit back after taking Rejuve to some degree, right? And you would have like passive push advantage across the map, and you would just set up somewhere and catch someone who's trying to defend. Now, with Rejuve not giving you like that global minion buff, but giving you a combat buff, and also the fact that, you know, the comeback mechanic in this game is an extra 25% souls, you have to be more proactive the further ahead that you are in order to close the game out. And it's teams that sort of sit back and get a little bit lackadaisical that can let leads like that slip, especially if they don't make use of this Rejuve buff in the window they've got it, Dan.
Yeah, and they're going to get this urn now. I don't know that Lil Troops can really contest it. Lil Troops do not want to get picked, and they do not really want to take a team fight that's not going to be as favorable as possible. So they're going to give this one up. They gave up both bridge buffs as well. They've given up their rejuves. So they have so much playing against them. And this is the 20k difference that's now been extended just since the mid-boss was taken out. So Lil Troops, I mean, it sucks to be in that position, but they've got to try to kind of lose well in this particular position and hope that they can get a good initiation when Hydra Nation push into them, because Hydra Nation will be coming shortly as they are buying up.
A juggernaut there, by the way, for low main in the build. Followed up by a point blank. So looking pretty dangerous now with a bit of a power spike at close ranges. What is AVG looking for here? Unclear. There was a last stand pop for whatever reason, but we are going to have these now. And there's an opportunity for Hydra Nation here to step back and look in the direction of their neutral camps. I think they're feeling like they don't have a chance to take a fight with Rejuve here. Lil Troops aren't really giving it to them. So they say, okay, well, we will just go take our camps then and maintain a pretty like far forward foothold in your territory.
This is agonizing, isn't it?
I mean, it's as if there is the minion buff in the game still. Like, that's kind of how Little Troops are playing, because they're so concerned about fighting, which I get. But also they have Stride and Poshy Pop that are pretty fed. They are quite strong. We saw what Stride did to Hydra Nation when they had a Shadow Transformation late in the fight. They do not want to take this engagement just yet. Maybe they're hoping for a Paradox setup of their own, Dan. Well, there's a ground slam, and G-Freak was on the wrong end of it. Even more of a splatter made on the ground by the impact of the Viscous. And that's, again, a lot of the disruption potential for Little Troops now not really available to them in the next few moments, and there's still some Rejuve buff to milk.
Yeah, and you know, another thing that's worth mentioning is that when you're all grouped up, because you can't go out of the base and you're receiving all the creeps together, you get like way less soul value from the creeps.
Yeah.
So that also sucks.
Yeah, and here's the Sinners getting taken. Quick request from Diplomat Dota in the chat. Let's get a Paige build check-in. All right. That's a Paige build. Just the build. You don't have to, you know, don't have to get too crazy with it. Warp zone here for Lord and M, so there we go. So, okay, really spirit focused. Tank Buster making its way into the mix there. Greater expansion is... It's very good. Very, obviously, increasing range, but also effect radius. And you already have range increase from the Guardian Ward that you picked up. So, like, you can really control this space so effectively from great distances. Also, Mystic Slow there. It's just, you're just a CC machine with a superior duration also applied. This is nasty, man.
It is pretty disgusting. And again, like, I just don't know what Little Troops have in terms of options. This is kind of why it's so agonizing to me, is because I don't, like, they can't go and risk getting picked because the game's over. But if they do nothing, I mean, the best chances if Hydra Nation try to say, okay, we're going to win the game now, and Hydra Nation go and try to take a team fight, and there's some world where Little Troops get like a really good engage. But that's just not even being the case. So they're just like, oh, we're going to spend an extra 10 minutes completely farming up and absolutely guaranteeing that you have 0% chance to win. How about that?
Yeah, you're right, Dan. I do think that, like, the way Little Troops are operating here, they're being careful and they're trying to look for a fight. And honestly, they might be trying to just chain a fight win into mid-boss. So they might be waiting until that's relevant objective in the next minute, because they don't just want to sort of win a fight and then walk into their side of the jungle, which is completely empty. They probably want to convert that into those walkers. And so, you know, they want to make it a hard fight to win, or at least put themselves on even footing. So the idea is to get a catch here on Hydra Nation around the mid-boss, maybe interfere with the mid-boss take, then at least feel like you're on more even footing when it comes to a pitched 6v6 around a walker objective later on. Maybe you can sort of fight there. I have to imagine that's what they're looking for, but we're about to have forces clashing on this right side of the map, I imagine.
Looks like Lil Troops have had enough, Mitch. They're going for it.
Enough of the game or enough of losing? Because honestly, I can't tell. Let's see. There, okay, nicely done. Yeah, telekinesis will interrupt the death slam there. Lord and M has struggled to feel relevant, I think, here because of that level of disruption. Stormcloud, though, it's just like the old days where you get zapped by being on top of the buildings, except this time you die a lot faster. That's right. Well, Power Slash interrupted by the Lightning Scroll, so by accident, basically stunned up because Lightning Scroll empowers that Warden ultimate to have a stun component to it. So, I mean, AVG wasn't even trying to stun Stride there, but still got him. This game is probably over.
Yep, there's that mid-boss you're talking about spawning up, and it's gonna be the fight continuing on the other side of the map there. So it's not really looking all that good here. That's your carry dead easy. So that's a bad sign. And well, the mid-boss is getting killed just by Left Rim Hurricane. So that's cool.
Yep.
It's literally running circles around it.
Yeah, I mean, he has. I do love the Mercurial Magnum. I love the Merc Magnum from the Mirage, just like popping in off the Traveler and just blasting people. Yes, give me more Paige Pip. Yeah, you take that Patron down, girl. Slay. Give me that. No, give me that energy. So you take mid boss simultaneously. You knock Patron. Lil Troops, of course, because much to your chagrin, Dan had to sit back a little bit of the last 10 minutes. They kind of set themselves up for one Hail Mary. That was it. That was the fight earlier on, and it goes horribly. I guess they're fighting on the rooftops. They've been fighting on the rooftops primarily in this game, it feels. I don't know if it's because they're concerned about like Paige's AoE and the impact it has on them, or for some other reason, but that's where all the engagements have been.
Indeed. Not sure what's going on there.
Food for thought. But yeah. Maybe chatters have thoughts about that one.
Staring pensively and yeah, really interesting. It actually feels like Lil Troops. Like I have some thoughts about it, but hang on. Let's just see whether there is. Well, let's see how much time we have left in this game because it's needs like 10 seconds left.
Yeah. Say your prayers, Dan. Yeah. In the last words, shout out to the fans as Stride, the one that Little Troops were pinning much of their hope on, is already down. Poshy Pop had fallen earlier on, so in terms of target priority, this has been very, very good by Hydra Nation. Taking out the key carries and then going to... Whoa, that was a disgusting rally in charge. Just spam those abilities. By the way, those abilities are back off cooldown because Hydra Nation has 3 charges off his 1. And there you have it, folks. It ends up being a 70k soul lead at the end of the game. And Hydra Nation, thanks to our friends at Intel, will be claiming all of our prize money. Another championship under their belt here. In night shift number 3, Hydra Nation still the GOATs of NA.
No doubt.
Stay on top for one more week. No surprises. I mean, Hydra Nation head and shoulders above the competition right now, and I think they've only refined their play. Like they've looked even more and more solid, playing this like really consistent, stable style with like a really well-practiced draft that they clearly prefer, with some changes here and there, throw it in the page. But it feels like with that opening to the draft being so solid, they have a ton of flexibility as far as where they want to go from there. They have no problem in terms of the player department being able to comfortably bring those heroes out, and they have no problem strategically adjusting, adapting to whatever the draft throws at them.
Yeah, and it's really cool actually to see, even though it kind of looks, I suppose, more dull to see Hydra Nation just being like, okay, we're 10k ahead and we won this mid-boss fight. Okay, let's get now just spend the next 5-10 minutes getting 70k ahead. And what I was thinking when I was watching that was, one, it's good that they're showing us the discipline to do that, because it really shows that they're taking it super seriously, that they don't want to give away a single edge and they're trying to refine how they play their advantages. But what it also showed me is that if you're against most teams, they're going to give you something by maybe taking a fight too prematurely. But Hydra Nation showing, yeah, you just don't have to do that and you can guarantee that you will win the game. So it puts Lil Troops in this position where they have to try to figure out, I don't know if it's like how you can best figure this out, but you got to try to find the guy that's farming on your camps that has teammates that are a bit far away. You got to like try to get out onto the map and try to find something. You can't just be in perpetual fear that it's a trap, because then you're going to be guaranteed to lose. That's basically what they were showing with that gameplay at the end.
Yeah, it feels, I mean, honestly, like they were fighting quite well, but it was really impressive to watch like a Yamato just like go absolutely ham, right? I think like Matta's getting caught out a whole lot. I don't think that Lil Troops are kind of having fights play out in the way that we'd like. And let's not forget, like Hydra Nation's comp, doesn't feature like a hard lockdown, hard initiate sort of opener. And Lord and M was trying. Like I don't think that the Hydra Nation composition was actually, compared to Lil Troops, any better, because Lord and M is constantly getting stunned out of that Death Slam, or it's been copied, or you know what I mean? Like Lil Troops have like basically they're pick of the litter when it comes to sort of starting these fights off, whether it's between the Sinclair or even like telekinesis from Parshi Pop or that paradoxical swap. So despite that, Hydra Nation do what they do in general, is like brawl out in that early to mid game, get that map control, and the fight invariably comes to them.
And I think they're great about choosing where those fights take place, right? Like, you know, getting those earn controls, or like you said, even if they're not the team to get the earn pickup, if they're not the one to set the tempo that way, they're going to pressure you somewhere else and put you to a tough decision as far as where do you want to defend, where do you want to put your priorities. You might get the earn dunk, but you might give up so much somewhere else on the map that you're in real trouble. And I mean, consistently, this tricore of AVG, Rocane, and Lefa are just getting monster farm, super relevant, all three of them, to where there's not one obvious hard carry that you can dump all your skills and focus on. There's three, and it makes it much more challenging to play these fights. Even if you lose one of your carries first, the worst case scenario, in theory, in reality, the other two can come in and back it up, and they can double down on what looks like a really difficult team fight.
Once again, neutral camps being slurped up by Lefa and AVG respectively, right? The two designated carries here on this side of the map. I think AVG had a pretty phenomenal game. The fact that Bro is picking up Lightning Scroll, yeah, I mean, he is very much like living his endgame fantasy at that point in the game. Very, very scary stuff. I think a great showcase of what Warden is capable of. Lefa also farmed 50k souls, by the way. That's absurd, but I do think like a huge portion of those are picked up in the last 10 minutes of the game, where the whole map is sort of left to Hydra Nation. You can see from the 25 minute through 32 minute, right? In fact, the increase in soul difference is quite precipitous there after that sort of second rejuve pickup that isn't contested. If you remember, Little Troops try and wait it out, but by then the game is well and truly out of their hands. So Hydra Nation, it's a slow, choking game style that nets them the win here. Really solid, considering that last week was a little bit rockier for them. They're back.
Yeah, and it's really cool to see because, again, you know, even though Hydra Nation are far ahead of everybody, they set the example, and that actually ultimately lifts the scene up. So long as they can maintain stability as a roster, which it looks like they're kind of in that era right now. Like that's the feeling that I get. That's gonna ultimately be great for the scene, and so I'm excited to see. Also because we're getting some more consistency from, you know, lineups for like Lil Troops and PKP. So, and especially again, I think, you know, with the new patch coming out and the more attention on the game, and as we heard earlier, Hoot say on the EU, it's like there are loads of good players in EU that are also not right now thinking about making teams. And so I'm hoping that we're going to get, you know, an abundance of great teams coming into play for both regions.
This is Base Jack.
Speaking of great players, you know, in this region, Rocane, I think, has been a stalwart on these like cores, playing Mirage today, looking great on this hero, like really putting on a ton of map pressure, just being that very consistent player, keeping very, very low deaths, high kill participation, and crucially big farm. You look at some of these timings on the items, they're getting that toxic pre 20 minutes, pretty impactful burst fire. A lot of those like early game fighting items pretty quick. I mean, especially debuff remover fortitude. In the first 15, he shows that he really wants to play this hero aggressively, take risks, take fights. You could build this hero a lot greedier, but he's playing a little bit more to get active on some of those earlier timings.
Now, I want to point out that, like, yeah, okay, it feels like he's like 4-3-17 in the second game. Guy is 11-2 in our first game. Like, don't forget that. He is pretty filthy, and he's part of like this lane assignment that's being moved around the map to sort of bully a little bit. Like, I think they start in mid. It's like Mirage and Doorman, I think, he and Lone Main sort of playing alongside each other. Rocane was, yeah, pretty fantastic here. The build is the same roughly between the two games, but he comes up with like 32k player damage in total, and he's even able to build like that boundless spirit towards the end of the game just to make those those Jin marks even more powerful. Just a great pick. Really, I think, important to the overall game plan of this Hydra Nation team. Like, his macro senses are excellent. He's coming into these fights with the ultimate and the Mercurial Magnum, and basically just, you know, tipping the scales there. It's exactly what you want to see from your Mirage player.
Yeah, well done.
Anything else to that?
Well done by Rocane. Congrats to Hydra Nation for taking another victory here in Night Shift, in our third Night Shift now. sponsored by Intel. Shout out to Intel, of course, for helping us put this event on. Of course, we can take a look back now at the day so far, at where we've come to get here to the end of our show. So we wrap things up for you guys at the end of the night shift. But remember, even after the end of this night shift, even after we close out the broadcast here, we're going to go straight on to our graveyard shift for you Patreon supporters. I mean, the community is a huge element of us being able to run this event, right? Deadlock is a very new game. We're not really at the scale of like a major esport yet. But I think the reason, I mean, especially for me, and I think for a lot of us here as casters, wanting to put this event on, wanting to make this happen from across the board, even down to production, observers, everybody, is the passion about this game, is the community, the excitement. And, for the fans, people have supported us a ton so far, and we want to give something back to that. So for our Patreon supporters, we are going to be running this graveyard shift post-stream event here. We're able to talk to some of our pro players, learn a little bit more about the game. And as you said before, Mitch, we're already a pretty chill, relaxed show, but we're going to go even more chill. We're going to open the mic even to the fans of the Patreon supporters when we get into that. Let them ask their questions.
Yeah. Obviously, real quickly, something I want to talk about is that if you're wanting to emulate any of these builds that you've seen through these matches, and you don't want to go through the replay code, or you don't want to go through the VOD, which is crazy because we sound amazing, we have builds from the pros. If you search Deadlock Night Shift in the game, you will get builds like this one. This is Low Main's build from tonight, right? This is the Doorman build that features a lot of that catch potential. Is it Echo Shard in the build as well? Okay, bro. Call Bell for life. Again, so you can check it out there. We are going to be adding item builds all week long from Deadlock Night Shift. So if you do want to replicate what the players are doing, you can do it there. Also, we are posting builds in our Patreon Discord as well. That Low Man build has gone up there. I think we had Dimov's Viscous build as well from last week. So we're throwing a few of them up there as well. Remember, you can join $5 Patrons, have access to the Discord as well. And of course, like Jake mentioned, our Graveyard Shift episodes. So trying to offer a bunch of extra value here, trying to give back to you guys as well, who have supported us. And, for the last couple of weeks, supported our players by crowdfunding, which I just think is really awesome. I think it's something you as a community should be proud of. But Big Daddy Intel's come in now, helping us get these guys paid. You can keep getting us paid with your support on Patreon. Much love and thank you in advance. We got John Jake after the break for our graveyard shift. I have no idea how that's going to go, honestly. You know what? Let's get weird.
It seems like a cool character. I'm curious to hear about, his rise onto the scene as one of those, one of the early players who there was an early wave of top pros that kind of dominated for a while. And John was one of those fresh names to break in on the scene. And I think we talked about this even with Hoot in the EU interview of there's a lot of really good players on the ranked ladder who maybe just aren't playing in competitive yet. And maybe just need that little push to get their feet in the water and to start to compete. So hope we see more of that. We see more talented players come up out of the rank pool and compete. Of course, here in Deadlock. And although we're coming to the end of our show here on Wednesday in Deadlock for the night shift, we actually are going to be running an epic 3-weekend CS extravaganza brought to you by Intel and Asus. It's our Project Night Shift.
No, is that Mind Freak? Is that the Mind Freak logo there, Dan?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
My boys.
Here we go.
I helped form that team. That's crazy.
You what?
Yeah, I was one of the founding members of Mind Freak back in 09.
Really?
Yeah, dude.
No way. This
God,
esports floor, I even
interview.
though.
Yeah. It was a COD 4 team initially. We went from there. So big shout out to Michael Carmody, who now is the owner or runs it. But yeah, love me some my Mind Freak boys.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, we're going to be doing 3 weekends of regional Counter-Strike. It's going to be a very similar format to the night shift, but we'll have we will have 4 invited teams. Obviously, we don't have the winner stays on element, but we have the 4 invited teams. So they're going to battle it out. They are fairly close on the VRS seeding, if you know what that is, if you are from the Counter-Strike world. And we will be having a lot of fun. James Bardoff and I will be casting. We haven't casted together for 4 or 5 years or something crazy like that. But it's definitely the kind of vibe that we liked and that we did a lot of shows, on that kind of very bantery, very loose, fun having kind of tempo. And that's what this show is all about. So it's going to be a lot of fun. If you want to check that out, we'll be live on Saturday, so don't miss it.
Absolutely. And, of course, we give our final shout out, of course, to Intel for sponsoring. Intel wants us to let you guys know about Gamer Days, which is on right now. If you purchase some components, you're going to be able to get with the qualifying Intel products, you'll be able to get Battlefield 6, which of course is definitely a hot game to hop in with your friends, get some classic action. I feel like Battlefield is one of those genres that just never disappoints. Always a blast to hop in and just blow stuff to hell, man. Just knock down a building while you're at it.
Dude, I mean, it's game's lit, honestly. But more importantly as well, not only is like Intel Gamer Days like the offer of the Battlefield 6, but also there's a ton of discounts on a bunch of Intel powered desktops and laptops. And yeah, some of those qualifying purchases get you Battlefield 6, but it's also a great time if you are in the market for a new laptop or want to upgrade your desktop. You should definitely check it out until September 7th. Big shout out to Intel going over and checking out the website. Even if you don't feel like buying anything at this stage, just clicking the link, head over there, would help us immensely, guys. So game.intel.com for more info. That's until September 7th.
And that brings us to the end of our main show here. This has been Deadlock Night Shift number 3. We're really happy to be able to bring you this show week in, week out. Shout out to our lovely Patreons, wonderful people who've come together to support us, all the community, the fans watching, the co-streamers who've been with us week after week after week. It's great to be back. It's a very exciting time in Deadlock, and of course, we'll be back with more Deadlock action coming right at you next week. But for now, we're going to head on over to the Graveyard Shift. So join us in the Discord if you're a Patreon. If you're at that level, we're going to be hanging out. We're going to be chatting with John and getting his take on the state of the game, talking about his history. You can ask your own questions. We're going to open the mic, of course, to the fans as well. But that is all for us. So we'll just leave it at that.